Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday on Friday. Yeah, I need another Friday show. And, yeah, we're finishing Shenmue tonight for a show that, or a game, I should say, where every part has been on the Friday except last time. Yeah, but either way, the long weekend is finally here. And, I'm glad to have it for sure. So you're at your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. We are finishing Shenmue for the Dreamcast tonight. I got a little something extra ready to toss in as a bit of a bonus because it's not going to take that long to get to the end of the game. Or even show off the Shenmue Passport, which we do have on tap tonight, because of course we're running Shenmue on the Dreamcast, which is the best way to play it. Now, last time we played it, over a month ago, as it was at this juncture, we got a job, and we were moving cargo with our great forklift down at the harbor. But at the end of last part, I actually kind of reversed the clock a little bit for the purpose of the setup, because we got a phone call that gave us a sense that something is amiss, to the point where I'm going to let the game tell you what was going on last time, as we're going to take a nice sleep. So, previously on Shenmue.
I should go out and get some fresh air.
Were you just with Nozomi-san?
No, something happened to her?
Well, Ida-san just phoned. And it seems Nozomi-san hasn't come home.
What?
Nozomi-san said she was meeting you. Ida-san said she can't reach Nozomi-san.
Hello? It's Ryo.
Terry's waiting.
Who is this?
Yeah, meet us behind warehouse number 17.
Don't, Ryo! It's a trap!
Nozomi!
If you don't show, I'll make her cry.
Don't you dare touch her!
I'll give you 4 hours, or else. Behind warehouse number 17.
Ine-san, I gotta go.
Ryo-san.
So yeah, last time Nozomi was kidnapped by Chai. Of course, that skinhead has been giving us trouble. And he said, yeah, you have to come down to the harbor behind warehouse number 17 and do so in a couple hours, otherwise we're going to make her cry.
If I don't leave...
There are a lot of ways you could read that, no question, so we're going to make sure that she's going to be saved. Hang on, Nozomi, we're coming. Just to let you know this also, as we're making our walk towards town, because there's a couple things I want to do to show off before we do our race down to the harbor. In the Shenmue Prima official guide, link below as far as the PDF has been the case with all the parts, because it's quite a great read. This part of the guide actually says, quote, "There's still more to come. Where's the rest of the walkthrough?" Well, I've hidden the last section of the game for you in the sealed section of the book, and is sealed, so we don't ruin the ending for anyone who doesn't want to know. Try getting through the rest of the game without our help, but if you really need it, it's there for you. And actually, within this guide, it is a sealed section. And actually, you do have to take off the sealing of... It's basically like if you like break open a paper seal. And it basically tells you the part of the end game, because we are in endgame now. Now, before we go, though, I think we should have some time to buy a capsule toy, don't you think?
If I don't hurry, Nozomi will...
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
This isn't time for that.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you're right, it's not time to drink a soda either, we gotta get moving. So, here's the deal, if you know where to go, I could have skipped what's going on, but of course, this is a game that I love soaking in every bit of. So, if you don't know where to go, you can go downtown, and this is the only time of the game you're able to go out past 11 o'clock. In this case, we have a good reason to do it. And look, it's dead at night, and nobody is on the streets, but there is still nightlife in Dobuita, so you have to come down to Dobuita and get a sense of, like, where can we go. Now, in normal circumstances, we could go to the Lapis Fortune Teller, but they're closed. Like, yeah, let us in, we need your skills right now.
Still not open?
Yeah, still not open, yeah, unfortunately. But okay, we can do a couple things. And we have to leave by 3, but the good news is that you will have enough time. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 things. Actually, 3 things, and then a 4th case. Going to Bob's Pizzeria, because, as we've seen this entire game, who's the person who's been, begging about Nozomi? It's like, yeah, treat her right, Ryo. It's Mario over at Bob's Pizzeria. He's gonna be instrumental, but not quite yet. But I'm gonna talk to him now. Mario.
Oh, yo, ciao. How's about the pizza?
We don't have time for that now. We gotta go to the harbor, and now.
Fast.
What's the matter?
Nozomi is... No, never mind.
So he doesn't want to tell her what's going on with Nozomi.
Nozomi, huh? But she's not here.
I see. See you later.
Okay, we will see him in a little bit, but alright, fine. He doesn't know where she is. But remember, the bars are in town. And if we go over to, Yokosuka, we might be able to get some help. Because usually thought like, yeah, take the bus down, but like, wait a second, what's gonna go on with that? In fact, let's take a look at our note. Okay, I gotta get down there by 3:30. Usually the bus fare, I don't think it usually runs past that because you're not designed to go and do that. But alright, fine, let's go in here and talk. Yeah, it's an emergency, guys. We need help. Saijo-san?
Excuse me.
Oh, hey, guys.
Terribly sorry. I'm tired from working the night shift, so I'd appreciate you keeping it down.
Hey, don't tell me what to do. We have an emergency here. Saijo-san, we need help now, please.
Can you lend me a motorcycle?
Hang on there. What? Calm down now.
How can I be calm now?
Yeah, good
A
question.
motorcycle, huh? If that's what you're looking for, your friend has one, right?
Now Yuki, that's it.
Okay, actually, that's not how I intended to do it. I was gonna talk to Akemi.
Now what is it?
It's bad, we gotta
Can you
go.
lend me a motorcycle, please?
Yo, you are sorely mistaken if you think I ride a motorcycle.
Oh, sorry.
Why don't you ask one of your friends?
Oh, great idea. Thanks.
Yeah, you also get the sense of the tension going on of Rio, because usually the idea is you're supposed to talk to her. It's just like, hey, the bus is not gonna work, so we need to go and, talk to, Naoyuki. I know where he lives, but before I do that, I am gonna go back to see Mario, and I'm gonna go one other place, and then we're gonna dart back to Sakuragaoka. Hopefully you know where he lives, but if you don't know where he lives, I believe they'll tell you. But, Mario, sorry to waste your time again, but we got a bit of a lead. I said, I'm just doing this because, honestly, I've actually never done it this way before. Mario, help. We need to go down to the...
Ciao, Ryo. What's the matter for you, huh?
Do you own a motorcycle?
Yeah, I was just asking about
Oh,
that.
you take Nozomi out. Very good.
The Mad Angels
Sorry,
could do that if I don't,
hurry.
get help, you know?
I'm sorry. I don't got a motorcycle.
Okay.
Thanks. Never mind.
Alright, so fine. We're gonna have to get going and find our own way. Well, fine. There's one other person you can talk to, because basically they'll say, like, hey, go and talk to them. And they say, go to talk to Ono-san. Ono-san might still be around. If he isn't, I'm just gonna dart for where we gotta go. Not that it matters, because as soon as we get that, time's gonna advance to, like, 3 o'clock anyway. Unless he's not here. Yeah, he darted, so, like, fine, he's gone. Okay, so, yeah, because you could talk to Ono-san as far as that ordering and say, hey, you know, maybe somebody has, and he says, like, yeah, go towards, Naoyuki or Ito-san. So, Ito-san, he lives in Sakuragaoka. We gotta make a run. But I also love hearing this, because honestly, I'll tell you, I've never quite gone this way before, saying, hey, I'm gonna go search some town, get a sense of how do we get our way down to the harbor in time, because, yeah, the bus won't make it in time. And I believe the bus stops operating at midnight anyway. So, what do you do? And then the case that he does sound, you know, tense as far as it's like, how can I be calm? And I guess it goes to the perspective of, well, what Nozomi's told us the whole game, saying like, hey, she loves us, and she's upset she's gonna be leaving. But also the case that Ryo does feel something, because he's saying like, no, I'm gonna go and save her. I'm not gonna let her, you know, be in trouble. But here's where Ito-san lives. And if you already know where he lives and say like, I know where to go, you go and ring the doorbell.
It's Ryo.
Then you'll get this cutscene.
Ah, Ryo-chan, just a moment.
Okay. Yeah, hurry. Here's our ride down. And it's like, yeah, we need to ask Ito-san if he'll let us borrow it.
Hey, Ryo. What's up?
Not
I need
much.
a favor. Oh, sure. Come on in.
Don't have time to come in.
Can't. I'm in a hurry.
Although he's much more calm with
your
that, with
motorcycle?
him.
My motorcycle. Sure.
Alright, so yeah,
Catch.
it's rare that, you know, cases would be, well, people let me like, borrow my expensive motorcycle, but fine. He knows, I guess that's the idea of maybe like the cultural difference, or maybe the case that, fine, they know Ryo because he's lived here for
I won't.
18
Later.
years. And they're saying, hey, we know you're going to be doing right by us. Alright, so this is how we're getting down there, and let's get ourselves going. I hope you remember the element of Hang On in the arcade, because this is kind of like a 3D update of it. You get the guitar riff, by the way, it is a non-vocalized version of Scarletto, which is a piece of music out of Ferrari F355 Challenge, which is an AM2 game that Yu Suzuki was involved in. It's basically an arcade simulation of driving a Ferrari, where actually the machine had 3 monitors to itself. I guess the windshield as far as looking out, but also 2 on the side for the mirrors. And in this case, basically you have to go and use the motorcycle, hold right trigger for acceleration, left trigger for acceleration, and steering on the analog stick or the D-pad. And you got down there in time before that round time ends, but if you fail, you can try again. It's too bad they don't have the vocals, because it's vocalized on the Ferrari 355 challenge game. And it's pretty amazing. It sounds like really a lot of hair metal band cases, although it's also the case where the lyrics are completely incomprehensible. But you hear the case of like, with an ecstasy. It's really, really cool. I'll put in the link list below when I edit the version of the song from that. But in this case, yeah, you gotta keep going. You gotta make sure you don't hit the sides. But also, if you hit the left trigger, you will kind of do a fishtail. So, yeah, we're gonna see how this goes, because honestly, I've not practiced this part of the game in quite a while. Actually, not since I did the practice on my lunch break when I was getting ready to do this. And I might not make it. Although, okay, this might be close. I might be able to pull this out. I just pulled it out when I did the practice off screen, because the idea is that, yeah, making those turns is actually a lot harder than you think it would be. Also, because, yeah, the bike is very twitchy. Especially if you use the analog stick, so try to use the D-pad and make sure you don't hit the sides. But when you're in the tunnel, you're almost there. This is gonna be close. Jeez, we just made it. Whew, that was close. Damn. Yeah, that's about as clutch as it was beforehand when I did the practice, but alright, here we go. So, day after New Year's Day of 1987, we're at the harbor. Oh, we made it. Alright. Yeah, look at Ryo definitely getting in with the inner badass himself, saying like, alright, fine, I'm gonna go save Nozomi. We're gonna take care of Mad Angels and this Chai guy once and for all. Because also remember last time, the idea is that we understood about the Long Jia. We found out what that was, and Master Chen actually kind of gave us a warning saying, you know what, you better back off of this, otherwise we don't know what's going to happen. I promise no harm will come to you if you do. We said, wait a second, hold on. And he basically saying, like, fine, I'm holding back information, and Ryo is rightly feeling betrayed, I guess, but also the case that, fine, maybe the case of the thing like, yeah, you know what, he thinks he's entitled to this. But even Guizhang was asking, like, wait a second, hold on. We're here. Now that we're down here, where the assholes who took Nozomi, we gotta get her.
What?
The king of the harbor don't like rats.
Oh, really?
Like a sewer rat, always sniffing around.
Alright, so yeah, of course it's an ambush and we gotta kick their asses as usual. Yeah. Yeah, they're not gonna, so kick their asses, yeah. So free battle time, boom. Use our moves and, boom, there you go. Nice hit with a double blow. Okay. It's not too bad as far as this part, but yeah, that's the case, like, yeah. Just make sure you don't get yourself surrounded. Yeah, it's gonna get harder as we go, no question. Because we are entering endgame, as is mentioned before. Whoa. Are you? Whoa, where do you think you're going? I'm trying to do my grabs, but like, fine. Sometimes it's better to kick him. Alright, so yeah, remember this when we ran into those schoolgirls. But yeah, they were not involved with Mad Angels. At least as far as the game goes, but this is where they are. So there's their insignia, and Nozomi should be here, but we got more guys to kill. Or knock out.
You made it, huh, boy?
Yeah, capitalized boy. Where's Nozomi?
What's your hurry? Have some fun with us.
Yeah, it's the second time they've questioned her sexuality. But it's like, yeah, that's not the point. Fine, Ryo is not paying attention to that. He's saying, I'm saving Nozomi. He cares about her probably for more of an element than that, honestly. Fine, in a way, he's so tunnel-driven about finding his father's killer, but also saying that, fine, Nozomi's really, in some ways, maybe the one who kind of keeps the focus on him, is, in a way, caring about him the most. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes they're good as far as, you know, the blocks of my throws. Because, like, yeah, the Mad Angels members would be just easy to knock down, but not necessarily. I was trying to use some of my newer moves, saying, hey, for dodging things. But yeah, as I showed last time, those dodges are not easy to do as far as, like, the dodging. Oh, there you go. Okay, never mind. I just had to say it, and I was able to, I think it was the Shadow Step, and hit him in the back. So I'm glad I pulled it off. It is not easy to pull it off at all. So the fact that I got that on camera is amazing. Whoa. There you go. Okay. So yeah, you said you wanted your fun with us, but like, yeah, fine. I had my fun, but Nozomi's more important. Where is she?
I got you now.
Oh.
Enough.
Oh. Well, somebody's saying, yeah, no more
Terry,
fighting.
Let me have some fun.
Yeah, this is Terry, by the way. He was voiced by Rob Crocker. His only other voice is Griad in DNA, Dark Native Apostle for the PlayStation 2. And he's talking to Pedro, who's one of his head leaders.
That's okay. I'm cool.
And that's Rob Belgrade, by the way, as Pedro, of course, the voice of Alucard in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And here is Nozomi.
Nozomi,
Right, come on. We'll go. I'm taking you home.
are you alright?
Okay?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's
Sorry
okay.
for what?
It's all my
He's
fault.
saying, yeah, you're right. It is all my fault. I guess, but...
It's all
And
your
Terry's
fault.
agreeing. But okay, not because I said, hey, you know, I'm going to put him in danger. Remember, the one member of the Mad Angels, he said, you know, we're going to go after family and friends. We're going to get him. That's what he meant.
Here, you messed up some of my boys pretty good.
And I do love the voice of Terry and also kind of the intensity he brings off, saying, like, yeah, let you go, schoolboy. That's a bad example for us all. It's like, yeah, he's not screwing around, but neither way.
You're the one trying to get information about the long jaw.
Yeah.
You're either real brave or you're real stupid.
Pay attention now, we play Shenmue 2 as
taking
well,
Nozomi
but we're
home.
taking Nozomi back.
Sure, you can.
And he's saying, like, wait, I can take her home?
But-
Just like that?
It's gonna cost you.
Cost you.
What?
I only have so much money in my
Deal
pockets.
is, you gotta beat up Jin's son. Make it so he can walk.
Okay. So yeah, Guizhong, he says like, yeah, I gotta paralyze
So you
him.
know him, huh?
Why him?
He's in my way.
Your way?
As long as Chin's around, we won't be able to gain total control of the Hong Kong route.
Which is what Master Chen was saying. Say that Long Jia deal is gonna put us in trouble.
Is it a deal?
And we're gonna say because we just
All right.
technically got stabbed in the back by him. We said like we're gonna do it, but
One more
I got
condition.
one more string on this one. And he's surprised I have the balls to say that, but
Oh, yeah?
yeah, getting Nozomi back isn't enough.
Ain't enough to get the girl back.
Not quite. He
take
says
me
like,
to
yeah, you take me to
Land
Land D because
This kid's got a death wish. He's got some screws loose.
no, he doesn't because
What do you say? I know
you're the one who guided him
Andy.
here. So yeah, Ryo does have his head about him.
Well, there's more to schoolboy than meets the eye.
And it's not just blind, you know,
take me to
revenge
Land
in this
D.
case
Get
either.
it to
He
deal.
did kind of think this through, and because of the contrast this game has, it really gives a perspective of that, and I really like it.
Out.
And also, how does Nozomi fit into that as far as being part of that contrast? He's like, all right, fine, I'll take you to Land D,
Street punk.
and he's like, yeah, you better follow my
Oscar
elements.
speaks, he means what he says.
Yeah, we'll hold you to that,
I'm
otherwise we'll
taking
kick
her
your
home.
ass, okay?
Fine.
Let's go.
Okay, Nozomi, let's go back. So we did save her, but Chai's not here. Fine, he's over there. So I guess Chai... Okay, the thought I think is that Chai gave Landy, or gave... fine. He's helping Landy. He wants to curry favor with him. but he basically found Nozomi and kidnapped her and brought her here. And saying, hey, you know, that'll get things going on, but thank you for saving me. Of course.
But I won't let this go.
And there's a lot of different ways to take that one. The thought, like, hey, you know, is he mad at her? I don't think he's mad at her. I think he's more mad at what they did to her and kind of making this personal, as is always the case. But we're taking the motorcycle ride home. Alright, so yeah, that was tense. But we're on our way back. With this beautiful scene and a beautiful piece of music to go along with it. That being Wish, which is performed by Yumiko Yamamoto. And it was written by Ryuji Iuchi. From what I understand, with this song was inspired by the works of Utada Hikaru, of course, who did the music for the Kingdom Hearts franchise, specifically First Love. I'll have links to both of these songs in the link list, that one of Hikaru's, and also this one, because this is an extended version. And it is beautiful seeing this idea as far as what it is, and the thought that it really does say, I think beautifully without words, outside of, you know, the music, of course, the bond that Nozomi and Ryo have. And when you really think about the idea of, like, a romance in games, this is a unique element of a romance, really, because it's not about, like, the traditional payoff you expect as far as this, or even the traditional idea, like, what are you doing for this, or even that this is a dating sim. It's not really. But the idea that the bond that Nozomi and Ryo have maybe goes so much deeper than what you might think, and she realized it, and as you're seeing them driving across the way through Yokosuka on the way back home, you see her just hanging on to him and saying, like, yeah, I'm holding on tight, and, like, I know he's gonna take care of me. And this shot there when she puts her head on his back. It's just lovely. You get the saxophone going, oh my god, it's beautiful. And also the mood it sets, my god. As I said, this is the shortened version, but there is an extended one. It's like 5 minutes. As I said, link list for the edit in a few days. That'll be the case. But yeah, we were out late, so it's almost 6 a.m. And remember, we still have work tomorrow. Alright, so we gotta save. Okay. So yeah, where do we go from here? Well, we're going to work, as I mentioned, but also we do have to find Guizhong, and we have to make it so he can't walk. Because, yeah, fine, he is the fighter when it comes to Master Chen's case. So, yeah, if he's out of the way, Terry will be able to take stuff as far as the Longja. At this point, I think Ryo's saying, you know what? Fuck Master Chen to a certain degree, but also a case of, fine, as I get an hour and a half of sleep. Which, that can't be good for us. But, alright, so we go to warehouse number 9 at 10 p.m. tomorrow. That's where we'll be able to find Guizhong, because he usually makes his rounds. Yeah, before our big battle, I guess maybe finding where Lan Di is, because we said, you know, to Terry, you brought him here, you can take me to him. Have I do this in a way, kind of, fine, we're stabbing somebody in the back this way, and remembering our father as well. Although at this point, as we mentioned, he's saying, alright, I'll back off when it comes to that Long Jia thing, but he's saying, yeah, you know what, is that a threat potentially of saying, you know, harm will come to you if you get involved in this? He's like, alright, we're determined. We're gonna do things that way we need to do it. Alright, so yeah, it's another rainy day. And we're taking the bus down. Okay, except we're clearly late for work. Because yeah, you're usually supposed to get there at 9 o'clock. It's over an hour. So So yeah, we're gonna have to explain this one to everybody. Although we've done great as far as our job, as far as, you know, making quota every day. Gemini 96 gave me a B+ perspective of, you know, getting the crates into the lines. And I think Crescendo 64 is happy as far as it when I showed him later what we did.
Hey, Ryo! Working hard at the harbor today, eh?
More than you know.
Yeah.
What's wrong? You seem kinda blue.
Uh-huh. I guess.
No, I'm alright.
Okay. Tell you what. You come on by later and let me treat you to lunch, okay?
Okay, he did say, hey Rio, how about a dog? And we said we have to take a rain check, and fine, I wasn't lying. That's foreshadowing, ladies and gentlemen, but alright, we gotta go in and say, sorry we're late, boss.
Young man, have a seat.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, again, sorry we're late.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to resign.
Okay, so
Am
we're
I
fired.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Is it because we're here late?
Why?
You see, there's been a mess of trouble since you started.
Right.
Now, I know it ain't all your fault, but, well,
And
when trouble starts affecting my company, that's a problem.
So basically, we brought
You
the
know
Mad
what I
Angels
mean.
around.
yes.
It wasn't our fault, but he
understand.
said, like, yeah, you're clearly the problem here. So, yeah, they're gonna
Thank
let me
you
go, and
for
it's
everything.
affecting his business. Although, fine, your business is booming, so in all honesty, there's that, but to be fair, we weren't gonna hold this job for a while anyway. Just as far as we said, we're just gonna do it as long as we need to. We did mention that, but yeah, unfortunately, we got sacked. Alright, so, I got fired. So, Tom said, yeah, you know, come and get lunch later. We'll do that. Alright, before we go do that, because we have to meet him at noon. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see, where's Mark? Because Mark should feasibly be around here. He said, check with everybody. He said, fine, Mark's probably on job, so we're not going to see him. So, okay, fine. I'll tell you what I do when I'm down. Particularly in this game. I go and buy capsule toys. And I go and play darts. And actually, I have to do that now. Because, just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the last time we're going to be able to freely explore in this game. Yeah, fine, you. I got fired. What do you know about what's going on over
Excuse
here?
me?
What is it? I really don't have the time now. I'm sorry, but can you ask me later?
Alright,
okay.
she's British. I didn't actually notice that. Alright, fine. We can't do much, so alright, we're going back to, our favorite hangout spot. So yeah, we got fired. We did save Nozomi as far as how it is, but fine, we're feeling blue. So let's go in here and let's talk to, some people. Let's talk to our favorite, worker here. Alright, hi.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it? Whoa! Hey there, good looking. Haven't I seen you on TV?
I mean, I don't know, does this show count as on TV?
Sorry,
Because you can
wrong
watch
guy.
it on TV, but yeah, I'm not the same guy. Now, I can buy something. You know what? I'm not gonna buy something because we gotta buy capsule toys. And then I'll play a round of darts. So let's get something from Sega, why not?
100 yen each.
Okay,
I
we
should
do have
buy
tons of money from our job, so we did come out ahead. But... Alright, so yeah, let's drown our sorrows and just add to our list of toys.
Great.
Oh, that is a rare one. That is actually the variants of the Sega CD 32X and Sega Genesis that I have. That is actually Megdra Brother.
Maybe I should get another.
I think we're ending on having a new one.
Changed my
Changed my mind. All right, let's also take a look then at our collection. Where is it? So look at all those toys we got. We got some good stuff in here. So here's Megdra Brother. Look at that. Which actually, I didn't know that. It has a copy of Alien Soldier on the top. And a Sonic & Knuckles cartridge. And the Mega CD and the 32X. I actually did not notice that it had those details. Fitting, because actually I was playing Alien Soldier today because I was taking a look. It was Switch Online Day once again because Sega decided to release some new games for the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack side. They brought out Streets of Rage, the original, thank God. And this is the game we're going to be seeing in a little bit, by the way, as far as Daytona USA. They brought that out, along with eSWAT City Under Siege, and of course, probably one of the worst games on the Sega Genesis, that being Super Thunderblade. I've shown that shit before on this show. I'll have a link to the show I showed it in, which was actually over about 5 years ago, approaching now. But, yeah, they had that. Fine, Streets of Rage is the star. It's wonderful. If you have not played Streets of Rage and you have the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack, go play it now. It's so good. But now, this kids will play some dark shit. Not good. But yeah, so I am in a little bit of a Sega mood, and actually realized as far as with Alien Soldiers, like, yeah. Yeah, it's there, but not good. Yeah, we gotta focus. There we go, bullseye.
Alright.
Fantastic. Alright, so yeah, maybe our luck is turning around. Yeah, it might be too low.
So close.
Alright, 15, not bad. We'll see if I get the next round.
Last
Yeah,
one.
this is the last dart. Yeah, not good. Hello, everyone. I'm good at the bullseye. Yes, you are, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight, and I did not make the element to it, so yeah, no more darts. Fine, I'll play once more.
Play some more.
Good to see you tonight for the finale of Shenmue. We saved Nozomi from Chai after she was kidnapped. We took our motorcycle down, or actually, fine, we borrowed a motorcycle to come down to the harbor. We got her back. She's set. We told Terry that, hey, we're going to go and, you know, we want her back, but if we take her back, yeah, we have to go and beat up Guizhong, because, yeah, Terry of the Mad Angels is connected with the Longjaw deal.
I'm getting
At least I'm on the side here, so that's a little better. Yeah, we have to make him so he can't walk, which Ryo's willing to do, sort of, because after what happened last time with Master Chen saying that, don't pursue this Longjaw business any further, and I promise no harm will come to you.
Hey,
as if he's as if he's potentially threatening us. So fine, we're upset about that. We also just lost our job, so at that point, yeah, things are not. And it's a rainy day on the day after New Year's Day of 1987. So yeah, Ryo's feasibly not in a good mood, but I love Shenmue, so Dolly Finn saying I do too. There we go. We got the next case of this, but actually we need to go see Tom. So actually, you know what?
I'm getting it.
Yeah, so actually, I think they're gonna take us over about 12:30. Yeah, so.
I want a free game.
Okay, fine. I'll just keep going. Like, enjoy our last moments of freedom, because actually, we are not gonna be doing free exploration any further for the rest of the night. So yeah, with this, feel free, Dolphin, to go into more memories and thoughts also on Shenmue, and any final thoughts you want to go into, because
I'm getting it.
Yeah, we're getting it. Yeah, we were at Endgame. To the point where actually we're not going to have a very long show if I don't add something else, so I have something else added. Alright.
No good.
Yeah, not good. This is the last dart. Oh, no, it's not. Oh.
No
yeah,
good.
not good.
This is the last dart.
Alright, this is the last dart. Alright, fine. We're going to run out of time anyway.
No good.
So, I want to at least get that set. So, alright, fine. Yeah, we're not getting to the next game. That's fine.
Should I play more?
No, we can't play more. Sorry, Rio. We have a lunch date.
Look at the time.
Yeah, we have to go see Tom. He promised to give us a free lunch. And also the reason we were fired, it's worth pointing out, is because, fine, since we were looking for the Mad Angels, they caused trouble, but not all our fault. The boss admitted that, besides cutting into business. So, yeah, you gotta go. Alright, but here's Tom again. He's dancing up to Hip to Hop, which is his theme song for this game. And no Sonny, by the way. Actually, okay, fine. That's the idea. We're just to go inside and dart our problems away. Hi, Tom.
It's cold. I'll get you some coffee, okay?
I don't feel like coffee today.
Yeah.
Hey, Rio, look.
What do you got? Ooh! A move?
Tom, what was that leg move?
Yeah, what we got here?
Friend taught me this. It's a tornado kick.
Okay.
You want me to teach you?
You know it, my buddy. Let's go.
Yeah, teach me.
Okay.
Okay, it's your lucky day. First, the music.
Yeah, Tom doesn't understand that the music sets the tone for anything here. And actually, he's the only character in the game where actually selects something on his jukebox, although it always is hip to hop. Alright, so steps, what do we got?
Step forward, step again, then kick. Okay.
Okay.
Very
So
simple.
step forward twice, hit the A button, which is our leg move
Try
button.
the steps.
Alright, let's do it.
You take 2 steps toward me.
Alrighty.
Okay.
You got it. Fuck yeah, let's go. There we go.
Unbelievable, man.
And if you do it first time, he'll say that
Someone
unbelievable
could
man
master
line.
that kick so quickly, but
If you
that's
just move
like
forward, he will
Mario.
not say it. But if you do forward, and hit the A button, you got it.
No.
But we're not quite
This
done yet,
is
are
how
we?
it's done, okay? 2 steps forward, then. First kick and
Holy shit, wow.
this
So yeah,
is the
Tom
real
has some
tornado
martial arts
kick.
skills. Alright, that is the tornado kick for
Now,
reals.
Rio, you try it, okay?
Let's do it. So basically what he's telling you is to hit the A button twice then. So forward, and then AA. I love the remnants of the bottle on the grounds.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Alright,
You got
awesome.
the rhythm now.
Thanks, Tom.
That tornado kick is very powerful, okay?
Yeah, it's gonna come in
This
handy
kick is
soon when we're
perfect for
crippling
you're surrounded
Wujong,
by
as it turns
multiple
out.
opponents. Do you want to practice longer?
You bet.
Yeah, teach me.
Okay.
Alright, so keep
Let's
practicing.
keep at it.
Alright. Also, yeah, the broken ball on the ground is reminding me of the, as I mentioned, the Switch Online update from yesterday of stuff from Sega Genesis, which, fine, we got the shitty game, which is Super Thunderblade. Got the pretty decent game of eSWAT, and we got Streets of Rage, which is amazing, which we played on the show. I will have the link to the show we did for Streets of Rage original.
Okay. That should about do it.
So, yeah, I'm definitely a
You
good case
want to
that way. So, yeah,
continue?
keep going. It's not going to do it. Tom, we got to
teach
soak this in.
Okay. Let's
Alright.
keep at it.
Because remember, each time we do this, we get that great VMU beep, number one. But also... Oh, no. That's not right. That is. Well, fine, that's part of it. But we also get more finny for the
Only
move.
take steps at first. Rio, you're taking 3 steps, okay? Okay.
Actually, I never heard him say that.
That should about do it. You want to continue?
Yeah, we'll do a little more, because, yeah,
teach
we're
me.
kind of getting a little flustered here. Even though we've been doing it for a
Let's
while.
keep at it.
There we go. And they will tell you sometimes when you're doing it wrong. It's just in a lot of cases, I've not done it wrong.
Don't take steps when. No need to take steps, okay? Okay.
All right.
That should about do it. You want to continue?
Yeah, that's gonna do it
No,
then for
that's
real,
okay.
because we can't continue. Okay.
Okay. You mastered the leg move great.
Yeah, thank you, because you're a great
good
teacher.
Tom.
And
Thanks.
you got some skills, my friend. Goes the idea like, hey, how close they are, no question, but... What's up? It's rare he's at a loss for a word.
I
Something
got
what's going
something
on.
I
Huh?
need to tell you, Rio.
What is it?
Tell me what?
Tomorrow, I go back to America.
Okay, so,
What? All of a
Tom's
sudden?
leaving.
Not suddenly. I've been planning to for a while.
And him and, Honey, I believe,
Tom.
is going... Honey, I believe, is going with him, if I remember correctly.
Rio, why are you going on your trip?
Yeah, because we're going to Hong Kong. He knows that.
I...
But... Well, do you want to tell him?
I bet it has something to do with your father.
He knows. He absolutely knows us too well. He's right.
Yeah.
I thought so. Me? I'm going back to my home. And you'll be leaving soon too.
And Nozomi, she's going back to
Nobody
Canada as
can
well. And yeah,
stop
nobody
you.
can stop us. He knows that.
Tom.
Even though we part ways, you'll still be one of my best friends.
And I love this part
You're
for
mine,
sure.
too.
And of course, you have the handshake there. It's like, yeah, boom, boom. Up top, there you go. Yeah, the idea of the bond of Tom and Ryo. But here's the last day of Tom's hot dog, so we're gonna have a Tom's hot dog, no question.
Yeah, I'll have one.
But the idea, it kind of took me by surprise when I first saw that, because I said, everybody's going, I mean, ourselves included, or trying to anyway. But he's saying, yeah, I'm going back to America, and the idea of just how much of a impact we left on him, but also that he left on us. Because the thought was like, hey, you know, he's always happy-go-lucky as far as that, but then it was like, you know what, he's smart enough to know what's going on.
My friend.
And we see a plane, that's gonna be him tomorrow. Yeah, because he seems like he's happy-go-lucky, but the case that he paid attention, you could tell that with some of the dialogue there, saying, like, hey, he understood the idea, like, how the Yakuza was going with Nagai Industries, but saying, like, hey, Nagai was a good guy as far as what he was doing, understand, like, the danger of the Mad Angels, knowing that, hey, he's gonna help us as far as what's going on, because at first he didn't want to talk about, you know, Lan Di. He said, I never saw such a cold stare, and then he heard, like, it had something to do with his father, and he didn't necessarily say, don't go after them, but he also was maybe very quietly kind of nervous, saying, I don't want one of my best friends to be hurt or worse, potentially. But yeah, we do have a job to do.
I'm here.
Which is we got to come over here and got to beat up Guizhang.
This way. Follow me.
Okay. I mean, we do learn a new move from Tom that can help us as far as our fight. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a case of, fine, as Billy Joel always said, life is always a series of hellos and goodbyes.
Is Guizhang coming here?
And we definitely got a lot of those going on right now.
He passes through here on his way home from work. Here he comes.
Okay, so here's Guizhang. A nice fog effect, which is actually removed from the HD version. Another reason why I'd say get on the Dreamcast if you can get it that way. Which I'll talk about when I get into my final thoughts later.
Why are you here?
We're here to fight, that's why.
I want to fight you.
What?
And he was like, what are you talking about? Why you want to fight?
Ready?
What?
Okay, fine, you know, I can't talk sense into him, so let's fight. Okay, so free battle time, we gotta kick his ass. No, but of course, Guizhang is not gonna go down without a fight. And he's blocking all my shots. It's all... Yeah, even my tornado kick he's, missing on. Right, yeah, got him.
Guizhang, pretend to lose.
Say
And he's
what?
like, huh?
Terry will take me to Lan Di.
You trust a punk like Terry?
Alright, so fine. Now he's mad because I think, why are you trusting that asshole? Which is like, fine, but we're doing it anyway. We don't care. I mean, I don't... Actually, fine, I'll spoil this. He never tells him, like, hey, you know, I'm doing this because your father told me to back off. Although, even Guizhang was saying, like, wait a second to him. He's like, why are you doing that? He said, like, why are you, you know... When he said, like, no harm to come, he's like, what are you talking about? Alright, so yeah, he's getting a little rusty there. Alright, so he blocked the second part of the tornado kick. Whoa.
What? By a kick like that?
You also do have some scripted moves there, so it's like, wait a second, it goes into a cutscene. Yeah, you call that a kick? So yeah, we're definitely kind of rivals at this point, for sure. And I think this was a year before Sonic Adventure 2 came out, so yeah, before, like, the, Sonic and Shadow, the Hedgehog perspective. Oh, he got me with that nice combo.
So you're serious?
You aren't?
Yeah, he kind of was saying, like, you know what, I wasn't serious, I was just gonna try and make it so you pretend to lose. But at this point, it's like, yeah, fine, we gotta go all out. Alright, but we're too easily matched, clearly.
Well, come on.
At this point, it's cutscene time. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, we knocked each other out. Alright.
You know, you're not too bad.
Nor you.
Did not.
It's my lucky day.
Yeah, you have to pay attention to that, because if you miss that, Guizhang is killed, and you have to redo this again. But, we got him.
Just as I suspected.
Yeah, of course, we were taken as for a fool, so, like, fine.
Let's settle our dispute later.
We're gonna kick his ass. Fine, Ryo probably shouldn't have trusted him, but he said, fine, he may as well. But he realizes now that
That's low, Terry.
Guizhang is gonna, you know, help us.
You like me that much? Let me invite you to hell.
Alright. Now starts the longest fight of the game, the 70-man brawl. So we're gonna be running through the harbor, and we're gonna be kicking the asses of 70 of the Mad Angels members in a row. But Guizhang's gonna help us.
Is Trouble your middle name?
Save your complaints for later.
I don't think Ryo has a middle name either.
Watch yourself.
You too.
Okay, so let's get ourselves going. And they will go down with increasing difficulty as we go. To start, you can pretty much punch or kick them once and you're good. And also, this is a continuous beat-em-up case. I find the Streets of Rage thing kind of goes a little bit. But in this case, yeah, they take the invisible walls that usually are around for the free battle stuff in this. And basically going along the way, although you do have to wait until you kill everybody in order to go on further. Yeah.
Stay focused.
Yeah, we are staying focused. We're trying to. And also, this game does have slowdown here, a lot of it, compared to the HD version, which does fix it. But also because of how much. Oh, he has like a barrel. So, yeah, like Streets of Rage, you gotta be careful.
You're pretty good.
And also, as we go, you're also. Oh, that was nice. I was able to do that shadow step to get behind him, but. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Also, yeah, Terry's blocking the shot, but either way, I did kick his ass, clearly. Yeah, the one thing is missing compared to something like Streets of Rage is missing the, like, the go thing when you kill all the enemies. But either way. Oh yeah, no question we do. Let's also run our new move. Yeah, Tom, thank you for that tornado kick. It is pretty useful. Although you are at the end of the game, so you're not gonna get tons of use out of it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in this case, they're gonna start blocking, so that's where things get a little weird. And if you do get in a case of starting to lose health, sit back, because remember, your health will recover. Alright.
All power, no focus.
Yeah, he's right. And I don't think there's an element going on with Guizhang getting knocked out for this. I say, yeah, there's the double blow. You do have charge up on that, so that makes it a little harder to handle.
All tuckered out, are we?
Watch yourself.
But also the idea, like, yeah, even Ryo's kind of getting the action, so like, yeah, oh, we got it all tuckered out. So he's starting to kind of get into the idea of like, hey, you know, I'm gonna taunt these guys, and I guess Guizhang. But oh crap! There you go. Yeah, I gotta be careful, because otherwise I'm gonna be in trouble. Yeah, and I can't use the weapon, so I gotta be careful of that too, or hang out. Whoa!
Watch out!
Uh-oh, I might not live through this. Yeah, I'm gonna run. And also, I don't think you have a stamina bar, at least I don't think you do. Holding left trigger, by the way, is running. I know it's late to mention this.
You're still green, eh?
Yeah, my bar is green because of me running around. Yeah, he's taking a lot of punishment, so fine. You know what? We're running. Yeah, Guizhang, can you hold him for a second while I run my laps? Like, oh shit, but yeah, okay, I did run out of juice. And he will still hold on to that plank until I get rid of him. Whoa. But also, good news to remember is that, yeah, when you're running, you also have the kick moves. You hold left trigger and hit A button. Oh no! Oh no! Uh-oh.
That's the Hazuki style?
Running? Yeah, it's not...
Hey, you okay?
Shut up!
Yeah, Guizhang can handle him. Yeah, I don't want to die here. That's the other thing. So yeah, take advantage of the fact that your health recovers. Also fine. Guizhang, yeah, you got him, right? Yeah, he just jumped into my arms. So yeah, fine. Let me grab you and knock you down.
Let's get it on.
I'm clearly a fan of Marvin Gaye out here. Alright, let's get going. Whoa! Yeah, do you know the meaning of being sanctified? Or being, being beaten up? There you go. Oh, there we go. That's the other thing. Yeah, you hit Y and the A button as you do the run. You do that slide down. So it's kind of you faking them out, which I do love that. Whoa. Oh, yeah, my health is in good shape now. Yeah, we know we're gonna get in trouble when Pedro comes out. Yeah, where do you think you're going? Yeah, don't... Yeah, I was going after him because, like, yeah, I don't want him to throw that at us. There we go. Alright, here comes Pedro. Oh, no.
I'll kill you!
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, it is Pedro. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm getting that sense. Yeah, I think he's also the same voice as the guy who's fine, it's Rob Belgrade, who's the voice of Alucard in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, as I always mention. And he's in the next game as well. He's cool, so we'll see him in that one when we get to it. Though, at this juncture, I don't know when we're getting to Shenmue 2. Whoa. Except, yeah, he has the moves of Jeffrey, his last name is Jeffrey from Virtua Fighter. Jeffrey... Not Bryant's. Jeffrey... McWild. I just had to remember, like, wait a second, so that saves me an edit. Yeah, but, he is the last one, and Pedro is definitely the hardest. Whoa. Just keep out of his way. That's what you want to do. And know he'll do the charges. Yeah, fine. If you've ever played Virtua Fighter and you know Jeffrey's moves, you'll be able to understand those reads a lot easier. Yeah, there you go. Oh, there you go. So, yeah. Fine, I didn't hit him into the box. The box just broke as I walked right into him. I got him. All defeated, congrats. It says on the VMU. I'll have a picture of that, by the way. Or I'll find a picture of it and put it in. But alright, fine. We did it. Terry, you're the last one left.
Hazuki, stand back. This one is mine.
Okay.
Just who the hell you think you're dealing with? Yeah.
Also, QTE here, tell him, like, yeah, you know what, that pipe? I'll take that.
I'll take this. Gotta learn to fight fair.
So, yeah, it's gonna be, Marquis of Queensberry rules, so yeah. Let your fists, do the talking. Your fists and feet, go ahead. Alright, and clearly, yeah, Terry's having none of this, except, yeah, he is fighting dirty, because, like, fine, I'm gonna toss sand in his eye. Alright. Alright, you did say, Terry Vukoska means what he says. Alright, fine. Talk. Where the hell is Landy?
Now, where is
we sort of beat up Guizhang on your element, so, we are deserving this.
That creepy skinhead, he took him out to the ship.
Chai?
Too bad. You want him that bad. You better start swimming.
Shit, we're too late. Here's, yeah, one more fuck you for the road. That's for Nozomi, that's for Guizhong, that's for stiffing us on Landi, that's for everything. But we made it through.
After all that,
We still didn't get him.
Landi.
Alright, so Landi slipped through our fingers, unfortunately.
Going after him? Well, I just can't give up.
Yeah. That's the idea. He said, I'm not gonna, you know,
can
give
I?
up on finding Landi, but we can't get anywhere. Because remember...
I'll talk to my father.
Yeah. Match Jen said, I'm not helping you get to Hong
ask my
Kong,
father
but
to help you out.
Guizhong is saying, you know what, I can convince him. I think.
Really?
Why?
Contact me later, okay?
Guizhong,
What?
Thank you.
thank you.
Nah. That's my line.
Maybe it's for both of our lines, perhaps. Because remember, he did say earlier on when we played this, saying, you know, when Ryo asked if it was you and your father was murdered, would you chase after his killer? And he said, yeah, I would. But we did send Terry packing as well as all the Mad Angels. So clearly we did good work, but yeah, we clearly are out all night, and we'll have to talk to Ini-san, I guess, about this. But, well, let's see what's going on next. Alright, we're not gonna get much sleep, because again, it's almost 6 a.m. So yeah, at the end of the game, Ryo is getting used to, very short sleeps. Alright. Okay, so Tom's going home today. We defeated Terry, but Landi's gone to Hong Kong. He was taken out of the ship by Chai. So we're too late, but apparently we could get an element to be able to get to Hong Kong to find him. If Guizhong is strong in his word. It looks like he was.
Hiro-san! Here, it's for you.
What's this?
From Ine-san, and it's not much, but from me.
Yeah, some money. Yeah, because we're pointing out one thing. There is another scene we didn't see. I will have it linked below.
And come back in one piece.
It does explain that Guizhong was able to convince his father to get us a ticket to Hong Kong, so we are leaving home. Also, when we went down to the basement to find the Phoenix Mirror, there's a picture of Iwao with someone who we don't know. If we don't find that, there's another cutscene that shows Fukusan saying, I found this in the basement, I want you to have it. But since we didn't, we go straight to the scene, and we're able to convince Ine-san to let us go to Hong Kong. In fact, there she is right over there. Because initially she said, you know, I'm not going to let him go. But she's saying, you know, I'm going to turn to the power of prayer. She said, I don't want to feel like I let your father down. But maybe she didn't. And also the other thing of her recognizing that, fine, we made two snap decisions, really, this part, which is, we went out and saved Nozomi, when maybe other people would say, we'll call the police, and you see his hand shaking for a lot of different reasons, saying like, hey, the idea that I'm leaving home, it's a bittersweet moment for him, but also in case I'm gonna go and find Landi. I had so many people help me get to this point. And as I mentioned, we made the snap decision saying, hey, we're gonna try and stick it to Guizhong, but then we said, you know what, we realized when we were screwed over and said, alright, we're gonna put that to the side, we fucked up in our way, but we're going to do the right thing, and now at this point, it's going to get us to the next leg of our journey. And we have one more walk through Dobuita with the green backpack. Think about all the memories we've had playing this game over the past couple of months. It feels like it's been more than 5 months, even though it's only been that much. All the people we have there. All of our friends and family over by the Ida Florist. Of course, the produce shop, they helped us out a lot. He's going to go and sing karaoke as far as Aoi-san. Tomato Convenience Mart, of course. We had some great memories over there. Trying to buy, we bought tuna for the kitty. The kitty is now with Nozomi, of course. Or no, not with Nozomi, with Megumi, I should say. Trying to get prizes on the lottery, which we did get a couple. Not the boombox, it's insanely hard to get that, but we did try. Had a lot of great times at the U Arcade, of course, playing Space Harrier and Hang On and darts. And also Excite QTE 2 and QT Title. And they did it, yeah, we're making our walk. We're sort of not looking back, but fine, we're looking back as far as an audience. Which I think is a great framing going on here as far as that. Saying, yeah, he's walking towards his next destination. Okay, we are looking back a little bit. But yeah, we're going to be going on. We take the bus for one final time. That being said, we're also going to get the why as far as, well, fine. The why of why we're going to Hong Kong, of being able to actually do it. And also the how, because, yeah, what did Guizhang say in order to make it so that we could get our way out? We're going to find out right now.
Your foolishness knows no bounds, eh?
I mean, I guess so. There's Master Chen and Guizhang.
Thank you
again.
for arranging my trip to Hong Kong.
Thanks to you, the long jaw was thwarted.
Yeah, that's the reason why. Because we were able to thwart the long jaw. He said, "Don't get involved."
Thank you.
We did get involved. We did thwart it. We helped them out. He said, "Like, all right, fine, I'll help you." But
so
Guizhang has a decision to make. He's coming with us because you're too damn reckless.
I cannot allow you to go alone.
Okay.
Besides, we also need to know what Lan Di is doing.
Yeah, that's a good point. So fine, Guizhang is going to be his eyes and ears. Alright. Come here, you. Let's go.
The swallow style should be useful on your journey.
Yeah, that is, by the way, the martial arts style that Guizhang uses.
A style from the Hebei province in use since the Song dynasty. I will teach you its most sacred move, the swallow flip.
Yep, one more move, and this is not an easy one to do, it's worth pointing out.
Yes.
I struggled on this a long time playing this game, believe it or not.
First, I will explain the basic form.
Yeah, you're gonna want to listen to this form, trust me on this one. So what do?
You take one step backwards to parry the opponent's attack.
Okay.
Then focus power in your arms to throw your opponent off balance. Immediately hit their legs out and flip. In actual combat, you'd strike here.
Yeah, in the neck.
The throw alone won't incapacitate your opponent.
Yeah, but that hit to the neck probably will do tons of damage.
First, try to execute the proper form.
Alright.
Shift your weight while taking one step back.
Okay, so for this, basically start by hitting back.
So
That's easy to do to start. Remember, he said a couple other things. He said you have to use your arms to throw your opponent off balance, and then you need to kick.
Then, give it a try.
Basically hit back and X.
Yes, that is correct. Kick your opponent's legs out and flip. Well then, give it a try.
In this case, you have to you don't hit X and A together, you have to hit X and then A. So back X, then A. So I didn't do, I did do it right.
That's the proper form.
So basically have a little bit of a pause and hit the A button.
But to truly master the swallow flip, you must be able to anticipate your opponent's attack.
And you can only pull it off in battle against a lot of opponents.
Practice is required to master the attack quickly.
Right.
You must attack him in earnest.
Alright, so don't hold back. Because you gotta wait till he comes towards us and hit back and X and then A. Like that. Yeah, no, fist to the face, but of course I'm not actually hitting the face. So yeah, first try, that was not the case when I played this game and got to this point when I first played it in late 2000, early 2001. It is actually really hard to do that.
You have more ability than I thought.
Yeah. And that is every move in the game learned, by the way.
Instructor.
This technique
And flattery will get us everywhere as far as this.
Can anticipate your opponent's attack.
That being said, I've never pulled this move off ever in combat. Either in this game or in the second game.
To master the timing of the attack.
Yes, I think we need it. As we're soaking this game in, we're doing it the hallway. So, Guizhang, come here.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're too slow.
Power in your arms. You had no power in your legs. Well, do you wish to continue?
Yeah, we'll keep going. If nothing else, it's showing what happens if you're not completely in line with this.
Yes.
It is about a read on the opponent, and it's something that is not easy to do, but it shows, actually, that this game has a lot of depth that maybe you would think it might not have.
It seems you've learned the attack.
Pretty decently, yes. I guess.
This technique works best when you can anticipate your opponent's attack. Do you wish to practice further to master the timing of the attack?
I think I need it a little more. I'll keep doing until they tell us stop.
Yes, please.
As usual, it's about 3 times.
Guizhang.
Right, Guizhang, come on. And he'll take it as far as, you know, being tripped into the ground. Even though it does look like it's hurting him badly, because I'm basically knocking his back into the pavement.
It seems you've learned the attack.
Yeah, I think so.
This technique works best when you can anticipate your opponent's attack.
Okay.
Do you wish to practice further to master the timing of the attack?
I think that's the last time as far as it, so yeah, we can
manage
this. Using in battle is another question.
Very well. Then there is nothing more that I can do.
Okay. We've done so
I am
much
in your
though.
debt.
But he said, but if nothing else, Ryo is always gracious. He says like, yeah, you know what? If anybody's gonna help me, I'm absolutely gonna be handling this, and I'll definitely be thanking them. Very gracious. All right, so that's a swallow foot, but it technically is a hand move, but also kind of a leg move. But it's also kind of a like a dodging move. So, yeah.
Look out! Guizhang, behind you!
But Shy, he's back. He's not going quietly into the night, huh?
You're not going to Hong Kong.
Oh, we've heard that before.
I will defeat you.
You think so? Alright, fine. You embarrassed us at the arcade until I did it off screen. And unlike the arcade fights, you do have an opportunity to do this fight again if you fail it. And fitting because this is the last boss of the game. Same deal as before, except it's not nearly as enclosed of an area. Just keep hitting him and try hitting him low. If you have the mud spiders mentioned, that is back, forward, and X and A, you'll want to use it. Yeah, he's clearly letting it all hang out, no question as far as this. This might take me some time to do. Because of how fast he is, it's also something that my running technique might not help me out. But fine, he's like, yeah,
get back here, you fool. Take your beating for Landi-sama.
It's like, yeah, no, I was like, yeah, it's basically like a twisted version of, I guess, of Gollum from Lord of the Rings, although I don't know if that's what they intended. And fine, as far as the movie depiction of that character, fine, that was a couple years off. Actually, no, it was about a year off, sort of, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, Zephyrs Riverside said when we did this in the arcade a couple months ago, yeah, basically paying attention to, like, where is the opening, and also taking advantage of the fact of his small size, except, yeah, getting my ass knocked. So, yeah, we're gonna have to do that again. That being said, you have infinite tries through this.
Look out!
Because it wouldn't be much of a game if, like, yeah, we died there. Oh, that would definitely be something really awful if, like, hey, we get a game over and all of our plans get ruined because of this. That also does remind me, I will have in the link list as well below, the cutscene showing what happens if you advance time to April 15th, 1987, which is when you get a game over. That is the case where the game will end if you don't get to this point. Although I don't think if you're... Fine, I guess if the game is going on, or you've gotten to this point, I guess, on, like, the 14th, and you wind it up, you can avoid it, I think. Because at that point, you're not running the free case anymore, as far as, like, the free movement around the environment and all that stuff. I think you can mitigate that, but I will show what happens. So basically, Landy comes back and kills you. And Shenmue 2 also has a couple elements like that, which actually, I think it has, like, I think 3 of those. But I'll indicate those when we get to Shenmue 2, but I don't know when it's going to be. I will say when we get to Shenmue 2, I'm interested also when I get to final thoughts on this one. We're going to use the original Xbox version. It is ported decently enough in the HD version, better than Shenmue 1, I'll say that for sure. But there's things that are exclusive to that Xbox edition, including some connective tissue with this one that I'm going to show off, and it also does have the Sega Saturn footage, or the beta footage, or the prototype footage of Shenmue on Sega Saturn when they're developing it for that, which the HD version does not have. Yeah. We're also going to run on the original Xbox because if you run on an Xbox 360, there's a lot of problems when it comes to how that software emulation ran it, to the point where there are a lot of bugs and glitches that it introduces, including the fact that one of the arcade games, if you try and play it, the game crashes, and you can never play it. Also, he did help Landy out to the ship. So, like, yeah, you gotta pay for that. Like, yeah, where is he? You said he went to Hong Kong. Fine, we know he's going to Hong Kong. At least that's the thought. Basically just that mud spot. I think that's the name of the attack. Because, yeah, it hits him low to the ground. That's what you want to do. You basically want to hit him with stuff that's low to the ground if you have it. And also make sure he doesn't block it. And also, to point out, don't bother trying your new move on him, because I don't know if you can do it or if, like, it's impossible to do it. I've just never done it as far as that swallow thing. He's so low, it's gonna be rare you're gonna have him, you know, hitting you at the angle you need to in order to make that happen. Yeah, he's doing a good job of blocking that. Whoa. There you go. You just have to pay attention to, like, when he's gonna attack, and yeah, when you have an opening, use that to get the counterattack off. It is only easier than the fight at the arcade for the sole purpose of, yeah, you can try this battle again if you fail. Yeah, he does take tons of damage as far as, you know, the amount you have to put onto him. And you maybe try Tom's move. Okay, there you go. Honestly, the second kick goes a bit lower as far as that, so actually might not be a bad idea. Whoa. Yeah, but yeah, he really takes a lot of punishment. I got him. I think. You hear that? Blah, you got him. Okay, we got him, thank God. We're done.
What are you doing?
Yeah, where the hell is Landy? Start talking. You kidnapped Nozomi as well. I had to kill you for that. So he is going to Hong Kong. All right, awesome.
So, Lan Di's already left for Hong Kong.
Yeah, he has. So there he is. There is Lan Di. We've been looking for him the whole game. There he is with the scar. There he is on the motorboats with one of his henchmen. So yeah, we were too late. Alright, but yeah, that means that we're going to be able to follow him as well. So our next destination for Shenmue 2, it's not going to be in this game, is Hong Kong. Bachai has a few more tricks up his sleeve. You have a QTE. If you miss any of these, you have to do this QTE again. Thankfully, I didn't. Just focus and there he goes. He's going in the water. We got him. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a fake out at the end of it. If you're playing the HD version, it's totally ruined because of the fact that the 4x3, all the cutscenes, while the 16:9, the game when you're actually playing.
It's my fault.
But yeah, Guizhong is hurt and
this injury will heal soon.
Alright, he's telling us go on without him. Alright.
Guizhong.
Don't worry about my son.
We need to worry. He was going to help us, and he was going to be, you know, helping us out for that. Like, fine, we need to give you information. I guess we'll get back to that. But alright, fine. Zhu Yanda, I was like, yeah, we were looking for him. Nobody knows where he is. We don't know where he is, but here's a letter of somebody who we know we can trust.
Tao Li Shou.
Yeah,
one
Tao
of
Li
Hong
Shou.
Kong's elder masters. The address is in there.
Okay. Alright, yeah, sorry, Guizhong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all your help. And, yeah. You saving my life again that way is not gonna be something that I'm gonna forget. But alright, yeah, Asia Travel Company screwed us over when it came to us going by boat, but, Chen Travel Company, as it turns out, is actually gonna be helping out very much. Okay. So yeah, one last look on Yokosuka. But before we leave, we got one more thing. There's one thing that happened off screen that they don't reveal until now. And actually, I didn't realize how much this part slows down on this console.
Nozomi.
Oh, Ryo.
Yeah, we ran into Ryo. I mean, no, we ran into Nozomi at the shrine.
Just spooked. You know, it's kind of funny.
How so?
Funny?
See, I was just making a wish for you.
Okay.
And you suddenly appeared.
There you go. Well, we're there for you, for sure.
You are going to Hong Kong, aren't you?
Yeah, we are.
How did you know?
I finally made Fukusan tell me.
Yeah, and Fukusan is a very bad liar.
Lately.
Yeah, so she came to the realization that we're going to Hong Kong.
Is that so?
We told her a little bit about it, but she didn't know we actually were doing it.
I won't stop here.
But she says, like, you know what? I know you and love you enough to say, like, yeah, I'm not stopping you from going, but here's an amulet. Please take this.
I'm hoping it will keep you safe. At least that's what I've been wishing and willing it to do.
Okay. So even to the end, she's got her best interests at heart.
I'm so glad I was able to give it to you.
I'm glad you're able to give it to us as well.
I've been so busy lately.
Right. Because she's going back to Canada, as we found out.
Oh yeah, you're leaving for Canada.
To talk about a lot of people going their separate ways. The fact that we're going to Hong Kong, Nozomi's going to Canada, Tom and Honey went to America, New York City in particular.
Yeah.
And Wujong is still in town.
Okay.
And Fukusan and Ine-san, they'll always be up the road.
We're both leaving Japan.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we had more time.
I know what you're saying. And it also kind of goes to something I know Alec first mentioned when we played Kingdom Hearts, which was almost that sense of sadness that there's not going to be any more of that game when we played it. And same also with Shenmue, but we were remembering it, alright, we're on the ship, we gotta get going. But if nothing else, putting in, I think, perfect context, the journey that we went on with this game. But it's not quite over. Especially because we are going to be getting perhaps one of the most beautiful pieces of music in any video game. The Shenmue theme, particularly the New Japan Philharmonic Orchestra version. And you bet I'm blaring it.
He comes from a far eastern land across the ocean. A young man who has yet to realize his own potential. This potential is a power that can both destroy him as well as ensure his will is realized. Perhaps he will achieve the balance that will mark him a man of courage. The path he must traverse is fraught with adversity and filled with expectations. I await whilst praying for the realization of this destiny predetermined since ancient times. A pitch-black night unfolds, with morning star as its only light. And thus, the saga begins.
Yeah, and I muted the mic on that, not least which because that part's not subtitled, but also because I wanted to hear the beautiful Shenmue theme. It is wonderful. And that is Shenmue for the Dreamcast. We're not quite done with this game because we do have the Shenmue Passport to look over, because since we are running this on the Dreamcast, but wow, what a journey. Go back to what I said before I muted. The case of almost feeling sad that, yeah, this journey has come to an end, but as we saw there, thus the saga begins. This is not the end of the Shenmue saga. There is another game. And at the time this was made, that was what Yu Suzuki was banking on. He said, I want to have 16 chapters of this game. Initially the thought was, does that mean 16 games in total? The answer is not quite. Because the next couple will, which is this one and Shenmue 3, they will cover multiple chapters of this journey. And basically the idea of seeing, like, what is the path that Ryo's going to take. It's going to be kind of a complex one. We're going to see a lot of differences when we get to Hong Kong, when we get to Shenmue 2, for sure. But just to start on this one, I know we got the passport to go through. Since we have the cinematic going on, it's fine. We have the cinematic going, we have the credits going on. I'm going final thoughts on this game. This is one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life, and I'm not hesitating in saying that. I'm also not at all, sugarcoating that. This game means so much to me. I've been thinking in terms of Lek versus This Way when he said, when we played Kingdom Hearts, saying, this is the game that shaped so much of who I am when it comes to a gamer, and so much of my thoughts of what video games can really do. I remember he said, quote, it's a game, that one in Final Fantasy X, that really made me realize what games could do in the same way movies could. But I think also, I don't think he explicitly stated this, but I think it maybe is underlined a little bit or suggested, and that is, what can this game do with some of that stuff that movies can't do, that only video games can do? And to me, Shenmue is absolutely a game like that, in giving a sense of, I'm living a life of Ryo Hazuki, but also living in a neighborhood and a location with a bunch of people. I'm totally engrossed in their lives. Even if, the smallest characters, I want to know what's going on with them. Sometimes finding out things about characters that I never knew, even when I was playing this game, as far as when it first came out 25 years ago. But now, even through this play, realizing Miki's somebody that I didn't really notice much of when I played through the game the first time, but looking through and realizing, no, I'm kind of understanding things about her, things about people's, ways of going about their lives and things. There's such a richness and such a texture to this game, and such an emotional journey. Okay, I was wrong. It was the Kanagawa Philharmonic Orchestra who did the main theme as far as this. And yeah, there is Wish, as you mentioned, as far as that, and Song of Shenhua. We'll hear that when we look at the Passport in a little bit. But it's something that, this is an emotional journey, and not necessarily in just the perspective of, hey, I was moved or something, which I was in the sense, I'm moved in by this game in maybe a different way than some other stuff, in that I really felt a strong connection with this world and the characters in it. And you're seeing all of the voice actors that are involved and actresses as well. As I mentioned also, Brian Madwell, stay tuned for that, because we'll have another element of that going on with the Daytona USA 2001 game we're going to put in a little later. And first performance of Lenny Hart, and many, many others, as is the case. But the case that it's something, when this game is asking me to care in terms of its story and seeing where these characters are going to go, I'm totally with it. Even if people say hey, the voice acting is stilted, maybe it's slow, maybe it's a case where you're kind of killing time a lot of ways. I personally love that contrast that it gives. And the case where it is kind of, in this weird way, funny, maybe not intentionally, but sometimes I think it is intentional. And this perspective that I get such a joy out of this game in multiple different ways that you don't always get from games. And to be fair, I'll say this. I know there are people who have looked at this game and said, yeah, this seems stilted, it seems clumsy, it's the case where maybe it's like a beta take on the Like a Dragon games. Fair enough, but it's also something that, for me, I think we all have this game maybe about ourselves. And we saw this last week with Suikoden Randosh in his example when we started Bakugan Legend, or Defenders of the Core. The case of that game that you know so much about and means so much to you, and that you basically want to learn everything you can about it. And I think that's a case of what Shenmue is to me, in that it has a great ambition, a great reach, that I think it is able to grasp onto, which is not an easy thing to say. And it has a lot of different things to do as far as places to go, events to be involved in, mini games and things to do, elements as far as fighting when it comes to building your skills up, and a lot of other things that maybe at the time I just didn't see stuff like this in games, and you'd think, well, would you necessarily want it or miss it in other games you might have played beforehand? But I kind of did. It's the kind of thing, it's one of those games that did a lot of things that maybe I didn't know I wanted out of games. It's a game like Harvest Moon like that to me, which is a case where, would I necessarily go for a farming game that's also a dating sim, that also is kind of an RPG as far as some of the stuff going on? You realize, yeah, you kind of do. And Shenmue's a game like that. I think there are a lot of people out there who might have that specific game that does that for them, but also ones that you get the sense sometimes they speak to you specifically, even though you know that they're not necessarily designed just for yourself. I think that's the sign of what makes a great game, and also being able to elaborate, I think, on what a game like that means to me in my case, or also to all of you out there, for sure. And as I said, I've wanted to do this game ever since I started Super Bowl Game Saturday. On the back of my mind, when I first said I want to start doing this, back in the summer of 2020. I said eventually my thought was, I want to show this game. I want to do this. So I said, what am I going to do? How are we going to get there? What is the show going to be? And after 5 years of the show, we've come far, and I realized, hey, when it comes to long-form games, what can we do as far as running multiple parts? And I realized with this game, I said, okay, we can do it this way. And when I figured out, like, when I can do this, being ready to show it, as far as, fine, I guess I could have done it without practice, but also something that said I want to be set for it and show off a lot, but also learn a lot as I went along. And share it with other people. That was the idea of why I was showing this game to my coworkers, saying, fine, I took our company's Xbox One home. I had to make sure I could get it going online or install stuff, because Xbox One is a problem that way. You have to kind of, it's always online, even though Microsoft said, hey, you know, we're going to pull back from that. It basically is. Let's not lie here. But I said, I'm going to do that so I can show people this game, so I can prep for it, and just get their reactions. And I got insights about this game from everybody I showed this to. Chasm22, Crochet Nerd 64, Edwack, Ack, as he goes, who will be in when we do Kirby's Air Ride, as I've indicated since we got the Switch 2 announcements a week or so ago. Gemini 96, everybody I showed this game, they all were kind of curious about what they saw. AJ42, Ultra 94T, who's coming on the show next week. It's a case of everybody were kind of like, what is this game? And I think they could tell, and I can oftentimes tell this out of other people as well, cases where they could tell that the joy this game brings to me and just how much I really loved going into it just with them. And you're seeing all these references. Actually, a bunch of companies are kind of involved in this, including Arc System Works and Quintet as far as other things they're doing, and Sims, but not necessarily the fact that they developed this, but there's a lot of other assistance or outside assistance they gave for Shenmue, as was the case. But I think they could tell that. Of course, brought to you by Timex and Case Logic and Sumitomo Bank. But I've gotten that with games that they love as well. So the case of them seeing that, I think, and realizing, like, yeah, this game means a lot to me. But also the idea of they knew I wanted to show this and share it with them and with all of you. And I've had a great time doing it. And if you have not played Shenmue, I can't promise you're going to love it as much as I do. I'm not going to come in and say, oh yeah, this is a game that you're absolutely going to love the way I am. But I will say, if you love video games at all and you haven't played this, I think you should give it a try. I would absolutely recommend you do. I'd recommend you play it on the Dreamcast if you can. Also, when you get to the end of the credits, you are able to do a save, and you do want to do this, because you have a save file, or a cleared save file, which we will use for the Shenmue Passport, and for one other thing before we go to that. I was just getting on the Dreamcast. It's a game that, price-wise, it's fluctuated a bit. It used to be like $60, $70. It's come down a bit to like $40, $50, which is about how much it cost when it came out. For the sheer amount of content you get in this game, I think it's absolutely worth that much money. No question. And it's worth experiencing. It is also tempting, I will say this. There's also, you have your load file, which, by the way, if you have the cleared file, you can't start this. So you have to start another game from the main file. But you can also go into options. You can also do the time attack for 70-person battle. I'm going to do that. And then if you have your Dreamcast connected online, which you can sort of do through modern elements of itself, I don't have it set up to do for the show. You can upload your best rankings to the online leaderboards. You do have to pick a save file. That comes available when you beat the game. You do have to have Disc 3 in your console and have your cleared save file in order to play it. It is the same fight we had before when it came with Guizhong and everybody, although in this case, I guess it's... Is it advancing time? Okay, fine, it's advancing time, I guess, when we left. So I guess at this point we said, like, fine, we're not gonna leave for this. But it also gives you, like, the press A button. You can also hit the R button, which lets you see all of your moves. So you can look at your move scroll. Look at that beautiful, beautiful move scroll. All of the moves of the game, and I believe, does that count the last move we got from, yeah, it does. It does count the swallow flip. So you can use it if you were able to pull it off, so good luck on that one. Hit the A button, here you go. You get a counter, so it's a number defeated, and they do time it. I'll go as far as I can go. If I don't win, we'll see how that is, but also the difference is that, fine, Guizhong is at home, you know, recuperating from his injury, so we're gonna have to do this ourselves. And if you're also wondering, like, wait a second, why is Ryo coming back as far as this after he already got on the boat? Well, okay, fine, that is not what's going on here. Although there is, and this is something that happens off screen, and we'll show when we get to Shenmue 2, that happens in between the start of that game and the end of this, which we'll go into. Actually, there's a couple things that actually are indicated like that. Actually are not ever replicated in-game, but actually within, like manga comic indications of extra material of the game. Thankfully, Shenmue 2 on the Xbox does give you access to all those things. And fine, the HD version sort of does too. I'll go on that as well, going back to Shenmue 1 as far as like how to get this thing, and 2 by extension as far as that. But it's, yeah, but those things are in there. The modern version, the HD version, does not have the Saturn demo, so for Shenmue 2's case, we use Xbox for that one. Oh, gee, that's the case. Because this game is, I mean, fine, Shenmue 2 is on the Dreamcast, but it's on the Dreamcast in Japan only, and in Europe only. And the reason for that, if you're wondering why, Sega was going to bring it over. They canceled it, because, okay, just to give an idea of, like, why did they do that, they did announce that we're going to localize it for the US, but they did also say when they did that, they said, we're going to release it as far as end of 2001, so it'd be like one of the last big games on Dreamcast. One of the last was Sega, which the last one in the US was NHL 2K2. Period, it was Puyo Pop Fever. That was the last game. I think it was 2004. That was only in Japan. And also Japan, they got Res, which PlayStation 2 got in 2002. It was 2001 for Japan on Dreamcast. And Space Jam 5 Part 2 as well was one of the most last. They said, we're going to localize it for the US initially as far as Shenmue 2. We're going to keep it in Japanese, though. So they weren't going to translate it. Which is fair enough, it's fine. They did that with Yakuza after Yakuza came on the PS2, and people said, yeah, that translation was awful. This is a way better translation than Yakuza on the PS2. I'm going to go out there and say it right now. At least they're not saying fuck every other word for no reason. It wasn't in the Japanese script. Yeah, this game at least follows the Japanese script. Whether you think the voice acting is great, which I think it's fucking glorious, personally. I love the voice acting of Shenmue as far as the English dub. They said, fine, we're going to not have it in English. But then what happened is actually, funny story, I'll go on this. I've just giving the Mad Angels another beatdown. My mom actually mentioned to me this, which is, she said, Shenmue 2 was canceled. What? And usually, growing up, it's usually the thought like, hey, the stereotype of that is that usually, as a child, you're gonna understand more about video gaming than your parents will. But then again, nowadays, who's to say? It might be a case where, fine, there are people now who have children who are alive, like, around the time I was, as far as looking at games coming around, saying, hey, I know these games. It's like, oh, I want to play, like, Fortnite, and you're like, the thought like, yeah, Dad, you don't know what the fuck Fortnite is, or something like that. It's like, yeah, like, no, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is, or something like that. But she said, like, it was canceled. What? It's like, yeah, I just got a... It's like, I was gonna buy this for you for Christmas, but I got a thing from Amazon saying, hey, you know, they canceled the pre-order because Sega canceled the release here. And I looked, and it's like, there was a news release that came out. I was right, they did. They said, oh shit, we're gonna be in trouble. But they said they're gonna bring it to the original Xbox. At that point, when I heard that, I said, that is why I bought the original Xbox. It's like, I want the original Xbox to play Shenmue 2. That is absolutely why I bought that console. Why did I go for that over GameCube and PlayStation 2? Shenmue 2 is the reason I went for that. Without a question, I said, I am not leaving that game on the table. So much so that actually the year after, it was, I came out on October 30th of 2002 for Xbox in the US. My mom actually said, like, fine, I was gonna buy this for you for Christmas last year. Since I was stymied by that, you're not waiting until Christmas for 2002 for this. Like, here, I bought Shenmue 2 for you, here it is. And like, oh my god, thank you. As, yeah, fine, we didn't rank in. We do get the beep going on, so you have your record saying, okay, I beat 43. Wanna try again? You know what, fine, we'll give it one more try. Just to see if I can beat it. But yeah, so that was kind of the idea of me finding that out, but also the case that, fine, it is on the Dreamcast in Europe and Japan, so they did release it over there, and it is in Japanese in both cases. Actually, St. Aspartame was mentioned on the show. He loves Shenmue, like I do, so maybe that's also why we became friends. In case, like, we like gaming, but, like, and he loves the esoteric stuff like I do. But also, I said, like, I love Shenmue. I was like, oh god, I love Shenmue, Shenmue darts, and we just instantly hit it off. Like, that was all really neat. But anyway, he did import the European version, and you can import it and run it on your US Dreamcast if you have like a DCX, which is, I believe, a region unlock element. You can't legally do it, as far as how the Dreamcast is operating. It's something that's sold in stores. And it's worth pointing out, if you do play Shenmue 2 on the Dreamcast, and you have your save file from this game, it will carry over. And that was the initial plan when they were going to bring it over to the US initially, where they said, no, we're moving it to Xbox only. And when they did bring it to Xbox, they translated it as far as English, so you have that. And they had the extras going on to the stuff I mentioned that we'll show and get there. But if you have your save file from Shenmue 1 here, you can load it in to your Shenmue 2 on Dreamcast, and it keeps your collectibles. So all those capsule toys that worked so hard to get, they'll be in your save file when you start Shenmue 2 on Dreamcast. And the HD version kind of replicates that, sort of. In that it does sort of take your stuff over from Shenmue 1 with your save, but not exactly the same way. And it's not complete the way it does it. Which goes back to what I mentioned, saying, like, hey, with Shenmue 1, Dreamcast, I think, is the way to go. If you have Dreamcast, absolutely, you should own this game. I think it's a synonymous game for the Dreamcast, absolutely. Even the way the story goes, a lot of people said sometimes it's almost maybe pathetic as far as the fact that we saw at the beginning of the game when Lady said to Iwao saying, "Get up, I'll allow you to die like a wolf." The fact that Sega was fighting to, I guess, justify their position in hardware and gaming after they had issues with Sega CD and 32X and Saturn especially, particularly in the US for Saturn. They said, okay, Dreamcast, we got all this stuff, we're doing everything we have. The PS2 came out though, and the PS2 was something that the strength of that was too much for Sega to overcome. Even given the fact that the PS2 had a lot of problems with stuff with hardware at the beginning of its life, and also cases where games that were on both systems looked and ran better on this, not on the PlayStation 2. It took people a lot of time as far as developers saying, like, hey, games like Dead or Alive 2 or Rayman 2 or Ready to Rumble Boxing Round 2 and other games that are not 2 games. Resident Evil Code Veronica. Although that was kind of close. That was kind of in line with how it was on the Dreamcast. And was a little better in the sense that it had extra content and also was mostly in line. But cases where, even given all that, even Sega saying, like, alright, we're gonna come out, we're gonna drop the price of the console to $150. It's like, fine, we're half the price of what the PS2 is. Fine, the DVD thing is what screwed them, honestly, because when PlayStation 2 came out at $300, it was the cheapest DVD player on the market, and people looked at that and said, okay, fine, I can get a game console and a DVD player for $300. So at that point, it helped get people to say, wait, we can upgrade to DVD. And Sega said, no, we're not going to do that. And also the copyright thing as far as Dreamcast, particularly in the idea of, like, how easy it was to pirate games. So this thing, I know coworkers who mentioned, like, hey, I used to, like, do CD burns on that. And you could do that easily, honestly, on Dreamcast, as was the case. So I think that had a problem with it. They had the thing with online, which PlayStation 2 did not have for quite a bit of time, compared to what the Dreamcast had. But the case that even with everything they had, a lot of the stuff on the Dreamcast didn't sell that great, with a couple exceptions, because fine, I mentioned this game sold 1.2 million units, which in a vacuum is pretty good, but against the cost of the game, which is like $70 million at max for the time. So in that case, it would be like almost like $150 million, maybe a little more by today's money. That was something where they said, fine, it didn't sell that great, even though it was something that people like me love it. Love games like this, Jet Set Radio, some of the Amiga. I'm thinking of like the stuff that the Dreamcast was at the end of its life that were really good, and games that we can show and maybe have shown in some capacities on the show. But against the PlayStation 2, people said, fine, I'm going to buy the PlayStation 2, I'm going to buy some of the games that are on that, stuff like the SSX, which is a huge one at the launch of the console, Midnight Club, Encore 2, amongst other stuff that was at the launch of the console. And then, of course, Grand Theft Auto 3 when that came out the year afterwards, as far as, you know, these new experiences for the PlayStation 2. And it took Sega out of the console market as far as what it was, and they said, fine, we're just going to do stuff with games now. Which I guess ended up being a good decision because, you know, now they're making stuff for everybody. In the case of, yeah, the element of Sega, even though Sega's definitely made a lot of mistakes, even in the years since that, as far as like when they went to hardware, or out of hardware into software only, they made a lot of mistakes, and I have been very vocal about some of those mistakes, no question, on this show. Because I will say when companies do a good job, but also say when they fuck it up, and I will let them have it. no matter who it is. But that being said, it's also something that it's a good case because it meant like, hey, you know, we got Shenmue on Xbox. It was the kind of thing that you'd think with a console, I'd buy it, so I'd say, hey, for the games that the console manufacturers make. You'd think I'd buy it for Halo. You'd think I'd buy it for Project Gotham Racing. Which, fine, those are the games I got it for when it came out, but in the back of my mind, I was saying, Shenmue 2 was out in 2002. You bet that's why I'm buying the Xbox. Or saying, my family's like, next system is this because of Shenmue 2. So, at that point, that was what did it. Like, that, if nothing else, shows the power that this game really has, or had to me. And also, the fact of what people are saying when it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2 now, which is, okay, price case when it comes to stuff with Mario Kart World, where they're asking $80 for that, which, as I said, they're probably doing that because, A, they feel they can justify the price of that, given they say how much consoles in the game, they think that's enough, and also the fact that the last game sold 65 million units on Switch alone. Counting the Wii U version, was like 70 million, as far as Mario Kart 8 was concerned. But then the case of, fine, why do you want to buy a console? And the thought that now it seems like in some cases the idea of a console exclusive is seen as a dirty word, saying like, how dare you not let us have a game on every console unless it's by a company that, like, fine, they only make the console. You're not getting Zelda on like the PlayStation, for sure. But then the case, like, fine, even like third-party exclusives, fine. There's the new game from Software, who made Armored Core 2 with the launch of the PS2. Going back to that, which is exclusive to the Switch 2. It's like, yeah, they said, hey, we got an exclusive to this, but people saying like, no, we're not sure what this game is like. They think it's going to be like an online thing, which they say it is as far as a player versus player thing. But even the head of From Software saying like, hey, it's going to be something a little more than that. As far as like, there's going to be a case of like, you're going to want to play it yourself, necessarily not like, oh, it's just going to be like a throwaway. Like, we're putting our all into this, no question. But the case of, and I'll say this, that game that will sell you on a console. Fine, the Dreamcast, I was not sold on Shenmue because I didn't know much about it when they announced it. At that point, it's like, fine, Sega's back, we got Sonic the Hedgehog back and all that stuff. Like, okay, this is cool. I was looking at some of those things like, oh my god, they really had something on the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast, oh my god, it's a wonderful console with all the great games it had. And how many games it had in such a short period of time. To the point where there might be more games on the Dreamcast in only a couple years than the Nintendo 64 had over like 6 years. And how many of those were huge experiences and huge kind of game-changing experiences. But the fact of this, saying that, hey, I'll buy a console when they said, you know, they're going to put this game's sequel on something else. It's like, I will just say that is enough to sell me on a system. And honestly, I'll tell you, when it's come to third-party games, it seems like more recently than ever, that's been what sold me on buying consoles. And I think, honestly, the Xbox, I think, is the first example of that. Not that I didn't take advantage of the stuff that was exclusive to that console start, or that was only going to be on that. I sometimes will take that into fact. Like, that's why I bought Xbox One first. Why the hell did I buy that first? Because, honestly, Rock Band 4. Not that it wasn't on PS4, because it is, but I said, all that DLC I spent money on 360s going in, and there's like, you can still have it. Like, that made the decision. On top of the other stuff, it's like, hey, there's stuff that Microsoft has with franchises like Crackdown and Halo, and Gears of War that I want to have, and the stuff with Rares. So that made the decision. GameCube, I bought that for Resident Evil 4. I didn't buy that for like Super Smash Bros. Melee or all these other games, or even Mario Sunshine, the stuff we played. Resident Evil 4 is the game that said, like, I want to buy a PS2. Even Kingdom Hearts, I mean, that's sort of the reason I bought a PS2. Fine, it's a game I picked up when I bought PS2. But honestly, at the time, I wanted to play Karaoke Revolution. Like, really? That? Like, because it was only on the PS2. Is we got Pedro. He's down. Oh no, we were on number 1. At 9 minutes, 32 seconds, and 26 milliseconds. But I think we're good as far as that. And then I guess then going to other consoles, fine, the Wii I got as a gift. The 360, I didn't want to play Sonic 06 because I love Sonic, but that's, I don't think necessarily just the reason why I got it. And I guess DS, it was not necessarily just Sega stuff or third-party stuff, but I did want to play Sonic Rush. That was one of the first games I bought with it. 3DS, fine, 3DS is the case when I first picked up. That was Pilot Wings Resort, so that's kind of a... But there were other games I was going to want to play on that anyway. PSP, I bought it because I downloaded Lunar off PS3 because I said, hey, you know, I want to be able to play that before they re-released it. And hey, it's getting re-released next week. Actually, a week from today on April 18th. So, actually, in a lot of cases, when it's come to some of the systems I picked up, like, it's been third-party stuff that made me want to get them. And if nothing else, it shows that idea of, like, I'm okay with there being a case of a game that's only on one system, because if nothing else, it's going to make me say, I want to buy that console to play it. And in a lot of cases, I usually have not regretted the fact that I bought the console to play it that way. And with Shenmue's case, yeah, I mean, if you're going to buy a Dreamcast to play this game, I don't think that's necessarily a bad decision. Even though it is a first-party case as far as, you know, that focus. Of course, there's a lot of reasons to own Dreamcast. I think we talked about that on the show before. But having said that, yeah, that's the idea of it, and fine, be getting into it that way, of thinking that way, because of this game, you know? And as I said, if you haven't played Shenmue, play it. I say get on the Dreamcast. Or if you haven't bought a Dreamcast, it might be worth getting one just for this, but a lot of the other great experiences that are on this console, no question. And a lot of forward-thinking games, cases you can kind of look back and realize, yeah, some of the elements we see in gaming today can be traced back to stuff on this console. When we played Bakugan Defenders of the Core last week, there's a lot of cel-shaded graphics going on. Jet Set Radio and Wacky Races came on the Dreamcast first, as far as a couple of the earliest examples of doing that graphic style. It fit really well for those games, and also for saying, hey, we're going to adapt something as far as like a cartoon or an anime in the case of Bakugan is concerned. Stuff like Shenmue, this is kind of one of many precursors to open world stuff, like Grand Theft Auto 3, which came out a year after this, or Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, or other stuff like that. And it's something that's a good case as far as what it was. And it's $40 as far as Shenmue, just to go back to this on the Dreamcast. If you don't want to buy it on the Dreamcast, or you're like, yeah, I want a new way of playing, or a modern way, there is Shenmue 1 2 that is on the Xbox One, PS4, and PC. Sorry, Switch owners, you're not getting this, and I guess Switch 2 is not getting this either. You can also play the PS4 version on PS5, as always, and also the Xbox One version on Xbox Series S or X. The way they port Shenmue 1, though, in that, I think there's enough problems with stuff with the voice synth where it seems like it's a bit scratchy. It's not as distinct. It does have widescreen perspective for the game, yes, but it's not consistent upon how it has it, and actually ruins the challenge, I think, as far as, or the surprise of a lot of the QTEs. It has some interesting things. It does look better for certain things, but some of the graphical details are not reflected that well. There's a lot of bugs and glitches. I showed when I did edit on part 3, a lot of the problems missing sound effects and things, and graphical glitches, and what was this all about. And me doing the edit made me stop and realize, wait, these are worse than I thought. But it also comes with Shenmue 2 in the box, which admittingly, Shenmue 2 is better handled as far as the HD version, I'll say, as far as that. It's not a bad way to play it, and I think the PC version does have mods to kind of enhance some of the stuff that was off about it for the original release. But I would say for this one, if you have the choice, play it on the Dreamcast. But HD version, okay, but you're going to have to deal with some of those problems. For what it's worth, I do think it's probably a better revamp of Shenmue in another system's architecture than Sonic Adventure was on GameCube, and also on the HD version that came out later on PS3 and 360 and PC. But again, you can mod on the PC, so that kind of helps as well. But either way, I love this game, and I am so happy I've been able to play it and be able to share it with you. But we're not done yet, because I hit the open button on the Dreamcast. Because on the Dreamcast, this is also another reason why you might want to get on the Dreamcast as opposed to the HD version. Because the HD version, it's all on one disc. But there's one thing the HD version is missing that's in this one. Because Shenmue the game on Dreamcast is on 3 discs. But there's a 4th disc. I'll picture the 4th disc when I edit here. It is the Shenmue Passport. And when you've beaten the game, you can go in here anytime in terms of the file you're running. When you beat the game in particular, you have that clear file. You can do stuff with it with the Shenmue Passport. I'm going to show off a couple of these things. I can't show them all off because of the lack of online connectivity that I don't have running on Dreamcast. People have made it so you can get Dreamcast running online, because it does have a 56K modem built into the console. I think you can retrofit that so it'll actually take with a modern internet connection. And there's a broadband adapter in the Dreamcast as well, available for the Dreamcast, that I think you could use for that, but there aren't a whole lot of games that support it. And nowadays, you can get some games online for private servers. Actually, the next one is an example that I'm going to show a little bit. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to give a little bit of a overview of what the Shenmue Passport lets you do. Sort of, but there's not completely a lot of things that I can show happening here. But it is interesting as far as the idea of letting people kind of see what is this game all about. And it's kind of that, but it's also kind of a lot of other things too. Now, yeah, you do have to select the file you're running. You can run your resume file if you have one running, but since I have a cleared file on the VMU itself, I'm going to use that. Now, you have a couple options of things you're going to do. You have information, where you have 7 characters of the game explaining elements of the features of the game. It's kind of a bit of a tutorial. If you put this in, like, how do I play this thing? You can also go to the theater. You can look at cinematics you've unlocked through the game, and also a few promotional movies. You're going to show off all the promotional movies, and there's one cutscene I'm going to show again, because when I did part 2, I realized when I was doing mic pulls on the newer mic tech that we used last week, that we actually had audio problems on. And it is that mic. It's not the fact that I have my my Bluetooth speaker set. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use that until I get more advanced computer equipment. But it's also a case where I don't need advanced computer equipment now. What we got on the show, it's actually pretty advanced enough as it is. But for that microphone, I'm not going to be able to use it for any case of it for a while. You can also listen to music. There's some music that's unique in here. And there's also this, which is Passport. I'm going to briefly show this, where you're able to do an internet linkage and saying, hey, it'll enhance elements of your experience. You do have to use dial-up connection and dial to your phone number that you have indicated there. I will also edit out the phone number when I upload it for the YouTube site, although honestly it's an inactive number that came on my console when I got it. You can also set up your own when it comes to you doing a setup, because we're dialing the phone number now, but I don't have a cable connected into the 56K modem of the Dreamcast. We do get this nice music of Nozomi here, or with Nozomi here, because here she is. And it's going to say, hey, we're not going to be able to connect, because I did test this before we did the show tonight, because I want to make sure, like, what are we doing with this thing? How's it working? Because there's a lot of things you can do with this. Much more than I thought initially. You get this great kind of new wave music going on here. So it says, the line may be jammed, engage or your telephone may be disconnected. Because remember, engage, what do they mean by that? Remember back in the days of internet 25 years ago when, since this is a dial-up modem case, you have to have it on the same element as your landline, and your family is saying they can't use the telephone while you're online. You hear that static going on. It's like, I need to make a phone call, but, and cell phones either didn't have them or they were expensive, or their cases were fine. They have issues with them as well for certain things, for making calls depending on where you are. So yeah, that's what we're gonna see. So as far as this, so all right, let's talk though about what we're seeing with Nozomi in the background. Oh, I can have him redial. Let's have a redial just to show what's going on. You have a couple options here. You have urgent messages, data review, online manual, everyone space, Shenmue.com, network ranking, Nozomi's messages, and Shenmue World. Now, network ranking is for what we just showed with the 70-man free battle. When you do that, you're able to take your score or your time that we had. You can upload it to the leaderboards for the website here with that network ranking thing. Now, one of the things I got when it came to play the game, I got a winning can. Now, I mentioned there are two things you can do with that. In the game, you can go to the Tomato Convenience Mart and you can trade it in for free drawing at the lottery. The other thing you can do is you can take the winning cans here to the Everyone Space area. If you do that, you're able to do trades of items or specific capsule toys based upon what you're able to put in. But some of these are cases where you have to get the rare capsule toys in order to get these. For example, the mini slot machine. If you get that, which by the way, just to go into that, you have to bet on a 10-coin machine at the slot house, and you have to get a win of 3 7s, and the same 7. You get the mini slot machine. You have to give that away. And if you do, you can give that for a capsule toy of Mary the Goat. Oh, actually, no. That's for the jukebox, which you have to do that. You have to do the betting of 20-coin machine and win the prize of the 777s to get Mary the Goat. For the mini slot machine, you get either Kuro the black kitten or Tora the tiger kitten, who is looking a lot like, like Mimi, the kitty we played around with in Shenmue is. And this is a page, by the way, from the Shenmue Prima guide. I'll have the picture of this page. The guide is linked below, but also I'll have a picture of the page as I'm talking this. The other one is the mini billiards machine. So, in order to like the mini billiards machine, you have to get the 777s on the 5-coin machine in the slot house. If you get those, you can trade those in, and you have to trade one of them for these toys. You get Pochi the dog, Phillips the dolphins, Pionta the rabbit, Kelly the dog, John the cat, I think, and Robbins, who are 2 whales. And those triple cherries. You have to get, there are a lot of these to trade in, so I showed when we did, actually the last part, I edited in that I won the 777s on one of the 1-coin machines. You get the cherry prize. If you have that, you need to have 8 of these in order to trade it for other items, specifically Big Philip the dolphin, Big Robin the dolphin, Chip the bird, Little Philip the little dolphin, Little Robin the little whale, Pip the pigeon, Pop the pigeon, or Rap the pigeon. And also, if you get the winning can, you can get character data here, which you're actually able to download that from the Passport site. It allows you to download actually animations into your VMU. So you actually look at them on the screen. I will have also a link for this because I don't have something to show this. And these are things that take up a lot of space on your VMU, so you gotta have a ton of these. Because remember, Shenmue itself takes 80 blocks up to 200. And these animations could take quite a lot as they are. So good luck having enough space for every single one of these. You could probably have to toss your save around as far as getting all of them if you're gonna be doing that. But you also have urgent messages, which goes to messages from the team. I guess the thought is that when it came to that, they'd say, hey, you know, information on Shenmue 2 or other upcoming things with this franchise. Shenmue World, which gives you information about the lore of the game with character profiles, the all moves, scrolls, and all the places you can go. In-game features and events, which are Nozomi's messages. The net ranking, as I mentioned, you can do that for the 70-man battle, but you also do that for high scores for Space Harrier, Hang On, Dart 7, the forklift race as far as times, the slot machines, QTE title, and Excite QTE 2. You also have like a data information where they'll basically take stats about your file as far as how many times you use certain moves in battle, how long you played arcade games, total game time, where your location in game is. There's also a digital manual that's over there. I'll do this one more time to show what that is. Everyone's Space, that's where you trade for those items I mentioned as well. You can also go to Shenmue.com, which I don't know if it's still in service, but you can visit through your Dreamcast web browser, by the way, or through here, as is the case, and look at the website for the game. So, that's the idea of what Passport is for that, but after this dial-up perspective fails again, it's an interesting thing looking back at this and thinking like, hey, you know, back the futuristic case of 25 years ago saying, going online with your video game console. This was the first game console that had it built into the system. Because there are other editions for Super Nintendo or Super Famicom. Actually, no, Super Nintendo and Genesis, they had the X-Band mode in which you could do a direct connection to do peer-to-peer multiplayer in specific games. There was also the Satellaview, which was for Super Famicom, where you could download games in to play, and same with Sega Channel for the Sega Genesis. But the idea, like, yeah, it felt so futuristic when I bought the Dreamcast and was realizing, hey, you know, we're going online with this thing. Like, we're surfing the internet, the information superhighway. Talk about taking you back, no question. But what we're going to do is we're going to show off the information. And we're also going to show the music and the theater for a couple things. These are cinematics that explain aspects of the game. Fine, I guess I'll see about muting on some of these. I'll talk to Shenhua here. She talked about prologue, like an overview of the game. I don't know if I'm going to mute on this. They don't have subtitles, though, so maybe I should.
He shall appear from a far eastern land across the sea.
But she will tell you stuff about what's going on.
A young man who has yet to know his potential.
And remember, at the end of the game, we heard this word. You're like, what was the context of that? What was the context at the beginning of the game? This is it.
Destroy him or realize his will. His courage shall determine his fate.
The path he must traverse fraught with adversity. I await whilst praying, for this destiny predetermined since ancient times. Awaiting in anticipation. A dragon emerges from the earth as ominous clouds fill the sky. A phoenix descends from the heavens, trailing purple wind from its wings. The pitch-black night unfolds with the morning star as its only light. And thus the saga begins.
And now that we played the game, of course, she's mentioned a couple key things there. She mentioned the dragon coming up from the earth, and also the phoenix rising. Remember, the dragon mirror and the phoenix mirror. That will come into play when we get to Shenmue 2, but also the idea of knowing what it's meaning now. But of course, we talked to every other characters. We talked to Chai about how QTEs work, but how about Ryo? He does know how to do martial arts, so maybe he's the one to tell us about the free battle system. Yeah, just we're showing this at the end of the game, but I do like the idea of being able to show this off. So we're soaking this game up.
I'll explain the training system. It's required to improve your martial art techniques. You can set a daily training method before going to bed. Hand, leg, and throw moves. The effects of training will vary depending on the moves you focus training on. Training will increase the proficiency of each move. You'll progress from learning to moderate, then advanced, as your level of mastery increases. Transform your fighting style by focusing your training in certain ways. Create a style that is unique for you. Of course, this isn't difficult to do at all. As the game progresses, your fighting skills evolve. You need simply decide from time to time what moves to improve. If you don't feel like worrying about it, that's okay too. Just at least be sure, training in all moves equally. Next point, the move instruction system. As you progress through the story, you'll meet people who will teach you new moves. If you follow their instructions and push the controls correctly, you'll learn new moves. These teachers will demonstrate the proper body movements and steps, and just the right timing. Don't worry, because they'll teach you carefully step by step. If you don't catch on, no matter how much you try, take a look at your memory card screen. The correct commands should appear there. We've done everything possible to help you out. Get to know many people and learn lots of new moves.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing Ryo explain this out.
Be sure to practice the moves you've learned. Search for places to practice.
And also, he looks different in the face compared to how he did in the game.
Then you can try out your moves in various ways. But it won't matter how many moves you learn if you don't make them your own. Learn to execute them instinctively. Finally, free battle. That's right, actual combat. This is your chance to try out the moves you've practiced, and the moves you've learned through instruction. Shenmue's innovative battle system is easy to use. You'll experience battles that feel true to life. One technique you'll need is parrying. With this, you can destroy the balance of your attacker. Then no opponent can escape your counterattack. Another maneuver is evasion. Skillful evasion can be more effective than an offensive attack.
That's true, but it's not easy to do.
Circle around and attack from behind. Combine parrying and evasion with the moves you've learned, the moves you have practiced, and fight. Test your abilities in actual combat. There are enemies who will throw drums and crates at you. Be alert, there will always be advanced warning. Don't pick fights rashly, however, defend yourself when attacked. Show no mercy, your opponent certainly won't. Don't neglect your training and request the instruction of others. Gain experience in actual combat. Training. Move instruction. And free battle. Don't forget these 3 key points.
Thank you, Ryo. But again, his face looks a bit different. Also, sometimes when it came to these lines, I think they basically just kind of stitched them together, and they kind of sometimes are pitched a bit differently. But it is interesting to hear the idea of Ryo saying, like, fine, we're talking about the game inside of that, and basically like, yeah, what can you do? But what about Nozomi? She's gonna talk to us about minigames. Yeah, we're playing all of these, by the way, so if you don't like it, tough. But as I said, I'm soaking up every bit of this game.
Hello, I'm Nozomi Harazaki. Nice to meet you. Today, I will tell you about minigames. Minigames are games you can play for fun. They're only small diversions, but Shenmue is full of them.
Oh yeah.
I'll give you a few examples.
Alright.
One game is darts.
Yes.
You throw darts to accumulate points. Press the A button to throw darts. Where the dart lands depends on your timing. Try to get the high score, okay? Another game is slot machines. First, buy 20 tokens for 100 yen. If you get 3 sevens, you hit the jackpot. Oh yeah, the slot house will keep leftover tokens for you. So you can resume play anytime you like.
Just teaching you how to gamble. Who knew?
The Excite QTE game is lots of fun, and it helps you practice for real QTEs. Can you keep up as the speed gets faster and faster? High scores are recorded, so you can compete against your friends and compare scores.
Too bad we don't see Nozomi playing these games.
The game rules are simple, but they're lots of fun to play.
Oh yeah.
You're bound to get caught up in them. They might be a good way to kill time before appointments, but watch out. If you play too much, you'll run out of money. There's an arcade game called Hang On.
Oh yeah, I love this.
I really love it. I always want to play Hang On. Wonder how you do? Searching for minigames is fun. I hear there's also a jukebox. I'd love to tell you more, but that's all for now. We'll meet again, I'm sure. If so, let's chat some more. Bye for now.
Well, thank you, Nozomi. So yeah, Nozomi's, you think, well, what would Nozomi be teaching you? He's like, fine, first off, how do you play darts? How do you gamble? I love playing Hang On. Let's do Excite QTEs. Be careful not to spend too much to run out of money. But it's good stuff. Actually, also we're going to talk about something, this is going to be a video. I mentioned this at the beginning of the game, Magic Weather System. Actually, that's something I believe... actually, before we end this and go to the next game for Daytona USA on Dreamcast, we'll do this a little bit. There's a new option they give you when you beat the game, which is the Magic Weather System. He'll talk about it as far as Oishi-san, but when you beat the game, you can actually play with the weather conditions that were present in Yokosuka, Japan at the time this game's set. And they do actually take that as far as all the dates that the game covers, which is everything from end November of 1986 to April 15th of 1987. But he'll talk about the idea of the Magic Weather System. Like, why is it raining as far as how it is specifically, and why is it snowing and all that stuff? Because
time is always passing. It flows continually without rest or interruption. Did you know the appearance of this town changes with the passing of time?
Yeah, but the characters do look a bit different in the cinematics, we're pointing out.
To noon and to evening, it has a different face at each time of day. Each of these faces you see, well, they're created by the people who live there. There are old folks who take walks early in the morning. And then those people who don't get up till late. All different types, don't you see? Still, even so, most people usually work in the day and sleep at night, so it's better for you to gather information during the day. After all, there are many people you just can't meet at night. Also, there are some places that can be dangerous at night.
Yeah, it's true. I'd like to be one who gets up late. No, I get that. We all do Dolly Finn, I think, for that. But the fact that, yeah, they're saying, like, hey, everybody has their own system here.
Provided you don't have any business with these people who work at night. You'd be wise to make sure to get yourself a good night's sleep. Well then, let's talk about the weather.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, taking a long time to get to the weather.
Well, some days are
The faces are so realistic. Yeah, they are, and as I said, they also look different than they did in the game. I guess also because they're rendering it with, like, just a room where they're located.
What? Say you don't like rain?
Yeah, we don't like rain.
But rain eventually stops, doesn't it?
That's true.
It's
cool. Yeah, it is. I said, all this stuff I'm showing you in the passport, this is not in the HD version.
Trash and grime.
So it's maybe another benefit for running the Dreamcast release, but the case they said, fine, they believed in this game enough of saying, hey, we're gonna have all this extra stuff to kind of go into it and kind of explain some of these things we're doing. And fine, in some ways it gives a sense like, yeah, this is kind of, I guess, a tech demo. Maybe they set this stuff up before the game was coming around. But still something that you realize, wow, it shows that, as we mentioned, the fact that you can kind of get lost with it. Often you said that on part 1. You said exactly that, saying this is a game you definitely kind of can lose yourself in and get attached to the people around. And this is another reflection of that. We beat the game. It's like, yeah, there's more of it even after you've completed the game. Though you can go in and see some of these things before you beat the game. Basically, just take your save file and come in. I believe all of the videos here explaining stuff is unlocked by the start.
My advice for you is to simply relax and play as you like.
Right.
Freely and easily. Go where you want to go and see what you want to see.
Yeah.
And meet lots and lots of people.
Yeah, and you have your ability to do that. So it goes to that idea of, you know, as I said, the freedom this game can really offer you as far as kind of exploring. Not necessarily much as far as the way the story goes, but even then you do have some choice going along as you go along. And fitting also, we have Mark. He is... Fine, fitting, I guess, talking about money, because, of course, we did see him last time, and I'm trying to remember if there's a part where we can talk to him as far as that. Because remember, he feels his brother is gone. I think we did tell him, or you can tell him, that, hey, maybe your brother's out there still. He thinks his brother's dead, and we don't know. I don't know if some later games go into that as it is, but he'll talk to us about money. Because he's helping us earn it when it came to us going down by the docks.
Hi, my name is Mark.
Also, why is he at the
at
the Heartbeats bar music?
You can go shopping with the money you've earned. I love convenience stores. I like how they're always open. And they sell lots of great things. Batteries, matches, flashlights, and even food for kittens. But hey, what am I gonna do with cat food? Oh yeah, convenience stores aren't the only place to shop. The candy store is also cool.
That's true.
They got stuff that will remind you of your youth.
Also, I know what you're saying as far as, like, hey, showing, like, exactly how to handle, like, facial expressions and kind of, like, the movement of his eyes as far as a lot of this stuff.
I know the temptations are many.
It's really interesting to kind of see that. It's like, yeah, you know, they could do this, like, 25 years ago. You see this a lot nowadays.
I'll tell
but also,
you
like, what was the Dreamcast really doing for that?
I work in the harbor.
Yep.
My job is to operate a forklift.
Yeah, we sure did
I'm
with
a
him.
hard-working man. I'm a pro. I work efficiently and fast.
Yes, he does.
And that's why I make lots of money. Ha ha. So when you get low on your money, you just give me a call.
We did.
No, no, no. Don't get me wrong here. I won't give you nothing for free. You're supposed to work and earn your own money.
Which we did.
If you're looking for a job, forklift driving is definitely it. I'll teach you everything there is to know. Driving the forklift, it's lots of fun. Uh-oh, look at the time. I gotta get back to my forklift.
Wow, he loves his forklift, doesn't he?
See you.
You don't get that perspective even in the main game. And also the kid's like, his eyes are going wide. He's like, oh shit, I gotta get back to work. See, it is amazing. You're right. Thank you for bringing that up, Dolphin, as far as that. Because honestly, I haven't seen all these, number one. Number two, I don't think I've seen some of the ones I've seen in years. So much so, we have a character here, who's this? When we get to Shenmue 2, you know who Shuing is. But for now, we're going to see, like, what is she talking about as far as, what is that, the battle system she's talking about? No, it's not the battle system, that was Ryo's case.
Allow me to tell you about Shenmue. Let's see.
About the game.
Let's talk about items.
Oh, item management.
Did you know that you can use flashlights and candles for light? But you must use them sparingly. There are times when you really need them. There are also martial arts scrolls. But you can't master a new move just because you read the scroll.
Mm-hmm.
The martial arts aren't that easy. There are also clocks. People who are late for appointments won't gain the respect of others.
She's just talking about the fact that, you know, if you blow off
So be
Goro,
careful.
when it comes to getting the job, he'll be mad at you.
I'll teach you about the notebook, too.
Okay.
It's very important. It contains details of conversations you've had and important information. When you want to review events that have happened, or when you aren't sure what to do next, open it and take a look. It's also easy to use. Simply press the X button to have it displayed on the screen. Oh yes, I'll also tell you about the system menu.
Okay.
All Ryo's items are arranged and stored in the system menu. Just press the Y button to open the system menu.
Knowing who this character is in Shenmue 2, it's kind of
cursor used
hilarious
for
having her
selecting
explain,
items
like, understanding, like, how
remains
everything
on the
Ryo
last
does.
selected item, so it's easy to use. Ryo's money is also displayed in the system menu. Bus fare, telephone change, etc. But spend your money carefully. You can use it at the arcade, but don't overdo it. And don't forget, you can examine all items. Whenever you get new items, be sure to examine them carefully. You might just discover something new. Next, I'll explain about searching. Use the analog thumb pad or zoom control when searching. Many items are automatically focused onto. Yes, this is what we call lock on.
Yeah.
When you lock on to something, press the A button. You can do lots of things like opening doors and grabbing objects. If you find an item you need, you'll automatically take and keep it. Finally, one more thing. Anyone who's pressed the start button already knows this, but Shenmue contains help screens. These help screens display explanations and control information for each game situation. Whenever you don't know what to do, simply press the start button to display the help screen. Things are explained so anyone can understand. So don't worry. I suppose that's all for now. Did you understand it all?
Yeah, I think so. It's also interesting because, yeah, this is totally out of character for this character when you see her in the next game. It's also pointing out that character as far as Shu Ying. She is voiced in this game, not in Shenmue 2, but in this game, by Amanda Satchel. The only other voice credit I have of hers is she was Jennifer Love Hewitt on an episode of Celebrity Deathmatch. But as I mentioned, this character's in Shenmue 2 in context I will keep hidden for now. And she's nothing like this. I'll be probably pulling this clip out, or I might record this without voice over it again when we get to Shenmue 2 and meet this character. It's like, yeah, she's saying all these things that completely go against what we just heard here. But it's also the case that, fine, they were still working Shenmue 2 when this was in development or when they had this game going. So the case of kind of the thought of it, the fascination of seeing what were they going to do with Shenmue 2 before it came around, what they're doing with the context of the original. But of course, Chai, that skinhead, he does have some things to say about QT, in fact, including the fact that, yeah, that was the last trick he played on us before he sent him into the ocean. Yeah, what do we have to tell us about QTEs, the controversial quick-time events as far as games? As I mentioned, I will defend Shenmue to the death in terms of how they do them. Jesus Christ.
You're lucky. You now have the privilege to learn a thing or two. From the great Chai himself.
Yeah.
The likes of you wouldn't know about QTE, but you know about it, you insolent little creep. Oh well, some don't know about it. Those who do can listen again. QTE is short for Quick Timer Event. Simply observe the displayed icon and press the corresponding control to experience these extraordinarily interesting, terribly exciting events if you're good enough. There are numerous variations. Objects come at you out of nowhere. Are you quick enough to avoid them? Just when you think you've found the person you're looking for, a chase QTE starts.
I also love the quick cuts when it comes to Chai's stuff.
Charge through a crowd of people, or leap over a fence. Look out, avoid, evade. What's that? Apples rolling for you. Jump over them.
Or throw you in the ocean, how about that?
Well, just encountering the great Chai was enough to get your heart pounding. An instantaneous decision is the difference between success and failure.
Oh yeah.
This fusion of simplicity and agility makes Shenmue.
Look at those vampire teeth, you're right! And we didn't get a whole lot of time to admire that with Chai throughout the game.
There's no need to worry even if you fail. Even if you make mistakes.
And look, it's like there's earwax coming out of his ear. I actually never noticed that, wow. And like the veins on his head, so yeah, you're right, the detail here is unbelievable. Yeah, he definitely has the Golem thing. He has to, as far as that, as far as like him explaining that idea, saying like, look how great I am.
QTE, oh yeah. Execute one-button punches, kicks, throws, battles of incredible force. A variety of moves unfold before your very eyes. Counterattack at the moment you dodge your opponent's blow.
Yeah, it is the Golem laugh, and also find the cinematography, like the camera spinning around his head like that. Which reflects how demented a character he is, honestly. So it is fit perfectly.
With QTE, you just never know what will happen or when.
That's true, and that's why I love the QTs in this game.
Characters like me turn up out of nowhere. Don't panic. Stay on your toes. If you're careless, you might suddenly find the great Chai has crept up behind you and...
And of course the laugh him, oh my god. No, you can, it's hard to see it as far as on the left side of him. He's sort of kind of waving goodbye off screen. So yeah, it is unbelievable, oh my god. And as I said, that also goes to the idea like what QTs of this game do. And like, fine, him emphasizing it and honestly not wrong about anything he really went into. Okay, so those are the informational elements. I'll end on the music. Theater is gonna be a bit different. I'm gonna mute the mic on these. Because, alright, as I mentioned, you can look at the cinematics that go from the game. Everything you've unlocked, you can miss some of these. So we have what we had before as far as like, hey, Inoki-san. Also, I will put a link to this item in for what I couldn't show for this game. And I tried off screen to do this too, but to no avail. The idea of having Nozomi fight alongside you with Inoki-san at Sakuragaoka Park. Also, we saw Charlie, of course, at the Tattoo Parlor. I'm going to show this one again, by the way, because I had audio problems when we did that part for part 2, so I'm going to rewatch that one. We met Master Chen, going to the antique store, finding out the North Star about the letter. When we first saw Chai, busting the piggy bank, having to go to Asian Travel Company with the boat ticket, get him eating the boat ticket. Jimmy, as far as that. We met Goro, as far as getting the job. Goro giving us information more on Mark taking an ugly beating. Goro saying him and Maya are going to get married. Nozomi in tears because of us missing Christmas together. Borrowing the motorcycle, as you saw, going to the harbor, dealing with Terry. Dreaming the Phoenix Mirror. Nozomi and the motorcycle at the end of the game. The meditation. The move instruction out with Tom. Tom leaving. The stuff we have with Guizhong are parting for sure. And then the end of the game. I'm going to show off these 5 because these are things that are unique for this, that are not part of the game. I'm going to mute on these. I will be back.
Into an immense world where time flows eternal, you shall venture. Making acquaintances, then parting. Embark on a journey that shall touch your heart in ways you have yet to experience. Shenmue, Now it is time for your saga to begin.
Not all of these are very long, mind you, but I do want to show some of these, and also we're going to have some pretty significant loading when it comes to coming back. But if nothing else, it also shows more of like what they really were thinking, including, fine, we saw that chewing character who was explaining some of the stuff about like your items, we'll see in the next game, but the case of them kind of saying all these things, and honestly, in a worse game, you just think about some of those things they say, like, it's like, man, this game is totally full of itself. But honestly, with Shenmue, it has... The best word I think I can put to this, which I didn't put in my final thoughts, but I'll put it now, is earnestness. There's such an earnestness to Shenmue that honestly, I don't get an air of pretension off of it, honestly. So when they're saying this is a game that's going to touch your heart and draw you in, I said, you know what, it totally did. I can speak to that. It might not for you, but for me it does, and either way, like, just to kind of give that perspective. But what's Yokosuka? Well, fine, that's this game as far as Shenmue 1. They do call Chapter 1 Yokosuka. That is what the indication is, and let's take a look at what it is. What the game says it is now.
Now listen, tighten up your abdomen. Yes, like that.
Izumi.
You are the young man who has called?
Why my father?
Azuki's boy.
Fuku-san!
So yeah, as you're seeing with some of this stuff, some of this is actually sort of promotional material of elements that were indicated before the game came out. Because they showed 1999, which is when it came out in Japan, or fine, it was coming out in Japan initially. No, I think it did come out in Japan as far as 1999. Either late 1999 or early 2000. And it was 2000 for the US. Actually, wait a second. What am I doing? I have a notebook as far as when I indicated when the Dreamcast version came out in Japan. So fine, let me go back to that. Right, it was at the end of the year. It was, right, I forgot. We played it like a day before, its 25th anniversary, because it came out on, December 29th of 1999. So yeah, that was the idea. It was coming in 1999, as he indicated. So yeah, a little bit of an idea, but some of the same scenarios that we saw in the game, and also not the same thing that we saw when we showed the Dreamcast video, or the Dreamcast magazine video, beginning of part 1. We'll find more about the time control and the magic weather. I'll make sure I also show that before we end for this and go on to the next thing. But take a look at that.
In Shenmue, everything continually changes, just as in real life. Depending on how the player progresses in the game, each event will be an unique experience to each player. One player may experience an event in the rain. Another player may experience the same event in the snow. And another may even experience it under strong sunlight. Players who took their time in a quest may arrive at the next town in a whole different climate. This new system, which enabled the high level of freedom and reality, is magic weather. The change of time and the change of weather which comes with it is expressed real time. The same places will not always look the same. Full interactive. What you experience may differ from another.
Yeah, at that point, they're basically talking about the fact, as I mentioned, the thing with the weather system that I'll indicate as one last thing, but also the fact that, fine, if you take your time, like we did, you might be in a case where, fine, because you do something on a specific day or go at a different time, you'll kind of see it a bit differently. So maybe it's a question of a misnomer of saying, like, hey, you know, are you going to experience it the same way? But fine, you might experience the same things, yes and no, but also depends on who you talk to, but also in cases like when you go and do things, it'll kind of give it a different feel that, in a way, kind of gives you the option to kind of make it your own, just because you're saying, okay, I'm going to make the decision to say, I want to go here, I want to talk to these people, I want to look around this area at this point. Because fine, you could rush this game, as was mentioned before we did this, saying the case that you could bypass a ton of stuff and then just get to the end. Probably have done this maybe in 2 parts if I did that. But also I said, fine, I want to soak this game in, number one. But number two, saying, hey, it kind of gives a perspective of seeing stuff different, and even stuff that I didn't even know this game had, by me saying, oh, I'm going to take my time. And other events, as I showed, like with this down here, where I said, we had to wait until after Christmas in order to make this happen. Because you play the game too quickly, you won't see the idea of Nozomi crying in the park. So that being kind of a factor to itself, and we're also getting another little bit of a preview of what the game was looking like before we got it as we know it. Let's take a look at that. We'll be back in just a sec.
I'm gonna get him!
And that was a bit of a sizzle reel for the game, with actually the guitar piece that we heard in the official Dreamcast magazine Shenmue video, but they only gave you the end of it. This one they said to the entire song. Basically the idea, like, hey, how kind of action-packed this game can be. Was that, I don't know, fine, it is in a lot of ways, but also in other cases kind of slower. But the case is like, yeah, this looks exciting on top of everything else. And also they keep saying RPG has changed as far as the idea that, fine, even when we saw the Dreamcast magazine video saying, it's not an RPG, it's not a movie, a world that transcends game. I was like, yeah, this is not exactly an RPG, but fine. Crochet64 said this to me a couple times, because they said, like, that RPG is you haven't completed list is getting really long, isn't it? Which is right, it is. But also saying that, I said, what counts as an RPG? It's like, honestly, anything could be an RPG. It's like, you know what, you're right, because you're playing a role in something. Which I guess is interesting thing about Shenmue, because fine, I guess it's an RPG in the sense you're living a life of Ryo and kind of doing a bunch of things and building up your skills when it comes to your battles. But also it's different the way it's doing it compared to like other RPGs, like, I don't know, if I'm playing Shadow Hearts Covenant, for example. Definitely different than something like that. But still the case that it is kind of redefining that idea, kind of maybe forcing the player to kind of recontextualize what they knew about a game like this. Right, there's one last one as far as something new, that is the forklift preview. So we did have our job last time, we got fired by it this time, so let's see about having the preview and how it works. Okay, actually, I never saw that before, and I want to go back to something I mentioned earlier tonight, which when we did the motorcycle drive down to the harbor, I said it was a version of Scarletto, which is a piece of music out of Ferrari F355 Challenge from, it was an arcade game, and they ported it to the Dreamcast and the PlayStation 2. It's a non-vocalized version as far as that they redid it. I didn't know this game had the Ferrari F355 Challenge version in it, although there's part of the cut off. As far as it. So yeah, that's why we didn't hear the vocalized version. I didn't know they took the music from that, although fitting because it is Yu Suzuki who made Ferrari F355 Challenge as it was. And so fine, that is the vocalized version of the song we heard earlier in the show. I was gonna say no, I'm gonna take back when I said I'll have that song in the link list, but I'm gonna keep it in because they did cut this one off a little bit before they ended it. But yeah, so there you go, that heavy metal 80s like hairband music sound that a lot of cases, a lot of Sega stuff has. It's definitely interesting. And we can show Ferrari F355 Challenge, but goddamn, that game is hard. You'd think it wouldn't be. You'd think it's an arcade game, but it's all about a simulation of driving a Ferrari F355. It doesn't say it enough, and I'll get it right. But it's a case where in the arcade you have 3 monitors for it. You have the facing screen where you're driving, but on the left and right side of yourselves, you have 2 other screens in your mirrors. You look backwards to see where the other drivers are going. The home ports do not have that. But there are also cases where it's kind of a simulation. It's like a Gran Turismo or a Forza Motorsport in a lot of ways. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty difficult. But it is an interesting game. And the thought, like, hey, that experience of actually driving one of these machines. And the music, because, like, yeah, Sega went hardcore when it comes to their music as far as that with it. But yeah, those are all those, although as I said, I'm going to show off... which one are we showing off again? Nozomi's Confession, because this is when Nozomi said that she loved us, and the reason I'm doing that is because when we showed this in part 2, because of the tech equipment I was using for that one, I actually lost audio on that footage. So I'm going to play it again. I'm also going to mute the mic on this one, and this will be the last mute I do. Just because it's not subtitled, and I want to hear it all. So, yeah, enjoy. As far as the idea of Nozomi telling us that she loves us, which you did have that going the whole game. So here's an indication to begin.
Ryo,
Nozomi, what's the matter?
sorry to call you out.
It's okay.
I had to talk with you alone. But with all the problems you've been having...
Is it so important?
For me, yes. Do you have time to talk?
Yes, but I can't stay long.
I know. You see, I'd wanted to wait until things settled down before I told you. But I can't wait any longer. I just can't hold it in. I'm sorry.
Nozomi.
It's about my feelings for you, but if I don't tell you now, I feel like I'll miss my chance to...
Has something happened?
Last night, my mom called from Canada. My father is insisting that I return.
So you're leaving soon?
I don't know when, but I can't go without letting you know how I feel.
I know.
Huh?
But right now, I don't really know how I feel.
I understand. When you're ready, tell me.
I will.
I'm sorry I called you out.
Nozomi? Don't forget to say goodbye. See you.
And that is a beautiful scene, of course, but also you get the great Nozomi music, which is a wonderful piece of music. And goes the idea of what we showed, I think, this part, which is the fact that sometimes people question saying, like, wait a second, is it the case where Ryo is rejecting her? I mean, maybe a little bit, but also maybe not a little bit, because he knows how she's feeling. He says that, I'm not sure how I feel, but also he's so focused on his goal to find Land D, and the case that he maybe doesn't want to get her involved in this, but the idea is that she keeps asking him. Over here in returns from class, she said, like, hey, you know, class just let out. We have to get ready for exams. I know you're going through a lot with your family, but I want to make sure that you're going to be doing all right. And, like, I want to make sure, like, hey, the exams are coming up, how that's going to be for you. So the idea that she always has had her eyes as far as us just kind of just caring about us and keeping us a little bit in check, but also says, like, cheer up, I'll help you out. And also the case of saying, you know, I know you're going through a lot. It was like, talk to me, please. And he does. There are cases where he does, including the fact that we saw there. It was like, we had our really bad case of Christmas with both of us. And then when she's kidnapped, he jumps right into action. So he's like, fine, I'm going to save her. But it's also a case that, fine, he's afraid now at this point, saying, they're coming after my friends and family. And they even warned him, it's like, we're going to get your friends and family. And the kid's like, he wants to keep her safe, clearly. And there's something to be said about that. And also the amulet, as far as she gave us at the end of the game. So the fact that, as Tom said, when he said he's going, he said, like, even though we're parting ways, our connection is still going to be there. And I think that maybe in a lot of ways is maybe one of the big themes of this first Shenmue game. And sort of with the other ones too, but in different ways, as far as like what the adventure we're going to go on all the people we've met and how much they made an impact in our lives and we made an impact on theirs. Last thing we'll look at as far as the passport. Actually, I'm getting way more out of this than I thought I was gonna. I said 2 hours. Like, okay, fine, 3. You can play music. As far as it, you have like the Shenmue original, which is not the orchestral version that we heard overall. I'm getting on the Shenhua orchestral music as far as this. We have other stuff, they go to things that are in the game, but other stuff where they don't completely, or it's kind of hard to get a sense like where they are. And also, it's worth pointing out, this is not every piece of music that's in this game, unfortunately. You'd think, like, wait a second, it would be. But it caps out at about, like, 20-something. We do get a lot of the big pieces of music, including good old Bob's Pizzeria. Do love the Bob's Pizzeria music. Get to keep hearing that. We're going to Slot House. The Asia Travel Company, as far as that, going to the Harbor Lounge. We spent a lot of time there trying to get Capsule Toys and play darts, of course. And learning more about Mario as far as Bob's Pizzeria. But also, I think some of it is a little higher quality as far as this, maybe because it's outside of the context of the game. Of course, Tomato Convenience Mart. Yeah, we gotta have the Tomato Convenience Mart music. It's amazing. So bouncy and bumpy, and I do love as far as how it goes. Of course, your Yokosuka Blues we played last time as far as in the cassettes. Won't play it again necessarily. And other stuff that go to events in the game as well. Including Working Man, the case we had when we were doing our job. Not the Rush song, Working Man, otherwise it'd be here for 8.5 minutes, and I'd get copyright stricken. Other ones, including the music for Christmas, because I like the 3 Christmas musics. Some of these are exclusive to this, as far as what they are. Remember, this was a Christmas game, as far as how it was. And you get the perspective of the Shenhua music, which is absolutely beautiful. And I said, it's going to go in factor later, because fine, we saw that other woman, not just Shi-Wing, we saw Shenhua. She's going to come in factor in the next game, too. But fine, she's saying, like, wait a minute, she knows something as far as Ryo, and we keep having dreams about her. For what that's about, we'll come back to it when we do Shenmue 2. But also, I do want to play, then, for representation on that, I want to play the orchestral version of this. I love this music so much. That's every piece of music in this game, especially this one. I don't know, I think it also just goes, I think, not anything else. Even going back on my final thoughts on this game, those are not my final thoughts, I guess is the thought. The fact that there's such a passion I get off of this game as far as what the game is doing, but also in a way it kind of awakens a passion in myself. Fine, a lot of the best games you play are going to do that, really. In case that you get the sense that there's something strong coming out of them that resonates with you. And Shenmue's a case of that. It's the case where oftentimes, like, even the littlest things kind of just think about, like, man, Shenmue's like, oh yeah, it just brings you back. It really puts you in a mood. In a lot of the different moods that Shenmue can put you in, you know? It can be funny. It can be a case where it's kind of sad. It can be beautiful in terms of a lot of different things as far as the atmosphere of where it's going, some of the romantic stuff when it comes to Nozomi, also how complex that is, as I mentioned earlier when we were doing that with the motorcycle drive home. I'll tell you what this is. This game is such a rich experience. So I cannot say enough about this game. Clearly, I know Dollyfin you can't either, as far as it. But fine, this was clearly a game for me as far as the case of finding the show off, but also the case of saying, yeah, the fact that a game that speaks to you specifically, that is in a lot of ways what Shenmue is to me. When they announced Shenmue 3, questions on like, did it live up to everything? But also the case that when they announced that, I was almost just like, oh my god, they're bringing back, I heard that music as far as the Shenmue music. It just took me back, and I said, it's more than a nostalgia thing. That's not, I have nostalgia in this game, of course, because I grew up with it, but also, it's more than that. Playing through this game again for the show made me realize just how much this game really means to me, and how much it really shaped the idea of who I am as a gamer. And I think we sometimes talk about this, the games that made us gamers. And the games that really stick with us amongst many games we play. Because games are going to come and go, like anything. But then the ones that you remember, and that you kind of think backwards to them, as we're also getting, the love coming in as far as the heartfelt element of Dollyfin going on here, of what we're hearing, but I guess also maybe just as far as the idea of this game. We heard this out of you as well when it came to the play of the game. We know on part 1, but also in the chat on these parts as well, because I know you love this game. I knew we were talking about this, saying, you want to be involved in this? Like, yeah, absolutely. Yes, exactly. And there's something to be said about that. In fact, I'll say this above anything else, is that I mentioned, I'm not going to promise this is going to be something that everybody's going to fall in love with, but it's also the kind of thing I think, if nothing else, the people who I know, who know me, and know my love of this game, they understand why this game means the world to me. And also, if nothing else, maybe the case that maybe they like it more just on the idea of the passion I have. And honestly, that's something that came up as eventually we played Kingdom Hearts, which is the case that was Electros' case, saying, you know, I almost, to him, what I think Kingdom Hearts is to him, what a game like this is to me, or something like Suikoden is to Chasm 22, what a game like Shadow Hearts is to the Crusader 64, and other cases as far as that. What Smart Ball is to Edwack, what Freddy Fish is to Nikki as well. Because it's something that speaks to you so strongly, and it holds in a way. And there's something really to be said about that compared to other stuff, but also the idea, like, what are the games that really stick with you? And I guess also, what are the games that you think to yourself, like, why am I glad I got into this hobby? A game like Shenmue is that way to me, and then people, as I said, I get excited about games that other people love just because clearly I can tell the love they have for it. And I think what people understand with Shenmue with me is, like, they may not completely understand why I love this game to certain degrees, but sometimes they do, but also other cases where they say that they may be more intrigued. It's like, oh my god, this game means so much, because I think the idea is that you can say this with the game, you know, I'll run this again just once more as far as it, before we look at one last thing with this, and we look at Daytona USA, another game I adore. And that is the case that they realize there's no bullshit coming off of me, or maybe off of the game itself. When I'm saying I adore this game, I don't think there's anybody who could look at this video, or this show, or any of the parts we've done on this game and say that Captain D-Trag here, that he does not adore this game, and he's willing to kind of just go completely bare himself open, just explain why, and to basically, above anything else, like, if you haven't played this game, this is an experience you should have. Whether you fall in love with it like I do or not is immaterial. It's just a case that it's games like this, like, I will recommend this game to everybody just because of everything it does. And sometimes the case that I've sometimes run into cases where sometimes people play games, maybe they don't get into as much as I do, but maybe that turns to a gateway to something else that then gets them into something, or cases of other people doing the same thing for me, you know? Like, they'll recommend something, I'll play it, either I'll find a new favorite. We had that with Emetics with Parasite Eve. That's another game. He loves that game. It's one that I can exactly get with that one what he loves about it, and I love it too. Actually, not dissimilar in some ways, because it's a case where, like Parasite Eve, Shenmue is a game that is a very specific look at a world and characters that is reflecting real life in a way that it's like the hyper-realism concept as far as the idea of, like, the fact that something like this could happen in real life, maybe to some capacities has, but maybe not completely. But regardless of whatever it is, there's no seams in it that you're noticing, or that the people who love it in particular notice. And, like, yeah, it doesn't take you out. And something that you just have to say that name. As far as Shenmue, as far as Parasite Eve, as far as Smart Ball, as far as Shadow Hearts, as far as Suikoden, as far as Freddy Fish, as far as when we played Lunar, when Nocturne played Mega Man Legends, as far as that. I'm thinking of other cases of people who played games that, or talked about games on the show. Like, there's not a doubt as far as what that is. And sometimes you just hear those names, like, just take you right back. In the case where you just, and for me, the replay of this game is high. I find myself playing through this game every couple of years just because it's something that experience of it is something I cherish so much, and every time I come back to it, I feel like I'm finding something new about it that maybe I didn't have the first time. And I sort of said this when we played Super Mario RPG. That's another game I adore with all my heart and soul. And I think that's kind of where we're at with Shenmue for sure. And so I said, when we have the Shenhua thing, I'm going to just briefly show the thing with the weather, briefly as far as Shenmue 1, as far as the setting when you beat the game. And then it's Daytona USA time. Because I do want to show this, I do want to correct the issues we had with Mike. I hope the hell that's not happening this time. I have the older mic, which is fine, my good old Samsung G-Track Pro. It's not a broken case. I thought for a while it was. It's not. I have my Bluetooth speakers turned off. I have everything out of the way as much as I can. One thing I'm going to do briefly, because I'm fucking paranoid about this, I'm going to turn off the Bluetooth on my phone that's nearby, because like, uh-oh, is that pulling up? Like, it's not communicating with this. I don't think it is. Right, because I don't have it going... My phone's not going to my PC, so I think we're fine. Because it crushed me last year when we looked at Daytona USA and I realized, wait, we had, like, audio problems with the mic as far as it going hissing, and I don't want that to happen again. But yeah, that is the idea of Shenmue. I love it with all my heart and soul. And whether you do or not, we'll see. But, I mean, if you haven't played it, play it, please. But before we go on to Daytona USA, and by the way, when I do have all these parts as far as this one in a couple of days, I will be having timestamps as I always do, which honestly I realized a lot of the shows that we've been doing, I've been doing that more and more as far as it, because like there's a lot of perspectives of things we look at, chapters of the game going on, more about if I show multiple different games or parts of game. And for this, I'm going to delineate it out into Shenmue Passport, the finale of the game itself, and then like 2 final thoughts on this game, as is the case already. So I'm not going to do that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, because that's always the start one that I do. And of course, thank you for watching and schedule, and for Daytona USA in just a second. But all right, one good show is when you go into options, go to settings. When you beat the game, you can unlock magic weather, which is you have the Shenmue meteorological observatory data that they have for the way the weather's changing, or you can turn this on, which is actual weather. I believe this is on by default. You have an option for this by default on the HD version, which is the actual 1986 Yokohama District Meteorological Observatory data, where it takes the actual weather of the time period and you can play through the game that way. It's quite something to be having that go on. Just another case, like, they didn't necessarily have to do this, they did it, and yeah, created for quite a seminal game. And I'm so happy I got to play it. Thank you so much for joining us for the play of it, but we got one more thing to do for tonight, and I got to do a quick swap off because I don't want to necessarily redo the clock entry on my Dreamcast. So I'm going to briefly turn the console off. Quickly do that, take the VMU out, I got to put another one in. Put the jump pack in because, yeah, Shenmue does not have Rumble at all. Any version. 1, 2, and 3 do not have it. Not that you necessarily miss it, but it's kind of a surprise that there's no Rumble element going on. So, with that, we're going to boot it up. And we got Daytona USA. 2001. That is what's known as in Japan, but it came out in 2000. Oh, shit. Yeah, if you're not quick as far as because my Dreamcast battery is dead, yeah, I have to set the clock again. If you're really quick, you can do it, and it will not require you to set it up again, but fine, for the hell of it, I'll just set this up. Like, yeah, it defaults to the day the Dreamcast came out in Japan, but fine, for this, let's get up to time, and since we are an Eastern Standard Time program, we're going to go at 10:04 p.m. So, let's talk about this game. I've shown this before. Also, one thing I gotta do before we do this is posted by Hasbro Interactive, like how. It's Sega and Amusement Vision. That is, of course, the artist now known as Ryogago Toku, the people who make the Yakuza games now, and made F-Zero GX. I'm putting this in quickly as far as the game change, just to have like a chapter this way for YouTube site. Oh, not YouTube site, Twitch. YouTube site will have the chapter thing as far as the way that's going. So here we go. Okay. I did show this game off before when we did the Dreamcast Racing Showcase back in 2022. Dolphin, you wanted to see that. I included this game in it. I'll have a link to that show below when I edit. This is it. I also got to change the volume of this because this game is actually surprisingly quiet. Let me get the number I took down before the show, which should be over here. I ran 2 books because I had to go back to the Shenmue notes from like 5 months ago. 17.4. Me, you know. 17.1. Okay. Here's my save file, running this for this different version of Daytona USA. We showed it last time. I normally would link to the show, we showed it, but because of those audio problems, I'm not going to do it. I will show that off again. We'll do another full show of it. I also will show that Xbox 360 version in our delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 as another look at it. As far as like a brief thing, but I'll do another show for it. And also, it's going to be a case we're going to show every single version of Daytona USA on the show at some point which is going to include the Sega Saturn version, Championship Circuit Edition, also on Sega Saturn, though I'm going to get the Japanese version because it has the arcade music on top of it. I will also show, I guess, when the Like a Dragon games port this game into it without the licenses, because they've already done what Daytona USA 2 twice. The Battle on the Edge version and the Power Edition. That Pirate Yakuza game that came out as far as it for Like a Dragon a couple months ago has both of those editions. That's what we do is to celebrate Daytona USA. As I mentioned, this version came out in 2001 for Dreamcast, developed by Amusement Vision and Genki. Genki was also involved in Virtua Fighter 3 TB for the Dreamcast. Not a great conversion over. This one they redid as far as it was. This is an early one of Amusement Vision for me. As I mentioned, they did the Yakuza games now, but also they made Super Monkey Ball, they made F-Zero GX for GameCube, for Nintendo, and they also made, I think what else they've made. Honestly, I don't have notes on this one. Fine, I have my notes from when we played Daytona USA, period. It's fine. Last year we celebrated 30 years. This year we celebrated 31 years. I love this game. I've never played Daytona USA before. It is an arcade racing game that, as I mentioned at the time, their perspective of it, they said they wanted to focus on it as I want to have the actual words, right, a funky entertainment of racing games. And wait a second, we're just Daytona cars driving around tracks. So like, okay, fine, how can that be that way? But then you hear the stuff going on with the music, some of the sights you're going to see, Sonic on the Mountain over as far as 37 Speedway. This is a redo of the original 1994 arcade game on a different engine, with some extra stuff, and also with stuff that was in Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition, and other things as well. We're going to take a look at the game. Also, on the menus here, you also get the arcade music as far as stuff. In this case, you do get the arcade variants of Sky High, the music for Seaside Street Galaxy. Unfortunately, you can't listen to the race in this one, unlike some of the other ones. But hear the great stuff going on, and also all the vocalized stuff. Of course, yeah, there's no karaoke mode in this, but fine, I'll do it anyway, because I love the music of this one, of course. Because I'm gonna fly sky high, let's go together. You don't get that out of the racing games, do you? And God, I love it so much. Okay, I'll give a little bit of a brief element going on Daytona USA. Chat, feel free to let memories flow on Daytona USA. Again, you can play this Dreamcast version or anything else about Sega racing games. And this is an AM2 game as far as what it was originally. And Brian Matul, who was in Shenmue, as far as doing voice acting as Goro, he's the announcer in this version because they changed the announcing in this. You have single race going on for this game. They had a championship mode, which you go through. It's extremely hard. You have time attack mode. You have versus battle, which is up for 2 players. There is online for this game, or was. It is up to 4 players. They actually do have custom servers now, which they actually just established like 2 years ago again. Because apparently Sega screwed up the online for this by hard-coding the IP addresses for it to something, and I think also the servers they had, they were connected with AT&T for SegaNet for the online for the system. They sold that or transitioned that off, and it was too early the way they did it. So actually, it was like, yeah, the game was not playable online for a while. The online was great, although it did disconnect a lot. But that being said, even on a 56K modem, even when I was running it suboptimally at the time, it's actually a case where I was having the game run 60 FPS as smoothly online as it was off. So it's unbelievable to get a sense. You also have replay modes, options, and a homepage, and we'll point out for the online if you're going to do it. Back then, or I guess now, as far as it, you have to have a Daytona USA online key. You get one from downloading from the Daytona USA homepage. It's 4 blocks to your VMU, on top of the 24 blocks for the game itself. And then you're able to go into net battle for the purpose. In fact, I'll show that briefly, saying, like, make sure you have a VMU that contains a Daytona key file. And you have to go to homepage for that for the purpose of it. But first thing we're going to do is going to take a look at options. You can do configuration of stuff for game. Just to let you know, I have stuff on difficulties you can set to easy, normal, and hard. View type as far as defaults, because you can have the multiple views, the 4 views like in the arcade game. Background music and sound. I put the sound down because I want to make sure all this music is heard. There's Rumble Jump Pack, so make sure you have one inserted, you'll get that going. And what's going on as far as configuration of your controls. You can customize the controls any way you want. As far as shifting gears, so yeah, you have those 4 buttons going on like the arcade game. Changing view elements on D-pad. Steering is analog thumb pad only, and the left and right trigger for the gas pedal. But the other thing that lets you do is analog calibration, because actually we did not talk about this when we went through this last time. That is, when it comes to steering and the gas pedal, since they're analog input elements, you can actually adjust what they are. You can play around with the sensitivities, and honestly, for this game, you might want to do that because this game is really sensitive when it comes to steering. And it feels different than the arcade game, so it's something that purists of the original arcade game have sometimes taken issue with. I sometimes have too, although in all honesty, this is the Daytona USA game I had for the longest time until that Xbox 360 version came out, which you can't buy anymore, but Sega apparently forgot to list on PS3, so if you have PS3 and you want it, go get it now, don't wait. Please don't wait, otherwise they can take it down the minute I say this, perhaps. You can also handle, like, how's the gas pedal going? So, like, yeah, what's the sensitivity as far as what that is? Like, what's maximum? So, hitting down a little bit of the way, very little bit of the way, but then you push it all the way, boom, it goes all the way. Same with brake pedal. Sensitivity on the steering would turn down a little bit, because when I was doing them a test, like, yeah, I'm crashing around. My skills of this game are kind of past me, but it's also something that I want to come back to it again to play more. You can also set color schemes for all the cars. Of Hornet, Grasshopper, Falcon, Lightning, Unicorn, which is unlockable for going through the championship mode, which is insanely hard to do. Red Cat, which is tied to online, but there's no way to unlock it. Powerwalker Barchetta, Powerwalker Barchetta Super, which for that one you have to reverse on any course and complete the race going backwards. And if you do that, you unlock... Oh, you have to do it with this one, you know, unlock this one. And there's another one when you log 100 hours on this game. I probably should have just had the game on for, like, a couple hours as far as like a couple days doing it, but I didn't do it. And you can change the colors of everything as you want, which is a nice case, but there's also the other thing, which is display adjustment. This is what is it? This is a 4x3 display, and save all that stuff to VMU as is case. And it'll automatically save it, and it'll also show a nice thumbs up on the VMU when it saves, which I do like that touch. Okay, so fine, with that preamble, let's get to racing. Okay, I'm going to show off single race. We're going to show all the courses. Not that it doesn't take that long. And some other stuff. I'll also make sure stuff is good on the audio, which seems like it is. Okay. Okay, so we have the most famous car probably in any arcade racing game ever. This is the Hornet. It is, of course, based on the 1994 Chevy Lumina. I think they changed the design a little bit in this game to not completely be that way, but it looks mostly the same, with the nice turquoise blue and red on the side, and it is pretty good in everything in terms of grip, acceleration, and its maximum speed. And in this one you also have new cars. They are also based on other cars, but it's not always as obvious what they are, but they're not all based on the Lumina the way that the original game was. The Grasshopper's a case where it has really good grip, but its acceleration is not so hot and speed is even worse. There's also the Falcon. This has pretty good grip. Its acceleration and max speed is just average. This is actually not bad if you want to try and learn this game, although honestly, Hornet is not bad as far as starting it. It is the default car, and when you play the arcade version, many of the other ones, before they gave you options of selecting cars, it's this thing you're driving. There's also the Lightning. This, I can tell from the look of it, what it's based on. It is based on the Ford Escort, as far as what it is. This has not so hot grip, it's like average, but the acceleration max speed is way higher. Unicorn is the one you unlock for going through the championship mode. Its grip is not good at all, but its acceleration and max speed are insanely high. Red Cat is the one you unlock for doing online, which has really good acceleration. The way you did that when you're doing online is you win a race online and you unlock this. There's another method to unlock this. I don't remember off the top of my head what it is. I'll have indicating down below saying what's the other way to unlock it. I think it's also based on time you have logged. So the point is you don't have to be... You're not losing this because the online servers are off. This car, it's worth pointing out, this is based on... this is based on the Mercury Cougar. Based on fine-fitting Red Cat as far as the name. It's not like they went to Ford and got the license for that, but it has a similar shape to it. With the Hornet, though, going back to Tony, you said the first time, they did actually go to the car manufacturers and they had them help as far as that, including Lockheed Martin, as I mentioned, we played it before. This is Power Wagon Barcata. This is a case where the grip's pretty good and acceleration is good, but it's not very fast. Power Wagon Barcata Super is the best grip in the game. It's perfect. Its acceleration is a little better than, I know it's a little worse than the Power Wagon Barcata normal, but speed is a little higher. The way I'm going to go, I'm starting with the Hornet. You can run manual or automatic transmission just like the arcade game. And like that, you have a higher max speed running the manual, but fine, you can run the automatic either way. You have your option of tires. You can set them to soft, medium, hard, and hard. I believe, since I have the instruction manual, I can briefly get an indication. He has wonderful piano music going on. My God, so good. The tires are controlling grip. You get a stronger grip with soft tires, but with hard tires, it means you can drift a little easier. Actually, the way I tend to play Daytona USA, I might want to go medium hard for this one because of the fact that I tend to run drift. Although, fine, the drifting controls are a bit different than the original, so you get used to that. And you can also have your original color or your customs, which you can save up to 4. These are the ones I have on Hornet. Everything okay? Yes. You have your courses, which there are, I believe, 8. I'll confirm that later. There's 37 Speedway. This is the beginner course from the arcade game. Dinosaur Canyon is the advanced course from the arcade game. Sea Century Galaxy is the expert from the arcade game. Desert City was in Daytona USA Circuit Edition, or Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition, which was on Sega Saturn. There's National Park Speedway, which is also from Championship Circuit Edition. And there are 3 new courses exclusive to this game, and are still exclusive to this game, officially at least. The Circuit Pixie, which is this oval track. You have Rin Rin Rink, which is going around an airport. And you have Mermaid Lake, which is also, fine, that one's going around an airport more than Rin Rin Rink is. And it looks like it's kind of, sort of by a stadium, kind of, sort of. I'll show each of these off at least for it, but we're going to start with 37 Speedway. You can option how the number of laps go. You go to fixation, which is the default laps when you play this in the game it came out of, or just the fixation what they give you for this one. I'm going to run the fixation each time for these. You can also run 40 laps like in the later editions of this, or find the earlier, in the sense that you have to then use the pit stop in order to make sure your tires aren't degrading. Entry cars, number of cars on field, we're going full 40 as far as this, just like the arcade game. And you can play courses in normal, reverse, mirrored, or mirrored and reversed. And there's different music when you run it mirrored. Also normal. And with that, we can start the race. Race start! And that is Brian Maddle, as I mentioned, who is Goro in Shenmue, as the announcer here who now says, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines, as opposed to gentlemen, start your engines. But some things are never going to change when it comes to Daytona USA. Of course, we start with 37 Speedway. You got that rolling start, so hold that right trigger down and get ready to go. You get the remix of the King of Speed, which is an amazing remix. And they're underway. Alright, so yeah, here we go. God, I love this game so much. And it looks better than the arcade as far as how they run it on the different engine. And also the fact, as I mentioned when we looked at this before, can't believe that was like 3 years ago we did that. This game is 60 frames per second at all times. There's not a single bit of degradation of graphics anywhere in this. Pop-up, not there. Drawing, not there. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Slowdown, not a bit. And as I said, when you're playing online, it also runs as well as this, except the fact that the connection's not always solid. And also, yeah, the cars are flipping around, so you gotta be careful. So, and even in two-player, frame rate's perfect. My God. The tech on this game is unbelievable. And as I said, it's also way better than a lot of the console versions of this, especially on Saturn, where, fine, that first Saturn version, it runs at 20 FPS, and oftentimes the pop is so bad you can barely see the road in front of you. Not on the Dreamcast, but that being said, the Saturn version does have interesting remixes of its music, which I like first mentioned when we looked at the XBLA version a year ago. And it does have the controls that are more in line with the arcade game. And despite what I'm saying as far as technical problems with it, it's still something that it plays better than you think it would. You think, like, this would be impossible to come back to, but not really. And I think at some point we're going to show it. Either I'll get a copy because it doesn't cost much on Saturn, or I'll say to Kazum22, like, he has this game on the Saturn. I'll say, can I borrow it? And he's like, yeah, no question. Fine. I probably play it more than he does, and he's owned the damn game since the 90s. I do love it so much. Like I said, it does have this nice style. As I said, you're never going to get another racing game quite like this, even with other games that are kind of adjacent and have their own charms to them as well, like Ridge Racing, which of course is going to be a Switch 2 launch game, because the Arcade Archives 2 line is coming out from Hamster Interactive, or Hamster Corporation, I should say, and it's going to be Ridge Racing. That's another one that, like this, has a kind of funky style, like a techno style when it comes to stuff with his music and stuff with announcing, but yeah, it's great in its own way too, and that franchise is also one we got to show on the show. And yeah, knock him into the wall. But yeah, Daytona USA, there is something about this one, but yeah, there's only going to be one of these, even with other cases of this, but the white flag is out. This is the final lap. Although Brian Madwell is not saying that in this version. I'm not winning, but I'm going to come pretty close. Yeah, but I am hitting the side where I find fourth. Not bad. Check your position. All right, there we go. So that is 37 Speedway. All right. All right, so not bad as far as what that is. So I do still have sort of some skills on this one, as we got fourth. Of course, you have the GAMEOVER. So, like, yeah, they even make game over in events. Also, that reminds me, there's another car I have not unlocked, which is based around getting top times on every course in the game. Maybe we'll unlock it depending on how this goes. Oh, I did get a name entry here. And you get this great remix of the entry music. Although I also do not believe, I'll test this, I don't think this has the same Easter egg that the arcade game has, where if you put in music that's specific, or initials that are specific, you get specific music off it. At least I don't think you do. B. Yeah, you don't, because I put in A-B, that gave you music from Afterburn in the arcade game. This one doesn't have it. I didn't think it did. I just want to get a sense of if it did or not. Okay, and you have your element going on, so yeah, my best time is... Okay, not too far off my best time, honestly. Yeah, those are records going back like 20 years. Also, you save replay. As far as how that goes, I believe... I'll take a look at the replay. Well, fine. What's the save on it? I don't have enough space on this VMU for this. I just want to see what it is. Okay, it's 29 blocks. So 29 blocks for a save of the replay. You can watch the replay. Let's take a brief look at the show. Where you can change where your camera's going as it goes. See, like, what'd you do? And also see that, which is the, the control map as far as, see, like, yeah, what are the steering moves you did when it came to going around the curves? How strong would you use that acceleration and when did you use brake? I believe you use brake going up in that. You have the tracing view. You have the left rear side, the right rear side, the auto change, so it is the cinematic view. Definitely looking nice with the Hornet going down the way. So yeah, it is like watching the movie that way. And you also watch the replay more, like change the stuff, but we can leave that. And now I'm going to take a look at the other courses. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a kind of resting case of this, because, God, this game is so good. And also, yeah, you do get the take of the original thing of 370 Severe. It randomly plays music from the arcade game here, as far as it. And I'll also briefly show the championship mode, but, well, actually, yeah, I'll show that. And I'll show different cars each time. We'll show Grasshopper. I'll go with this one. We'll stay with medium hard tires. And we'll do the courses in order. We'll do Dinosaur Canyon. And also, I'm trying to remember... No, actually, wait a minute. I think the... Fine, the arcade version is still 40-car field. The lap is fixation with this. They varied the laps up. So I'll do four laps on this one. I'll do it normal. Let's go.
Start! Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
And interesting to think, as I mentioned, the fact that, yeah, the announcer, this was in Shenmue. Also, he's one of the villains in Guitar Man, and he also is in Shenmue 2. We're going to hear him play that.
3, 2, 1.
And of course, it's Daytona, let's go away. I do love that so much. Also, I still cannot do the shoot off the line thing, which is a little different than even the arcade game is. You're going around the canyon with the dinosaur monuments and things going along as well. They said this may be the best racing game on the Dreamcast. I will put that out there now. We showed a lot of good ones when it came to that racing showcase, and Dalvin, thank you for suggesting that for the purpose of it. Okay, well, okay, fine. Okay, fine. I don't know if I count Crazy Taxi as a racing game. Fine, it sort of is. It's also a driving game, so that's kind of a nebulous one. fine, if it's not Crazy Taxi, it's probably this. And there's a lot of great racing games on the Dreamcast. We showed a couple of those. We showed San Francisco Rush 2049. Sure, thank you. As far as suggesting the show, well, it was a great show. You suggested, but it's also a case that fine. It's been a while since we showed off a lot of those games. Another case where I said, hey, I want to go on and go back to it. Yeah, it's a crazy racing game as far as Crazy Taxi. And that's a game we got to show off, and I said I have to meet the music, but that being said, that's going to be a whole show in and of itself, because, fine, it deserves it. And so is Daytona USA. Fine. Daytona USA is a case I'm giving that special treatment. Like, every damn version of this game I can get my hands on is going to be shown off to some degree or another. And I would have done that even if I didn't have the audio problems from the XBLA version from last year. But fine, as far as on Dreamcast, because fine. Well, let's go into that, because actually, Dolphin, I don't know. Actually, I don't think you were on when we did it. But I don't know if you went back and watched it later or not, if I showed you. But as far as what we covered, I know I covered a couple things I know you wanted to see. But also other stuff. For Shaner64, he donated me San Francisco Rush 2049, which is amazing on the Dreamcast. That's a terrific game, no question. We showed Hydro Thunder. That's a game I want to show again. We showed Hang On out of Shenmue. That was the first thing I did. Well, fine. Fine. That and Pole Position from Nemco. I showed Ribbon Rider Snowboarding, which is kind of racing focused as far as what it is in the snowboarding. Ow, shit, I'm going the wrong way! Crap, no! Let's see. Yeah, I don't know, I might not make it to the next checkpoint. And if I fail here, I'm going to try the track again. Let me think about what else we go look at. We looked at Demolition Racing No Exit. That's kind of like a precursor of sorts to Burnout, but not Burnout. It's Atari who made that one, as is. Why does this make me want to sing Daytona? Or Daytona? Well, because it's in the lyrics. Fine. A couple reasons, I would think. One, it's in the lyrics. Two, the game is so damn infectious. Three, it's the kind of thing that under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily think, like, why would I want to sing along with a game? Why would you have a karaoke mode in the versions of the game that have it? Why would they necessarily say, hey, we're going to be singing a vocalized song about Daytona driving? As in, maybe it's just a case that there's something, and you can say this about a lot of games, too. The case of it being really infectious. But fine, I didn't do well on that track. We're doing it again. That might be part of it. So I think that might have something to do with it. Fine, getting in that perspective like Daytona USA, you know? And a lot of the stuff you had to say when we looked at this last year, which, well, fine, for example, the fact that, fine, there was an episode of the Fam Nikita where something they're showing that game. Like, fine, people knew this game. It was a case where there was a lot of heavy involvement as far as the making of it. It was a huge hit. Everybody looking at that thing, it sold great as far as, fine, people putting quarters into it. Sometimes it's like almost $1 in the damn thing. Like, they want to play that. And seeing it linked up with 8 people. The case you play, like, fine, it could just be, I said this when we looked at it in the racing showcase, I said, you know, it could just be driving around a track, but it has such character, it's something that you'd think would never happen. Or I've said oftentimes when it comes to a lot of the Sega racing games, I said they're the most character-based, non-character racing games as you can imagine. Which is this one, Daytona USA, oh fine, Daytona USA 2 we didn't look at, well, we sort of did last year as far as that. I mean, Sega Rally 2, we looked at that one. That's another one that has some elements to itself. And I want to show Sega Rally 1. I want to show that on Saturn in particular. And as far as other stuff we showed Wacky Races, we showed Looney Tunes Space Race. I want to go back to that one. We showed South Park Rally. We showed Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. We showed Gran Turismo 2 running on this console. Like, how the fuck do we do that? Because there's that Bleem disc that lets you play it on this system. So we showed that. I showed Test Drive Le Mans. I didn't show that actually as long as I probably should have. We showed 18-wheeler American Pro Trucker. That's another Sega racing game. We were driving around the country with trucks and driving away from Lizard Tail, #1 trucker in the US of A. Don't you forget it. We showed both the Crazy Taxi games. We showed TNN Hardcore Heat. We showed like 20 of those as far as what they were. But I'd also probably like look over on the wall after the race is over. Because you get things like, what the hell else did we play that I'm forgetting? We played tons. And in a sea of a lot of racing games, some that are really, really good. Other ones that are sort of kind of good. And other ones we didn't show. Stuff like Daytona USA and Crazy Taxi stand out. And even in some cases, like, fine, even some like Sega Rally 2, I'm not huge on Sega Rally 2 on this system. And part of it because of the way they ported it, it was not as good as this. Fine, this one they rebuilt. That one, they took the Model 3 game, but something about the way porting Model 3 games to the Dreamcast's architecture made it really weird how it played, and it had a lot of technical problems. Unlike something like Crazy Taxi, where Crazy Taxi ran on the Naomi hardware that actually powers the Dreamcast, so it's a pretty easy conversion. And on top of that, something where they're able to easily get a sense of saying, hey, we can add more stuff to this. Let's see. And find other racing games we didn't show. There's Spirit of Speed 1937, which I hear is like one of the worst ones. I played Flag to Flag Kart Racing. That's a Sega game. That was an arcade game as well. That was okay. That was a launch game. I wasn't huge on it, though, necessarily. There's Monaco Grand Prix, which is by Ubisoft. That's insanely hard to play in terms of how it controls, but it sure looks nice. There's also F1 World Grand Prix. That was on Nintendo 64, and there's a different version that the Dreamcast got. And then... okay, there's Test Drive V-Rally. I never played that one. That's a rally racing game. I've heard it's better than Sega Rally is, actually. Fine, Sega Rally 2. Fine, I like Sega Rally 2, but on Dreamcast there's a lot of pop-up and things that it didn't have in the arcade. Although it does have amazing music. That song Soul and Desert has is unbelievable. Okay, we just made it. Awesome. Then you go, Daytona. I get how it gets you in that mood, though. Absolutely. It gets me in that mood, no question. Alright, we show Metropolis Street Racer. That's another one that I would like to show again. Let's see. Alright, Super Runabout San Francisco Edition. That was crazy. That one where you're driving around in the city and like crashing into like mustard and ketchup stands and things like that. That might be all the ones we played as far as I might have named every damn one. Yeah, no, Metropolis Street Racer, that's an awesome game. So CDE, why not? But it's also, it's one of those things, actually, I'll go back to this. I mentioned this on this show too, or on that show. And that is, I mentioned cases where people, like, do they get into a racing game necessarily not? I know Crescendio 64 is that way, because he has San Francisco Rush 2049. He's holding on to it more because he knows, like, hey, it goes for some money. But he doesn't necessarily play it that much. But it's also something that he loves, like Crazy Taxi, and there's other games that he definitely enjoys as far as racing. But also sometimes you get that sense that, fine, sometimes it takes that specific kind of game to kind of get somebody into it. Like, I don't know, like Mario Kart, say. People could say, like, yeah, too much, $80 as far as the Switch to Mario Kart World game. But also the case that, fine, everyone wants to play it. You're never going to get somebody who's like, oh, I don't like racing games. Everyone's going to say, you're playing Mario Kart? Oh, I want in on that. I want to play that. I think Daytona USA, in a way, that's a racing game that works the same way. Even if on the surface it doesn't look like it does. Which I think is something very important to kind of go into. On the surface, this doesn't look like anything special, maybe. Like, hey, it just seems traditional. And then you're driving down the highway, and of course they're singing, I wanna fly sky high, let's go together. And that kind of gets me. I said, like, I don't get that other racing games as far as other stuff. I mean, I didn't find some of those racing games I've mentioned, like, fine, you don't get that on a Mario Kart. Actually, I don't think Mario Kart has any vocalized songs like Crash. It's like, try to go easy on the car, sorry, can't. Maybe that's something Mario Kart World should have. Also, fine, there's Jeffrey from Virtua Fighter. Fine, Pedro's moves and Shenmue were based on him, and he's here as well. And I don't know if this has the trick where if you hit the view button enough in front of him, he flips over. I know the arcade game has it. I don't know if this one does. Of course, going around here, I guess it's supposed to be like Cape Canaveral as far as I guess you're in Florida because fine, it's by the water and you have like the birds flying around and the horses going around on the side too. And I do love this remix of Sky High. That's the name of this track. By the way, the track for Daiso Canyon was called Daytona Let's Go Away. And King of Speed was for Seaside Street Galaxy. Oh no, that's this one, for 37 Speedway. But I do also love the very jazzy sound that they add to this track. Look, I love the original tracks. from the arcade version, no question, and other remixes they've done, like on Saturn. Elect versus Right, we talked about the Saturn remixes of those tracks. They're awesome. But also the case to find, what does this one do to differentiate itself? Especially when the saxophone solo comes in. Actually ended that Dreamcast Racing Showcase with this music. Watch your speed going around. Yeah, because it's a hairpin turn. Ouch. Fine, in that case, just send him flying. Alright, there we go. Yeah, the laps are long on this one, so it's not easy. Hence why they only give you 2. Yeah, imagine doing 40 laps of this, although fine. This game's fun enough, you might want to just because, fine, I just want to keep playing it. And maybe get better at this track, because clearly I need to. Fine, this is expert track for a reason. And even with the great grip of Falcon, I'm not doing that great. But I want to hold off until the saxophone solo. Which is after this part. I feel like, let me know if you're not hearing the music, and I'll bump it up, because, yeah, this game is honestly a little quiet when it comes to the music. Especially the saxophone. Oh my god, so good!
Check your position. Checkpoint.
That's the other thing. I think they understand, like, what's the idea of music out of this franchise, you know? You think, who cares? It's like, no, it does matter for this game. I don't know if there's another racing game where I can say where the music makes it quite the same way. Fine, not to say that other racing games don't have great music that you remember. I mentioned Ridge Racer, Mario Kart's another one, for sure. People remember some of that music, no question about it. But Daytona USA feels like the game was in its way almost designed with the music in mind. Not that they said, oh, it's a skimp on everything else, but just saying that that needs to be the element. Is we have to have this kind of style to itself. And as you mentioned, it's infectious. That's exactly what it is. You're right, Dolly Finn, saying, why do I want to sing this just hearing it? It kind of puts you in it. Not just because I'm gushing over it. It'd be one thing saying, like, fine, I'm gushing over this music. And other people's like, yeah, what's that necessarily? In fact, I was talking about that with Crusader 64 the other day. And he was saying that, because I was talking about Ridge Racer as far as it, because they were saying, like, hey, when Switch 2 comes out, if you're getting this unit, are you going to be, what's the game you'd be playing for yourself? I said, it's Ridge Racer. It's like, it's not for anybody else. It's like, is anybody disagreeing with me? And I looked over to Ack in particular, the table, and he just was silent. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I was almost near the end, so that's a good case as far as this one. I was like, fine. Ridge Racer is a me thing as far as what it is, but it was also something that's like, isn't there that other racing game that you, you know, remember all the quotations out of or singing of? I was like, wait, what? I was like, that could be like 3 different racing games. Like, which one are you talking about? I was like, the one you have the Rolling Stars. Like, oh yeah, it's Daytona USA, right? So in that case, yeah, clearly something that, yeah, you do remember that. Or fine, they're remembering it whether they like it or not. So that's that aspect. All right, so next course is actually out of Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition, which was an enhanced version of Daytona USA from Sega Saturn that added new courses. It actually was kind of designed to enhance off of the original game. Because yeah, there's problems with this game. Fixation laps 4. I'll have the entry cars normal again.
Lightning.
There's gonna be a fool's errand doing this course with this thing. Actually, you know what?
Unicorn.
I don't know what's worse than that. Fine, we'll do lightning. Yeah, but it did have 2 new tracks. Desert Land is one of them. It does not have the same music as Desert Land, as it did in the other one. The name of the track of this one is... Fine, you know what? I'm going to restart the race, but I'm going to make sure I have the track names pulled up as far as what the music is. Because, fine, I know the ones of the arcade game off of nothing. But for these, let's see. This is Desert Grit. So I'll restart this. These are not the same as Championship Circuit Edition, but Championship Circuit Edition, that's an interesting version because it does look great as far as Saturn. It really, they gave extra time to really give it a lot of heft. They didn't have the first time, I think, as far as the original because they rushed the original game out. Which they also did with Virtua Fighter, and they did another version of that too, Virtua Fighter Remix. Shit. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm not getting far, and if I get a case where I'm not going to be doing well in this thing, I'm going to change back to the Hornet. just to at least show the track going on. And also they had original music in as well, including the main theme song, which is Sons of Angels. That is one of the earliest works of Jun Seno and Crush 40. Or fine, people would do Crush 40 going on to that. It was up for Sonic Adventure and things like that. And also vocals by Eric Martin from Mr. Big. Actually, there's a lot of connections that Mr. Big had, or fine, that Eric Martin had with Sega. Actually, it was Spencer Nielsen who did music for Sega CD in particular. He basically said, like, fine, I want the vocals from Mr. Big as far as Eric Martin. Eric Martin was willing to do it for a lot of different games, including the theme song for Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin for the Sega CD, but also he did the theme song of that one, where he has, like, the singing voice going on, "Contact, we have ignition, blast off its all systems go, rocket hit the road." And it's good stuff, including the end of the song where he says, "Give me a D, an A, a Y, a T, an O, an N, an A, USA. How's it feel to be a winner? Descended from heaven." You don't get that out of the racing games. One of the racing games have the guts to have something like that in there. Like, Daytona USA does it. So there you go. Yeah, I don't know. Not, as I said, not that other games don't do that. Because fine, Ridge Racer does that. Because they have like rhythm shift as far as stuff going on the soundtrack. The stuff on the thing is let's get down, everybody. Everybody. We'll do that when we get to Ridge Racer, and I do want to show Ridge Racer, and that's long overdue if we show that one. We have to show that eventually. And even on this one, they're saying like, "Let's go, let's go now." It's really cool stuff, and you remember it. Like, fine, I'm just driving down the desert. It was like, yeah, it kind of makes it an event. I think that's the idea. Daytona USA, I think, the whole perspective of it, as mentioned, the funky entertainment thing they said, but also the idea that this game above anything else is really an event. I think that's how they got people to put money into it in the arcade. That's why when it came home, people wanted it, even in cases where maybe it was suboptimal. But also the case of why has it endured for over 30 years? I think maybe it has something to do with it. But also one of those games, it's one of those racing games you can't put in a box. Which, I'm okay, fine, there's a lot of racing games you can't necessarily put in a box, but sometimes it's easy to say, like, fine, with a lot of kart racing games, like Mario Kart, and then insert something on the back, like a lot of kart racing games, like, fine. You could say, like, okay, something Looney Tunes Space Race like Mario Kart with Looney Tunes, but not completely because you're on rockets and things like that.
You place 13 seconds.
Also, I will do this one again because I want to get the music going the whole way. But other things with Daytona USA, it's like, going after this game, it's kind of tough, honestly, as far as the thought of, like, being the same way as this. And sometimes that's the idea. It kind of sometimes creates other games that say, hey, they're going to do this. Although, to be fair, we're pointing out, I said, as far as, what was it, with Ridge Racer, this game did come out after Ridge Racer. This was Sega looking at Namco and saying, we want to compete with that. Because Ridge Racer was from 1993 as far as the arcade release. And then Sega said, we got to go after this. We have to come with something big. And they looked at their successes they had with stuff like Hang On and Virtua Racing in particular. And it was Yu Suzuki was involved in those games as well. And so, like, okay, fine, what are we going to do to stand out? And also, if we're going to have this massive deluxe cabinet with, like, the car that way, the way we did with, like, the bike for Hang On, or, like, the car, like, the Ferrari for, Ferrari F355 challenge years later, but also for, Outrun back in the day. Like, how are we going to justify to people, like, spend $1 on this thing? How are we going to make it so, like, when Dave & Buster's was around, as far as, like, lots of, like, it was first around, when it first came around, most of them had, like, the Dave & Buster's Speedway, where they had 8 of these cabinets linked together. Like, everybody wanted to, like, race together for that, you know? Or the case, like, fine, when Nocturne and I took her to a Dave & Buster's at one point, and she'd never played Daytona USA. I saw they had it. I was like, we have to play this. And I was like, okay, fine. I think she eventually got to a point of realizing that, fine, let's say we have to play a game regardless how weird it is, she's going to play it, she's going to see it happen. Whether she likes it or not, but also in the case of saying, like, fine, I think you're going to really like this. Which she did, and she beat me on her first try playing it. So there's something to be said about that. Like, even when it's not an easy game, Daytona USA is not an easy game anyway, because you have to understand how the physics are going, how are the drifting going, knowing when to brake and when to accelerate. And you think, like, well, just hold that acceleration the whole time. Not necessarily with this one. you kind of want to keep playing it. And something that even when you don't do well, I mean, you've said this sometimes, saying that, hey, you know, when I play certain games, I get the sense that, fine, I might not be good at them. I think you might have said that about Mario Kart, or maybe about a couple things, saying I maybe feel like either I'm not that great at it, or I said maybe I get better the more I play it, or I walk away saying I feel as if I had a fun time, and that makes you want to come back. Or gives you a sense that, fine, I don't feel like my time was wasted just seeing the train going on over there, which is a great sight. Definitely. No, I get that. And fine, I know you've mentioned that before, but fine, something like this game can kind of reflect that. Because fine, I'm not great at this game either, necessarily. It's something like, I've had to put in a lot of time to practice, and this version, which has different physics, so you have to kind of get used to that. Like, yeah, fine, okay, now I'm understanding, saying, okay, I gotta figure the drift out, and it's like, fine, I'll slow down here to make it through, but also remembering I'm on a checkpoint thing, so I gotta be careful, you know, going through, make sure that I can get through and get to the next checkpoint time. So there's a great tension kind of going on. It's like, oh god, I gotta get going. And also the reason why when I got this game on Dreamcast, I just kept playing and playing and playing. Eventually I got through that championship mode. And good god, the championship mode in this game is insanely tough. Ah, crap. Yeah, try to go easy, I know.
Checkpoint. Your time's extended. This is the final lap.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting to the end of this. Because you have the S-curve, so yeah, that's the other thing, is that there's a lot of stuff going on the courses as well, as far as kind of the strategies and things. But alright, fine, I'm not getting the ends.
You place 30th.
Alright, so fine, I'll look at the next one. Fine, I'm not that good at this one, but it also gives a lot of great visual diversity. It says it's fine, I'm driving around, there's a train going around the desert, and there's all these hot air balloons going around. Alright, so that's game over, but we'll take a look at the next one. Alright, don't hit start there. Because if you do, when on the game over case there, it actually brings that menu up. Okay, next, fine, I'll show the other cars, but I'm gonna stick with Hornet for time being. Next up is National Park Speedway. This is another one that is not using the same music as Championship Circuit Edition, where it came out of. It was Noisy Roars of Wilderness that was in the Championship Circuit game. This one, the track is called Holiday in the Park. I do love this track, though. My god, it's awesome. I'm gonna fix Station Lap at 60. And in Championship Circuit Edition, I don't remember if this one does it or not. I don't think it does.
Race start.
Well, there is a roller coaster on this course. I do know that. And it actually does. They did program it to run basically the entire race. You can actually park right next to it and watch it go. I don't know if that's going to go. I do like this track doesn't mention as far as this one, which is kind of starts small and then it kind of builds up. Especially when the drum comes in, oh my god. Well, here's the thing about this track that's tough. You have to kind of go in the middle because it's a quick turn. Like, yeah, if you're going too fast and don't thread the needle in there, you're going to crash and it's not going to get up. Or I'm just going to do it there. Ow. And as for this music, just to go to this one, I kind of like, in some ways, the kind of... It's a great driving energy behind it, but there's also kind of something very inspirational about the... Almost works the same way that another game that's also in its way kind of interesting as far as we've shown on the show before, Wave Race 64, that kind of has that going on with it. Yeah, okay, fine. I guess the roller coaster's not in this version. Yeah, something for us to look forward to when we look at Championship Circuit Edition. By the way, when we look at that, just to give you an indication, I might toss that in with Daytona USA from Saturn, and I'm going to get the Japanese version of Championship Circuit Edition. It doesn't cost much. It's like $37. And it's because it has the arcade tracks as far as its music along with it. It also has some really good remixes from Jun Seno, going back to that from Sonic Adventure, and also did Soul and Desert out of I keep saying Daytona too. It's Sega Rally 2. Yeah, there's definitely some. Basically, it gives reasons like why do you want to show the other ones on top of it. Like, yeah, it's not repeating a show, but it's like fine, we're going to show other versions of Daytona USA because they're all going to be different. Ow. Yeah, fortunately, fine. But you do see the damage your car's taking, of course. I've crashed a lot, so I don't know if I'm going to hold on this one. Oh no, and I'm also going off-road. That's something you have to be careful on this game, too. Actually, I don't think I really mentioned that a whole lot when it came to us doing it the first time. There's also the pit stop. Unless you're doing the endurance races of like 40 laps, don't take it. Even if you're damaged, the races are not going to run long enough where you'll notice the degradation enough to make it so like, oh, I can't drive it. Even when you crash like 3 times like I did. Okay. Especially the guitar comes here, I love this. That's so good, my god. Check your position. Yeah, I don't know how far I'm gonna get, but I'll keep going as far as I can go. It's also one of those things that, yeah, if I had practiced this game more, I would do it. But it's also one of those things that actually I didn't realize until a couple weeks ago. I said, wait a second, I'm not going to have enough for just Shenmue alone. Or fine, I will. But as I said, fine, I will show this game. I guess, fine, this is sort of our second chance for this month. Although, fine, next week's also sort of one in the sense that, fine, looking at next week is a kiosk demo of a game that I'm a little mixed on. But that being said, like, fine. I should put both of them in the second chance playlist, I guess. Alright, unfortunately I didn't get to the end that way, alright. But that was going to be for the final lap, either way. Also, yeah, you've seen a nice wind going on as far as the checkpoint flag. Okay, so yeah, even Hornet couldn't help there, but next course, I think they'll help, and I'll also show off all the other cars. I think at that point, that'll probably be about it, I think.
National Park Speed.
Yeah, because now we're getting into the courses that are exclusive to this game. This is Circuit Pixie. It's just an oval track, but it has a great piece of music called Speed Friend. We're going to show that in a second, and Fixation Lap is 8. Let's see.
Red Cat. Unicorn.
I could justify Unicorn, but I'm a little nervous to run it, so I'm gonna run Hornet. Because honestly, you don't necessarily have to drift too much in this one. As long as you stay on the inside line, you should be okay. So fine, it's like a NASCAR or a Daytona race, an actual one, in the sense that basically just kind of continuously turning left. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be like Daytona International Speedway.
So, good luck. 3, 2, 1, go!
I don't know if that was the quick boost level line. I don't think it is. It starts with this fast drum beat, and then the way it handles piano going on. I love that, as you can hear here. You get the glissando going down, and then you have like the piano stuff going on here. Ding 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 ding. It's good stuff. And the guitar's like, yeah, all the instruments going in perfect harmony fitting for music, yes, for this one. And he said, this is an original track and an original piece of music as far as, like, track, as far as level, and also piece of music. It's awesome in both cases.
Checkpoint. Your time's extended.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think I might be able to do better on this. It's also... Okay, because fine, one thing that was mentioned when this game came out also is that they said, are we going to do a port of Daytona USA 2? Yeah, little do we know, it would take, 22 more years to get a home port of that. But this is kind of like the beginner course from Daytona 2, sort of. It's not the same, but it's kind of approaching. And fine, okay, fine, fine. It did take us 22 years to get Daytona USA 2 ported completely. But Outrun 2 on Xbox did have all the courses as far as one of the pads you go now. And it's only Outrun 2 that has it, not that 2006 Coast to Coast that I have. So again, reason to show both of those, even like, will there really be? Yeah, there is. Also, Outrun 2 has the port of the original Outrun game, and it is also the last port of Outrun that has the Ferrari logo. Every other port that's come out since does not have that. And also, speaking of shows, I have to second chance again because of audio problems. Outrun, another great Sega game as far as Sega racing game, you know. We're going pretty well. Definitely go into relax too, but also like, yeah, you have to be careful as far as making the turn. But if you're kind of slight with the movements, you should do that. All right, the white flag is out. This is the final lap. Yeah, I know it's arcade terminology, but like, fine. I guess I'm mad. I guess you should like do the Goro voice saying, "The white flag is out, bro. This is the final lap." Like, yeah, okay, there you go. That's. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I should do like the Mario, his voice of Mario, because of course he's the voice of Mario in Shenmue, saying like, "The white flag is out, huh? This is the final lap. You take Nozomi here, good, yeah." Yeah, sorry, some other time. Alright, there we go. 16th. Fine, I'm probably better on the Daytona 1 courses, probably because they're the ones I'm most familiar with. Although I do love these new courses they give. Especially the next one. The next one is Rin Rin Rink. And the piece of music that goes for that is... Since I do have to wait for it to kind of go that way, I'm going to do this in time. It is... I have to A on that. Oh, I got a thing to enter. Sorry, let's do SOG then. SOG. S-O-G-S-O. Third place. Okay, so I actually got a pretty good time as far as that. Yeah, the music for Rin Rin Rink, you'll see in a second, is Great Fall in the Sky. Okay, so yeah, actually not too far off my best time. Okay, and they also do give an indication of car used based on the picture. Automatic or manual transmission, you had it. I don't know what the helmet is. And R is if you run reverse. I think also M in the case of mirror, or MR if it's reverse and mirrored. Okay. So next up is going to be, actually maybe my favorite course of the new ones in this, Rin Rin Rink. You're going around an airport, I believe. Fixation lap on this was 6. So let's do it. I did show this one off when we did the he wants to delisted, it's not delisted, the Dreamcast Racing Showcase. Both start with a D, that's probably why. Actually, I think I only showed 37 Speedway and this one. Well, fine, because it was a showcase show, so it's fine. We're not showing a whole lot of it. This one's gonna be a little meatier. Oh look. I love the jazz this track. Oh my god, it's so good with the music here. Actually, yeah, that turn, okay, that's actually weird enough, that is the hardest turn in the course. And not necessarily for the reason you think. Not necessarily because it's super tight or it's necessarily dangerous. It's just that, yeah, it's surrounded by grass and it's easy to go onto the grass. You saw. Even this part, it looks like a hairpin. It says it is, but you can mostly gun it as you go around it. Mostly. As long as you don't turn too rapidly. And here we get to the best part of the song for me is when they add the horns on here.
Your time's extended. 5 laps to go. Stay low in the turn. Try to go easy.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that turn. Like, yeah, I made it worse for myself. Yeah, the Hornet's not doing so good as far as how it is, but fine. The Hornet is a strong car. It'll be fine. If I'm going to see it next month again, probably, unless on next week's show, Ultra 94T says he wants me to hold it for him. Because remember, the Hornets and Sonic and Ultra's Racing Transformed, and I'm probably second chance in that one next month. As I said, unless I'm good because it's fine. He's the huge Sonic fan. So that's the next Sonic-related thing. I said, do you want me to hold that for you? In which case I'll pull something else off. But I'm pretty confident we'll do that one as far as I don't get to that when we get to schedule. Fine, it's another one I've shown before, not one I had audio problems with, but one where I had the wrong audio equipment I used for it.
Check your position.
At this point also with the enhanced tech that I have as far as the capture device and all that stuff, it makes sense to do it again as well. And also because when we do that, we're running through the Xbox Series X as opposed to through Xbox 360 or One for that, because it'll run at 60 frames per second, like this.
Checkpoint. Your time's extended.
It's fine. I don't want to curve into it too early, but okay, that's sort of it, but yeah, because it's a little tight when you come in that way, and yeah, guard that rear bumper. Ouch.
Check your position.
So yeah, if you can stay off the grass, that is what you want to do there, but fine. My years of skill in this game are fine. I gotta play this game more to get better at it again. I mean, mainly this is one of those games where I do play it as far as a good amount, but it's also something that I used to be way better at this than I am now.
Checkpoint. Your time's extended.
You know, honestly, I guess maybe it's because whenever I pop this game in, as far as wanting a Daytona fix, I have that 360 version, and usually that's more readily available in the sense that fine, I have like 3 systems it runs on, technically.
Check your position.
So I'll probably have an excuse to pull that one out more than this. But this is a great version. If you have a Dreamcast, absolutely look into this. It is, it does cost some money. I've seen this vary. It's like between $50 and like $80. But I do think it's worth the money. And as I said, this might be the best racing game on the system. And if you don't have a version of Daytona USA, it definitely is a good case of it with some extra stuff. It's really nice. And still exclusive to this very day. At least officially, because actually there is one thing. Go back to Mario Kart. I'll link to this as well. I noticed actually there was a mod project for Mario Kart Double Dash from GameCube where actually they took it and they actually modded it in so that all the characters are racing on the courses from this Daytona USA Dreamcast game. But oh, that's kind of interesting. Running that with the Double Dash controls. Like, you want to have your mix of Double Dash and Daytona USA, there you go. It's not an official case, but it's also something like, hey, you know, that's kind of interesting, the fact they did that. Alright, next is the last of the courses, and then I'll figure what I'm going to do as far as something else, or like what else that is. Mermaid Lake. This is Don't Look Back. Not to be confused with the Boston song of the same name and the Boston album of the same name, both from 1978. But we're going to do Mermaid Lake. And right, I'll show the other cars off later before we're done.
Race start! Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
There's a nice synth sound to how this music sounds as far as the Mermaid Lake. It's kind of over a lake.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, this was kind of a figure 8, but those are cases where near the end of it, there is a nasty curve, and I will indicate that when we get there. And it's great sunset as well, as far as the way the sky sets. I guess great case as far as the sunset, as far as on Shenmue, and also, fine, we'll get Shenmue 2. I guess also, fine, on the week, because, oh god, it's been a long week, as has been the case, but also something that, yeah, in a good mood as far as playing 2 of my favorite Dreamcast games. It's because you kind of go underneath the bridge as far as where you started.
Your time's extended.
Yeah, this turn here, because, like, yeah, look at that. That's tight. My god. If you're going too fast without drifting, you're going to hit right in the wall.
Your time's extended.
As you're clearly seeing, this is not one of those racing games where you can crash into the wall and it doesn't matter as far as damage. And also not a racing game like Automodelista from Capcom where if you crash into the wall, the way the physics work, it's oftentimes more advantageous to crash into the wall and bounce out of it in order to keep yourself going. But that's because that game is very weird when it comes to its physics. It's a game that is cel-shaded. It is actually a cel-shaded racing game. It's also insanely expensive, by the way, on GameCube and Xbox. But on PS2, it's pretty affordable.
Your time's extended.
It looks great as far as the way the visuals are, because it's it's cell shaded for the cars. But it's also something that you have a lot of tweaking options when it comes to, you know, car tuning. But also something the way the physics work is very slippery, how it controls. But also the case that you just bounce across, you can basically bounce across everything, including walls. The case where sometimes you miss a turn and crash into the wall. Sometimes it's easier to, you know, hitting the wall, missing that turn, to make the turn correctly. Like, wait a second, that's not right. It's bizarre. There's the bad dog. Yeah, fine. Bad dog, go away. Yeah, bad dog gotta go. It's the Hornet's turn.
Checkpoint.
I don't think bad dog is the name of the unlockable cars I don't have. I think it's only 2 I don't have.
Checkpoint.
Your time's extended.
Actually, this one I'll tell you, going back to it, now I'm thinking about it, looking at it. This actually is not dissimilar to like a Le Mans like track. Although fine, it's not the Le Mans track. As I have the Dreamcast game that has that being Test Drive Le Mans from Infogrames. But I guess the way like, hey, you're kind of coming up to the center like some of the arches. I don't know. I do love the music here, my god, it's so good.
Checkpoint.
Your time's extended. Stay low in the turn.
So in this turn, yeah, geez, or fine, crashing it. Okay, fine, fine, I lied as far as what that is, because fine. Yeah, fine, that, I guess, sort of was it, because sometimes I'll say this, when you do a turn and you hit the wall perpendicularly like I did, you sometimes don't lose speed, but don't count on that happening. Sometimes it happens for reasons I don't explain, so fine. As I mentioned the thing with Automodelista, and it happened with this one. But fine, this game is way better than Automodelista, I'll tell you that right now, no question. Also, because fine, this is a game where, fine, unlike Automodelista, where it takes methods of racing, kind of arcade and sim, puts them together and they don't feel like they go. This one they do somehow. In fact, the way the physics set works, and then the idea of it being this arcadey experience, somehow it works. Alright, so yeah, final lap. I might actually get through this one, much to my surprise. Because honestly, this is one of the... actually, this is the track in this game I'm actually the least familiar with.
Checkpoint.
I think I just knew at the end, like, wait a second, that curve at the end is a killer. I think, okay, the next thing I think I'll do, the last thing I'll do tonight. Whoa, shit. Okay, that was a sign. First it said, wait a second, there's a car crash by me. Come towards me, like, oh shit, I gotta get out of the way. But I don't think so. Alright, 16, not bad. Okay. Yeah, I'll show the other cars. I'll show off championship mode as far as show how hard it is. It's fair, but it's hard. Really hard.
You placed
16th.
16th.
Not bad. Especially for having not done this track in a while. Alright, so fine. Let's load this up. Take a look. Oh! Best time. Awesome. Okay, there you go. So there you go. That is my best time, Mermaid Lake. Yeah, 24 years of playing this game, and there you go. Happens on stream. Awesome.
S-O-G.
Okay. So there you go. Top of the leaderboard. Wow, that's a big cutoff from my last time. It was almost 5 minutes. Okay. Not bad. Congratulations. Thank you. I guess it's a case where, fine, we mentioned this when we played it the first time, and when we played Super Hang-On, and we played Outrun, I'm realizing these are all Sega racing games. I'm saying this about the fact that keep playing, and you see your skills getting better and better and better. Okay, so fine. I have. Why do I have so many? It's fine. They're all clear, by the way, is extensive seeing. You have to meet a point total when it comes to doing the series. You have Challengers Cup, Strong Runners, Riot Party Cup, and King of Daytona. I think with this you can basically run any of them. Fine, let's run Strong Runners. Oh wait, I can't. Fine, I guess I gotta run the last one there. Or, do I? But you know what, I'll tell you what I'll do. Fine, we'll run this because I got Riot Party Cup.
King of Daytona.
Or King of Daytona. Okay, we're running a couple of courses in reverse. So Circuit Pixie, Mermaid Lake, Season Street Galaxy, and Desert City. Let's see how this goes.
Circuit Pixie.
What they do for this one is they give you a set of races. They do it a bit different. You do have your choice of car, and it's just your choice of car.
Red Cat.
You know, I'll run Red Cat. Why not? Let's also put. Fine, actually, that fuchsia case. That's nice. Also, have road closed, basically saying, like, hey, you can't make adjustments to the course. But yeah, it's reversed. You have 8 laps still. It's 20 cars instead of the 40 you usually get for the arcade games.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
But also what they do is they don't have the checkpoint timer for this. So you're like, hey, I don't want to race with the checkpoint timer. You can turn it off. And for this mode, you don't have it. It's basically just get to the end and get the highest place you can. And I believe they also judge you on... I think they do judge you on skill you have, I think. Well, to be fair, it's been a while since I've done any part of the championship mode. And this is kind of the exclusive case as far as this Daytona USA game. Oh, fine. Championship Circuit Edition has a championship mode, but it's a bit different than this one. And I can't imagine it being harder than this. I mean, even the first series, like, yeah, the point value is not insane, but something that you got to practice a lot in order to get good. And if you fail, you get your driver. We're probably gonna see this. You get your driver on the ground, like hitting the ground in frustration and basically crying. As far as it. So yeah, this game lets you know you screwed up as far as it. So yeah, keep that in mind. But nevertheless, get to enjoy the great music again. Although, actually, fine, it's worth pointing out, the music only changes if you're doing it mirrored, so we're not going to hear the mirrored tracks. There's some good remixes they do as far as the mirrored tracks. Usually emphasizing different instruments more, but sometimes having some different passages. And they're pretty cool.
Checkpoint.
And also, I believe during in between races, you can change cars, and I think that's how I'm going to run. I'm going to run different cars for each race. So either hit them all, or in that case, we'll go back and we'll hit more as far as how it is. And then for the last case of it, I will,
Checkpoint.
Yeah, I'll pick as far as the piece of music to end on. If we're going to schedule all that stuff. Okay, so I guess Red Cat's supposed to, like, fine, it says right there, the safety car. So I guess then it's one of those, I don't know, car you learn to drive from or something, or I don't know, the one where I guess the roll cage in it or something. Or the roll cage or roll bar? Oh, no, roll cage. Which also is the name of a game from PlayStation, which I never played.
Checkpoint.
Yeah, you're also saying he's not saying your time's been extended, because, yeah, there's no time to extend. That being said, they got so far ahead, and fine, like Daytona USA tends to go, it's something that you do have to kind of try and get out ahead as quick as you can, otherwise you're probably not going to beat a case of shit winning. Or you'll do that shit, and I'll ruin my flow. Oh, fine, I got hit with a rear bumper. Also, let's see how the scoring works, because as I said, it's been a while since I've done this, so let's see what happened with it. Yeah, I didn't do that great, but let's see. Okay, right, you get a ranking bonus. You get a bonus if you have top lap time, if you're leading on any of the laps, and also chain lead, which let me see if the manual says something about that. I don't know what it does. Yeah, I do have this game complete in box. Let's see. Here we go. Chain lead lap is you're consecutively in the lead for more than one laps, and it doubles points based upon it. You start at 1 point, it goes to 2, 4, 8, and so on and so forth. And you have to complete in the top 3 as far as points for this in order to win. So we're at 14, so we got a ways to go. And since Sun, or S-U-N, is like 171 or like 30, yeah, it's not looking too good.
Mermaid Lake.
Alright, well, I did well on Mermaid Lake last time, so maybe we can make that happen this time. Let's see, what should I run? Fine, let's run Unicorn, why not? Yeah, when you beat the championship mode, you unlock this.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engine.
I think it's one of the fastest cars in the game. I think one of the unlockable ones is faster than this, I think. I'll indicate below what the stats of that car are. Okay, so fine. For this one, for for Mermaid Lake, you start on the curve going backwards. So fine, the reverse case, it does actually change it a lot. And the fact this is mirrored and reversed, which is kind of interesting. And you can mix them together as much as you want. Like, wait a second, I want a mirrored reverse course. Like, uh-oh. You think you know these courses really well, maybe you don't. Maybe you do, who knows? Yeah, my grip is not good. Like, yeah, look at that. It's very sensitive, but fine. I'm winning so far, but fine. Don't expect that to last, especially when I don't crash the damn thing. Oh, there you go. Crap, no. Although don't have a fire there. Oh, crap.
Checkpoint.
Oh, no. Actually, I think I remember this, which is, okay, fine, that's the lap, but, like, fine. That's still a tight turn there. It's like, yeah, I'm crashing so much. You crash multiple times, like in the arcade game, as far as Daytona is concerned. Yeah, good luck winning. But that's something with this game just in general. And fine, this car for sure because of its grip, but it is sensitive as far as how the turning is. And yeah, you can play with it as I showed at the beginning of our look at this, but you do have to put practice in. Even if you know Daytona USA really well, you still have to put some practice in. So you can sorta apply your skills from that to this, sort of, but not completely.
Checkpoint.
Which actually goes to something that some of my coworkers mentioned today, because we're talking about Mario Kart World that's coming out. And the thought of, hey, it's going to have some aspects that were in Mario Kart 8, including being able to hold 2 items at once. And also the fact that items for that one, they'll automatically hold behind you without you having to hold a button. And the thought of saying, hey, can you possibly go back to other games in the series without some of these things? And then I, of course, had to be the smart-ass of sorts. Yes and no. Of saying, like, fine, I'm taking it to the complete extreme, saying, like, fine, going back to on Super Nintendo. It's like, yeah, from Mario Kart World, which is going to be the 9th canonical one. It's like, yeah, that's probably the hardest one to go back to. Like, yeah, to a degree. Which I was that way when Mario Kart 64 came out. Like, for a while, I couldn't play the Super Nintendo game. I had to relearn how to play that. Well, fine, it is the only Mario Kart game aside from 8 Deluxe and World that has the feather in it.
Checkpoint.
Fine, 64 is gonna have the feather, and said, fine, no, we're not gonna include it. So for years, like, yeah, where is that thing? As far as the jump, well, fine. Don't necessarily need to use it. And fine, even in Super Mario Kart, which we haven't shown yet, we haven't shown any Mario Kart game. We're starting with that one, I'm insisting. Well, maybe. But it's something that you don't have access to it on every course, and I believe, although I'm not sure, I'll look at this when we get to Super Mario Kart as it is. Ouch. I don't think the feather is even available on every course in the game. I think the way they randomize the items is cases where you can't get it on certain courses just by the design of the game.
Checkpoint.
Fine, now that happened again, but honestly, since I'm on the grass, it didn't help me. As far as, you know, hitting the side of the wall and being able to sort of go, but I did lose speed. And it's usually the case when it comes to Daytona USA, losing speed is a horrible thing. Fine, any racing game, yes, but especially this one. I mean, there's a lot of me in my position as far as how, the unicorn's going, but as far as, ouch, me not crashing, that's also a problem.
Checkpoint.
Also, I guess this piece of music is short because it's like the only one, or one of the only ones where the music ends and restarts before we get to the final lap. Or right when we hit the final lap. Whoa.
Checkpoint.
We are on the last lap, so at least we're getting closer to the end. Fine, not that I'm going to win. Actually, I think also when it comes to... Oh, right. Okay, now I remember. Because in this game, I believe, if you are not in the top 3 on the King of Daytona Cup, the one at the end, you don't get another chance to do this. You have to basically restart your entire save file again. So make sure you save it to something else, so if you fuck up, you are able to try it again. Fine, not that I'm intending to, you know, do it this time. Especially having not played this mode in forever, it seems like. But that being said, I just remembered that. I was like, uh-oh, wait a second. So we see that you're gonna have to start over again anyway. Because normally when it comes to the, normally when it comes to this mode, you just have to try the circuit again, although we're in 11th, so that's better. I mean, you can sort of kind of maybe hope that your opponents will screw up. Okay, so fine, that's Desert City going back. We're not using Unicorn, no fucking way we're using that. We're using Power Plaqueta Super. Best handling in the game. It's a boat with 69 on the side of itself. Make it out what you will.
Start your engines.
Yeah, maybe for this course, which has some of the most complicated curves in the game, this might be worth going. And okay, I guess then. Okay, I guess. Oh, actually, that's one thing I think I noticed, which is I guess then when you do reverse. Or no, it's not when you do reverse. I don't think it is. I think the time of day varies based around. I think in the championship mode does that. I don't think it's based around that. But there you go. You're seeing, like, yeah, I'm holding the curves very nicely with this thing.
Checkpoint.
Not that it's super fast. Actually, fine. Okay, it looks like a boat, but fine. It's. I mentioned Spirit Speed 93.7. It's basically like an old-time car, but also. Fine, an old-time-like car as far as that, but also looks like a. It has like a boat look, it has like a spaceship look, too. Yeah, I'm not sliding nearly as much as with the Unicorn. I'm going one end to another extreme. Checkpoint, there we go. Okay, so yeah, not bad. This actually might have been a good choice here. I do like you can change your car as you go along, so you're not locked into one. Also, I guess the grip, I don't know if that... Okay, fine. Now I'm sliding. I don't think this is one of those cases when you off-road, you necessarily go faster when you have good grip. You're also getting that kind of synth keyboard thing going on as far as the ascending note things. Actually, it sounds a little like something from Deep Purple, but a little. Not clearly, though. fine, fine. We mentioned this when we played Daytona USA last time, as far as the XBLA edition. The only music that I know, as far as real cases where they had an influence, or they indicated one, was Hotel California by the Eagles for Pounding Pavement, which is in this game when you're on the main menu. As I said, when we played it, I don't know where the take on Hotel California came from as far as what it was, but that's what they said. They said, hey, we had some inspiration on it. I don't know if I'm hearing Hotel California out of this, but they said, yeah, we're thinking about it.
Checkpoint.
Right, so yeah, the grip is doing me good. It's just the problem here is that I'm behind a bit, so because I'm not that fast, catching up is not going to be easy, especially with only one lap to go.
Checkpoint.
This is the final lap.
All right. That being said, this is it seems like this might be the way to go when it comes to run this track, just because of the way the turning goes. Yeah. But fine, if you turn too much oh crap, I'm going the wrong way. I'll also have a picture, by the way, when I stop, when I do the spin out, because I don't know, like, if it's a person in that. Fine, we'll see at the end of the race. Anyway, I'm doing real bad as far as that spin outs. Even without a timer on this, it's still something that, fine, one mistake like that can really screw you up. I want to see, like, hey, what's in there? It looks like maybe it was some guy with a big head or something, but I don't know. But I'll see at the end of the race. We'll take one of that. It'll save me an edit for the purpose of that. Not that I mind it, I'm just saying, like, wait, at that point we're going to see it, so who cares? By 12th. I mean, okay, oh, never mind. It is like a kid with, like, teeth on. Almost like a take on, like, I don't know, like a cartoony take on Shy from Shenmue. Although I don't think that's what they're intending. Fine, because not even the same team made Shenmue that worked on this version.
Seaside Street Galaxy.
Alright. Yeah, if I win, I get 300 points. That's not happening. But let's take a look at this.
Pie Whack at Barchetta.
I can do that.
Red Cat. Unicorn.
No, we're not doing that again.
Lightning. Vulcan. Lightning.
Actually, did I show lightning? I don't... No, I did. I think I should... No, I showed lightning, I think.
Red Cat. Pie...
I showed Unicorn. I think... Okay, I think Power Briquette is the only one I didn't show. Yeah, it's fine. Well, let's see. Oh, fine. I'll have this. Okay, that looks cool.
Race.
Okay. So, yeah, we'll end with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Alright, let's get going. Yeah, I've been having a great time doing this game. Fine, this isn't Shenmue. It's like, fine, it's not just Shenmue. But, yeah, I'm having a great time with this.
3, 2, 1, go!
You can hear that great remix of Sky High again. Oh my god. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be going fast enough for this one, because yeah, this is not a fast car. It does handle well, not as good as the super variation of this. And by the way, if you want to get the super version of this, the way you do it is you pick this car, you pick any course in the game, you turn around at the beginning of it, you go backwards, and you complete the race going backwards. And if you do that, you will unlock it, or unlock the super version. So you have to kind of think outside the box a little bit, which is pretty neat. But it's not as insane of a think outside the box as some other games. Actually, one of the games you showed in the racing showcase, that being South Park Rally, where it's a case where when you unlock characters in that, someone's like, hey, you know, get enough pickups as far as something when it comes to a race, or collect enough, like the chicken lover race or something like that. But one of them is basically the Mad Cow Disease one. No, the Cow Days event, which is the second mission of the game. You have to hold on to the Mad Cow Disease antidote, and if you hold on to it long enough, you're the only one who survives. But for that one, you basically have to lose it. So basically the way to do it is you put the controller down, you basically let it go, and then you unlock Bebe. It's like, wait a second. that's how you unlock a character in this game. It's strange. Fine, I indicated when we played it, I said, fine, if you're gonna play that game... Oh shit, I went in the pit stop, I'm fucked. Well, at least it's showing the pit stop happening, and my guaranteed loss. This is why you don't use it. Oh, except, oh, I've never seen that before. Shit, okay, so it... Okay, it's like a... Okay, maybe the idea is that, fine, I said it's a toy, or a boat. Maybe it's a toy. It's fine, it's like a crane machine. You saw it. It's almost like the Sega UFO catchers. Think about that. It took me off the South Park Rally real quick. Yeah, because I was saying, that's it. If you're going to play that game, for the love of God, play it on the Dreamcast. You're not playing on anything else. But even then, it's like, well, fine. If you want the best car racing game on the system, it's Ryuji Space Race. Even with its frame rate problems, I would still recommend that one over this. Or over that, I should say. And it's a case where, fine, they tried not to be Mario Kart with that one. They're like, we're doing everything we can to not be Mario Karts, even though it's a kart racing game. But in the process, they overcomplicated it to the point where, unless you're a fan of South Park, and even then it might be a stretch, it's something that is not necessarily going to be easy to pick and play it, because you have like all these items to pick up. You have 3 item pickups as far as how they go. You have different rules for each race, which is cool as far as how it's varying it up. But also cases where you have to sit down, explain to people, saying, oh, you do this, and you think, oh, it's race at the end. It's almost like a, I don't know, like a capture the flag mission or something for some of these things. It's as unique for a racing game, but it's also something that, yeah, it's kind of a bit of an adjustment. It's a case at that point, like, it's fine if you like the franchise, and also it's a case where you can get a copy cheap, because that's another one that's expensive. And Dreamcast is the only system to play it on as far as that you should consider. Because it's on PC, which probably is going to be hard to get running nowadays. It's on PlayStation, and it's on Nintendo 64. On PlayStation and Nintendo 64, it's awful. On Dreamcast, it's okay, but I mean, fine. There aren't many kart racing games on this system. In fact, there's only one we haven't shown on the show before, that being Walt Disney World Magical Racing Tour, which I can't show easily because that game has licensed music in it as far as a lot of the Walt Disney World attractions that are in it. And it is the original music, so there's no way in hell I can show that without muting it. Although we could show, well, I'll have to turn the music off. But it's too bad because they have like Grim Ghosts and like A Pirate's Life for me. It's like, that's cool. It's like, fine, that's licensed by Disney and I get copyright stricken if I play that. Especially because of the real recordings. At that point, it's like, yeah, I can't justify that one. Okay. Yeah, we're not winning this. Let's see how bad I did. Okay, 12, not as horrible as I thought. Yeah, fine, don't save your game. Here's the deal. If you fail this, don't save your game. I'm not saving my game. Okay, fine, that's the driver of this thing. Alright, fine, you get, okay, this is not what you see normally. You get the other driver coming out and he just hits his hands on the pavement. Talk about pounding pavement that way. Okay, trying to think what else is going to show. I think that's about everything. Fine, let's go to Time Attack. I'm going to pick something to listen to, and I think that could take us to the end of the show. Oh, fine, Dolphin, since you were mentioning Daytona, let's get the Hornet out. Let's go to Dinosaur Canyon, so we'll listen to the Daytona music. Right, you can also have ghost data or computer data. I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to look at one thing before we end. And I think that'll be the end of the show. Oh shit, unless it's time. Fuck. Alright. I can't do this. Well, fine, I can't do that. I want to see something. It's fine, I'm going to show the Easter egg that's in the arcade game. I think it's in this one too, which is, yeah. Congratulations, you just lost your sponsors. You go that way. Okay, let me think about how I'm going to do this. No, I don't want to start this because I have a timer on this. I need a way to turn the timer off, or... Fine, there's the original way of doing this. Fine, this is the original version of Daytona of Let's Go Away from the arcade game. I do love it. I'm trying to think, like, should I even... I don't want to do this. Because I also don't want to do what I did before, which is saying, hey, I'm going to the options, play the music. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I don't know if this is petty or what. I think I might actually go grab another Dreamcast controller, honestly, just for the purpose of being able to say, like, hey, I want to have something going. Just because I also don't want to swap off my, what is it? My, controller with the VMU in it. Alright, fine. Please select a race course. So, fine, I'll let this go. But yeah, that is our look at Daytona USA 2001, as it's called, for Japan. But yeah, Daytona USA for the Dreamcast. I think it's a great game. It's a great version of this game. Has a lot of nice extras to itself. It has a great tech going on behind it. It does have some different physics you have to get used to, but it is something that is a lot of fun. I'm going to go get that controller now. I'll be back. And I may or may not edit that dead air out. In fact, I'm going to also try one other thing. Is just because it's another controller, I'm going to put in the fishing rod. Not that this game works with it really, because... You know what does it? I just need a second controller. Because I think then you can go into... Oh, okay, I need a controller, a rally wheel, and ports B. So I don't have anything in there. So alright, fine. The fishing rod's not recognized, unless it's one of those cases where it doesn't recognize when you boot the game up. Let's try it this way then. Okay, so I can't even use the fishing rod for this, so it doesn't even recognize it. Okay, so fine. Not that I was expecting it, I didn't necessarily mean that it had to do that, but...
37 Speedway.
Let's do...
Dinosaur Canyon.
Players only. Let's try it. Please tell me there's not a thing for this. Or not a timer. I don't know if there's a way to turn it off. If there is. Thank God. Okay, good. There is. Fantastic. Okay, so it's two-player. But that being said, I will also show this. The fact that the two-player is... Shit. Don't want to hit start. It is really smooth even in two-player, so fine. Alright, there you go. Dual Hornets. Okay, you know what I'll tell you what we're going to do? I'm going to park right next to the other one. And then we have our aspect with Daytona, so yeah, we're going to go away with a great game, because here's... Let's also get ourselves going that way. There you go. So there we go. We've got Dual Hornets ready to go on Daytona USA for Dreamcast. Okay, so there you go. That is our extra as far as it. I swear to God, though, if I look back on this video and I have audio problems, I'm going to question a lot of things in my life. That being said, I had a great time looking at this game. If you have not played Daytona USA for the Dreamcast, I suggest you do. If you have the console, it still's never been re-released. It's like 50, 80 bucks as is. It's a bit, but depending on how you go, you can kind of get it for a decent enough price. And it's worth it. This game is fantastic. Might be the best racing game on the Dreamcast, in all honesty. As far as next time we come back to Daytona USA, probably is going to be when I look at the 360 version again for that delisted Xbox Live showcase in November, I think. We'll look at other ones for sure, and going back to Shenmue as well. Next time we come back to that, we're going to play Shenmue 2 for the original Xbox. Don't know when we're doing that, but I had a great time going through Shenmue as it was, and also giving you Daytona USA as a bit of a bonus, and a little more of it, because we have shown this in the show too. And yeah, have more elements going on as far as it for a nice night of Sega action for sure. It's definitely a good case. And good for our Friday show, because, yeah, we'll go schedule then. Thank you, by the way, for watching, everybody. I'm so glad to have had acquaintances tonight, as is always the case for Super Bowl Game Saturday for the program. Let's get to schedule, because, yeah, I'm doing Friday show, so you know what that means. We're not doing a show tomorrow. At least this case, we're not doing a show tomorrow. So this is our show for the week. Next week, though, is going to be back on Saturday. That's going to be on April 19th. I'm going to be joined by Ultra94T and his girlfriend as well. They're coming in for a very special game. We're going to be looking at our games. They are actually kiosk demos, though. They are kiosk demos of Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword from the Wii. These are cases they were given to stores before the games came out. And they go for a lot of money now because they're cases where they didn't sell these. They basically were cases they were given to stores and then they either got rid of them, they sold them off. In some cases, you can find copies of these on eBay, but weren't actually released. They'll give a little bit of a perspective on parts of those Zelda games. Because we didn't come back to Zelda in a while. Like 3 years a while. So yeah, we're long overdue to come back to this. And he said, hey, I have these. I'd like to show them off. He's also the one who gave us the Nintendo GameCube preview just showed up at the beginning of the year. I said, do you want to come in? Absolutely. And he's like, sure. Glad to have them for sure. I had them both. They're making their Super Bowl Game Saturday debuts next week. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, though. A little earlier than we normally have. We're going to go through everything of those two demos. I have the Wii working. I did confirm that it's set. I also figured out how to get it going to force widescreen for those games. Or fine, those games are native widescreen as they are. To get a sense of being able to show those for the program with our nice point cables for Wii. So it's going to look really, real nice. We have the Wii Remote Nunchuck. It is the Wii Remote Plus that I have for the purpose of Skyward Sword, which it does need. And I think I have a wrist strap that's somewhere upstairs. I have to attach it to it as it is just for the purpose of it, lest something goes wrong just because. But when I play it, no, but I was like, fine, I'm not going to necessarily get that because I think we're all going to have our element on this. It's a couple of missions. It's not going to be that long a show, I don't think, but it's also something that we'll get a decent amount of stuff out of. We'll talk Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess. I'm kind of mixed on Twilight Princess myself, but something that it's a good game. I've said it before, Okami for PlayStation 2 that came out a couple months prior, it spoiled me for that one, as is. Ultra94T, he does love Twilight Princess, and he will be on the show when we do that game eventually for a full show. I don't know when that's going to be. When we do that, we're doing it on the GameCube, which is where I own it. It's his favorite version. At this point, I guess it's the best version. Fine, unless you're a big one on the Twilight Princess HD from Wii U, by the same developers as South Park Rally, believe it or not. But yeah, he's saying on his request, him and Gemini 96, they want to be on when we do that game. That one, we're going to run GameCube, as is the case. And Skyward Sword will have, we're going to take a look as far as that, and I guess when we run that for show, I guess we do the Switch version. I don't have the Switch version. I still need to buy it, because Trainer 64 said years ago, don't you have to buy that game? I have it on the Wii still. I had to beat the damn thing. It's like, yeah, he's like, aside from Breath of the Wild, you've not beaten a single Zelda game after Nintendo 64 that's not Breath of the Wild or the remake of Link's Awakening. Yeah, busted. And fine. Tears of the Kingdom I had a reason for as far as boycotting that, but I did say I boycotted on the Switch. So technically, I'd never say anything about doing on Switch 2, so at some point, I'll get the Switch 2 version. It probably is a good reason I waited and find Nintendo's kind of behaved themselves when it came to the reasons I boycotted that game in the first place, so I feel confident as far as getting that eventually. That's going to be an eventual case as far as all that stuff. But next week, as I mentioned, it's going to be those kiosk demos. I cannot wait to do them. I'm so glad they're going to join us and bring those to us, because that's a unique way of looking at games. I do love that perspective. We do on the show, no question. The week after that, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 26th, for Shenmue 64 and Kazoo 22 back for part 3. Remember, like, what part are we on? Shadow Hearts Covenant for PlayStation 2. Going along parts, as is the case, we're going to end Disc 1 next time. Remember, it's on 2 discs on PlayStation 2. By 2 discs period, because that's the only version of the game still this day. We'll continue our adventures. We're going to see what other things we run into, what items we have to find, what crazy shenanigans Yuri and the gang are going to get into, and definitely not going to miss that one for sure. Then a week after that is going to be, as it turns out, our finale of Bakugan Defenders of the Core. We did the game last week, finishing the story in one shot. So we realized, hey, we're so close to the end, and on chat's request, go to the end, please. you know what, I'm okay. I'm feeling up to it to do it. Let's do it. We did it. Had a great time. Dog Finn was with us for that one. Thank you, by the way, for joining us for that show. We're going to look at the multiplayer next time. I'll have to figure as far as how guests are going to work on that one, if it's going to be a case, or I might be looking at myself. It's a case I can replicate it. We're going to look at all the Bakugan. I've unlocked all of the Bakugan, all the Bakugan cards, and all of the abilities for everybody. So Theme Rondage, I got to thank you again for the purpose of the trick for grinding core energy at the end of the game, because I had to play through the game again anyway for the purpose of that. So we did it, or I did it, I should say, off screen. I got that all set, so we're going to have that as our finale on May 3rd, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, since we're coming back to Shadows coming actually pretty quick. That's going to be on May 10th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, Crusader 64 and Kazuma 2 will be involved. Week after that, I'll confirm this for sure next week, because Ultra Night 4T is the big one on Sonic. If if he doesn't say hold this for him, the 17th, we're going to take another look at Sonic & All-Stars Racing Transformed from Xbox 360. We looked at this 4 years ago. But we have reason to come back to it for tech reasons, as far as having better mic equipment, and also because I'm going to be running that for the Xbox Series X this time. And it has a frames per second boost option when you play it on that system, which lets you run the game that runs at 30 FPS normally at 60. So it's going to be even smoother than it was before. And have a perspective of kind of going back to Daytona USA in the sense that the Hornet is a car in it. And also, Ryo Hazuki is in the PC version, but I do have the Avatar outfit from Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, I should say. To have my avatar set up to be Ryo in that game. It's like, fine, Ryo's in the game my way. I made it happen as the case. So take another look at that, just to kind of, have another look, saying, how's this game held up? And also, since we have the new Sonic Racing game, I mentioned Mario Kart World a lot, but of course, Sonic Racing Cross World, so that's coming out this year as far as the next of the Sonic Racing games. See how that goes. And put it in perspective, like, what are we looking at now as far as where that franchise is going and looking what Mario Kart's doing. So that'll be a nice case for sure. On May 24th. On the Request of Elect first, we have May's viewer requests. It's going to be for our Memorial Day weekend compilation show. Or is it going to be Memorial Day weekend this year? It's going to be Title Legends 2 for the PlayStation 2 playing on this time. Got a bunch of classic Taito games on there. Some I've actually heard of. Not many. There's a lot that are actually kind of obscure. The ones I know probably are Space Invaders Deluxe, which is actually the Space Invaders game we played the first time, but also a bunch of other variants and stuff. As well as Legend of Kage, Camel Tree, and some other ones like Alpine Ski and Poochie Carrot and Violence Fight. Of course, can't forget Violence Fight. There are 39 games, or 39 or 38. Right over here, my list of games I've got to show that I have on hand to describe. It's a lot, so it's more focused on games than behind the scenes material. Yeah, it's 38, 9 games, I think, as far as how it is. We're going to be doing that on May 24th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have our Love In on Taito for one more time. And then just to go into this for next year, we're going to do Midway again. We're going back to Midway with Midway Good Treasures 3 for GameCube and other Midway games, because there's only 9 games in that. Technically only, and if you really want to be technical about it, it's 9, but in actuality it's really 8. And there's not a whole lot of extras on that one, so I'm going to actually pull out some other Midway Arcade ports from Nintendo 64 as an extra. Some other games that maybe could have been in there, or cases where you kind of get where they weren't. Most of them, you can kind of get where they weren't, in case where, yeah, they had a few licensing reasons for those, no question. But that's going to be right on the road. And May 31st, we're going to have our 40th anniversary celebration of Super Mario Brothers. The first one came out 40 years ago this year for NES. Basically kickstarted video gaming. Probably wouldn't have this show you're watching tonight without it, or gaming period without it. So we're definitely going to be giving it its due. We played through it on NES, fully. We're also going to take a look at the star courses, which you unlock for beating the game, where all the Goombas are turned into Buzzy Beetles, amongst some other minor changes. We'll just take a little bit of an overview of some other versions of the game, including Versus Super Mario Bros., which is the 1986 arcade version of the the game. The Switch has a downloadable version of it. I've already purchased that. Super Mario All-Stars is on Super Nintendo. It's on Switch Online to take a look at what they do to update it to 16 bits and that. And then I have Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for Game Boy Color. I'm going to be showing that one off as a little bit of an extra too, because that is a great version with a lot of nice extra features. It made me hope for Switch Online release of that one. And one that, yeah, that's a great release. So I have our full loving on the game. You definitely have to have it. Then in June's case, I do know some updates as far as this. And because of how Bakugan Defenders of the Core is going, we're not going to need more parts of that than I thought. So I actually have some local shows going on. But June 7th, I got another second chance as far as, because we're doing the Super Bowl Game Saturday second chances every month. At least one of this year to celebrate 5 years of our show. Our weekly hangout of classic gaming here on Twitch, with the best chat on Twitch, all of you out there for sure. I have another game I played, another Sega game, another game I mentioned tonight as well, that we played the first time. I had tech problems, and it killed me when I realized we had tech problems. So we're doing it again, we're doing it with a little more. We're going to be playing Res again, but we're using Res Infinite for the PlayStation 5. I picked this one up. It does have some extras that were not in Res HD that we played on Xbox 360 a couple of years ago. We'll go through the game again. We'll have our perspective of that incredible dive through. There's a computer system with a kind of on-rail shooter with a lot of musical elements. Kind of knows the theme here as far as like a lot of musical perspectives going on with Sega games. As far as it, from the guy who actually was involved with some early Sega racing games, that being Tatsuya Mizuguchi, as far as who created the game. That's going to be our second chance for June. On June 14th, I talked to Chasm22 and Crusader 64. They're going to be pretty busy that month. So they are going to be having part 5 of Shadow Hearts Covenant on June 14th. It was 3 p.m., of course, on that one. Then week after that, on June 21st, I'm playing a game I've been wanting to get to. It's also a driving game, a different kind of driving game. I've mentioned this game for years on the show. It's a case where I've been waiting to get my stuff set for this because I had problems with my Sega Genesis to prevent me from playing this. We're playing Road Avenger for the Sega CD. It is a home port of an arcade, a Laserdisc arcade game that I believe was a Taito joint, if I remember correctly. The home port of this one that's called Road Avenger, actually it's called Road Blaster. Road Blaster. They're afraid of getting sued by Atari for Road Blasters, the arcade game, as far as that. They changed it to Road Avenger when it came over in the US, with this, it being its only US release as of this recording. It was developed by Wolf Team. That is the company that would become the arm of Namco that makes the Tales of games. Yeah, this is our first look at their company. It's a full motion video case of anime, kind of, in the sense what you're doing on this one is QuickTime button presses. The game where you're basically moving left and right and turboing a brake to not crash your car, because you have to go and get revenge on the evil gangsters who killed your wife. The idea is you're driving with your wife after you're married, and then the car crashes, you live, she doesn't live, you're getting revenge, so very Shenmue-ish, I guess, that way. It's very interesting, this game, and it is a great showcase of Sega CD. It might be one of the best games on the Sega CD when you really think about it. And it's one I've wanted to show off for a while, and it's going to be cool. Good for hitting the road this summer. And speaking of hitting the road, I'm going to be doing that sort of actually at the end of June, because we're not going to have a show that's live. So I have something set. On June 27th, 28th, I recorded The Wolf Among Us from Telltale Games. I mentioned this for a while. Basically what's going to go on is I've recorded this game that I can't show you live on the show because there's nudity that's visible in most of the parts of this. So what I did is I recorded the game in 5 parts, one for each of the episodes of the game. They're going to be uploaded on specific weekends and nights that we will not be here with. One night we won't be here. It's going to be up as well. I'll get in a second. Parts 1 and 2 are going up on June 27th. That's a Friday, and June 28th, Saturday, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, exclusive on our YouTube site. I want to look forward to that. Then we'll get to July, where I have some openings. I have an idea of a show I might want to do on for the July weekend. I'm not going to go into that quite yet, because it's going to hinge on a couple of things that I need to have set for. If I can do this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this at least for maybe another month and a half. If I can pull this off, it's going to be a bit of a different show for us. It'll still be a live show. But it's going to be something that maybe you don't expect. If I can't pull that off, though, I have something else in my back pocket. In fact, I will mention the thing I got in my back pocket at least. And at some point, I'll figure this somehow. I kind of want to show Desert Demolition starring Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. Because I went to see The Day the Earth Blew Up, the Looney Tunes picture that came out recently. And went away from theaters really quickly. But it was really, really good, and made me realize, you know, I think I want to celebrate more of Looney Tunes, especially because Catch-Up Entertainment, they picked up the rights to that for Warner Brothers, who apparently doesn't like Looney Tunes anymore. They also picked up the rights to Coyote vs. Acme, the HBO Max film that Warner Brothers canceled because they said, hey, you know, we can get a cheaper case of like a tax write-off on this. They picked up the rights to it, they're releasing it next year, so this might be worth looking at some stuff with Looney Tunes, obviously. Eventually, Looney Tunes Space Race on the Dreamcast, we have to come back to that one. And some other games for sure as well. So I'm thinking, if I can't do that show I'm thinking about, I will do that on July 5th. For Sega Genesis. It's by Blue Scott, people who made Vector Man and World Series Baseball. It is an underrated one, as far as Sega Genesis is concerned, and another late one from 1995. Then we'll have Shower's Covenant going on. July, we're also going to have our viewer quest that's also, well, I don't know if it's also going to be, because my thought was it was going to be originally Second Chance. I'm going to squeeze it to make one, but honestly, because Bakugan is going faster than we thought, I might not have to do that. We're going to play Space Invaders for the PlayStation. I know Electris wanted to see that one, and I know I've made him wait long enough on that one. I got to do some practice on the game, but that being said, I'm looking forward to doing that one. And I got some other open shows. Also, the finale of Proc is going to be coming soon enough because the HD version came out a little while ago, a week ago. The physical versions are on their way for myself and Nocturne. And when I get to that point, she'll start getting a sense like, hey, you know, getting the unlocks, show everything else that's left of that game. Because we finished the game already on Sega Saturn. We said I want to show all the extra worlds. And at that point, we'll do that. And then we'll also show up all the extras in this collection. We'll talk about it, compared it against the Sega Saturn version and the PlayStation version that I also have. I don't know when that's going to happen. That's going to be dependent upon when those physical versions come by. They say Q2 of this year. We'll have to see as far as like when that's looking, and also when Nocturne's ready. That'll also be a second chance when we do it. I don't know when it's going to happen. Earliest is either going to be July or August, and if it's not going to be able to do that, I might have to push that into December if we're going to even do it this year. But we're not leaving that game hanging, and she doesn't want to leave it hanging either. We have to figure like what the logistics of that are. Just like I can't do this as far as you know, getting those things set. With the control schematics on Sega Saturn, though she went far as it was on the blind, so you know what? I get that. She's earned that perspective. She's like, I tried and tried and tried. I think we need to try this new version. Okay, fine, sure. I've heard it makes parts of the game really easy, so that might actually help out. And we can also see, like, hey, compare the legacy as far as Croc with that new release now, as far as we can see what's going to go on with that. Outside of that, we'll have Shower's Covenant still going on. Toe Jam and Earl for the Sega Genesis coming up in August. That is on the request of AJ42. September, I guess we'll still be having Shadow Hearts Covenant going. I'll see when that's going to go. That might change schedule in terms of being more open. We'll see. On September 12th and 13th, I also will not be here, so we're going to have uploads of Wolf Among Us, of course, 3 and 4. Great show, by the way. Work event in the morning. Good to see you, Dolly Finn, for sure. Thank you so much for stopping by the show. And quickly, just to go on this, starting this Halloween block in September, which will be all those things. Scooby-Doo 100 Frights, which you wanted, we're starting that, and Medieval, and we'll have those continuing and finishing in October. Showers Covenant's probably still going. Mega Man 7 is coming in October as well, and Castlevania Chronicles. In November, we've got, I guess, Showers Covenant, we'll see. Super Hard Mode, Shadow the Hedgehog, Pinocchio for the Disney game, Angelus Xbox Live Showcase, Daytona USA XBLA, we got Penny Arcade, Range Slick, Precipice of Darkness, Fancy Adventure, Sega Rally Online Arcade, and many more we got coming up for that. Thank you, yay. Of course, Dalton. Thank you so much for your request and also for adding so much to the show. With that is our schedule for now. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. And it is going to be Super Bowl Game Saturday now, so we did make it. So with that, thank you so much for watching the finale of Shenmue and our look at Daytona USA for Dreamcast. So looking forward to our return to that and to every show we got, including next week's program. So with that, hope you have a great rest of your weekend starting now. A great week coming forward next week. And I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. or 5 p.m. earlier. I'll see you next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Ultra 94T and his girlfriend Nikki. Another Nikki, not the same one as Edwex's case. For the PS demos of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword for the Wii. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a great rest of your night for sure. Take care and go away with Daytona and have a great night. See you next week, guys.